Welcome everybody to another great night here at the NECC Overwatch stream. And tonight is the night we've all been waiting for. The top two teams in each division are still remaining, so we're gonna crown some champions tonight. I'm in of class here tonight with LaFawn, and LaFawn, we got a great lineup of games tonight, don't we?
Indeed. It is the grand finals as we get set underway here with our first game of the day as we get to see who's going to be our champion at the end of all that goes down here. And I mean, we've got some very exciting stuff happening as well, right? A new patch coming in, so a little bit of a different variety perhaps stepping forward for these final matches. But overall, I'm very interested to see how it kind of plays out.
Yeah, and of course, since we have so many different conferences, so many different divisions, we're gonna hop on over on all games. We have another stream going on as well to show even more games. We're gonna get plenty to see tonight, and we're gonna be starting here today with the Grays Harbor Chokers versus NAU Blue in the Emergent Division, then moving over to the Bethel Pilots versus Cumberland Phoenix in the Champions Division. And St. Ambrose is going to take on Fresno State in the Challengers Division. Great games, every single one of them. Obviously the stakes are who gets the championship, but they all have some different dynamic between them. And, well, talking about dynamics, talking about what these teams are about when you play against each other, we got to talk about this NAU Blue versus Grays Harbor Chokers match, as it is our first upcoming game. Of course, NAU Blue, not a stranger to being on top of this. They had a great season so far. The Grays Harbor Chokers, they have started to be a little bit more dangerous and upsetting in the last few games. But let's take it that NAU Blue roster first. Of course, got Tom, Seikena, the Void 212, McMean01, and Toonlink coming up here on the starting lineup. Each and every one a dangerous asset in their own rights. Not surprising, of course, that they are on top of this division at the moment, but let's see if it stays that way after this match.
Indeed, in fact, only dropping 3 maps the entirety of their season so far. So as we get set for our best or first to 4 series here in the grand finals, they'll have to lose more maps than they've lost the rest of their games combined. And for NAU Blue, that has been sort of the dominance they've showcased over this division. Let's take a look, though, at their opposition. Stepping in for the roster on the opposite side, it is going to be the Grays Harbor Chokers. And if a team is most likely to give an upset victory here, it is the Grays Harbor Chokers.
It definitely is. And you can see it here, the starting lineup. Crunchy Leaf, Tobias Max, Zabs, Jarlator, and Rias coming in here to try and take that crown away. And looking at their recent games, later in the season, they dropped more maps. They dropped a couple of victories in the first place. But every single team they faced in the regular season, they have absolutely swiped in the playoffs. Both the quarter and the semifinals went down in a 3-0 for them, while they took either a loss or a very close victory against those teams before. So they are currently on a roll. They have some momentum with them. And with that sort of comeback, that play of energy that they seem to have found, this could be a very interesting matchup.
Indeed, and that is sort of what I mean by the likelihood of, if there's anyone going to be an underdog champion, it is going to be Grace Harbor Chokers, right? Because of that improvement in the playoffs. They, we talk about their quarterfinals, that was a 3-0. We talked about their semifinals as well. That too was a 3-0, and that's based off of playing against teams that either they had previously lost to or won in very close fashion, as you highlighted, right? So this is in as much as for NAU Blue, it's basically just another day trying to complete their run here in the regular or in the season and end up being undefeated overall. Again, if there is going to be a team that brings it to them, it is going to be Grace Harbor Chokers because of that growth in the last couple of games that they've had here.
Yeah, and the one thing that's also a very big factor right now, of course, is that we did have a patch 2 days ago. While these teams aren't allowed to play Ramatra, those hero balance changes that did come through are still relevant. Like, they still are going to happen this game. And starting here on Busan, we might actually see a couple of hero swaps coming through as a result. Of course, we have a very variable tank meta still going on. The supports are very variable. The DPS have been a little bit more static over the course of the last season and the end of the last season. But looking at this right now, both teams have a very different idea of what they want to start out with in Spawn.
That has kind of been the name of the season so far as well, right? And I mean, so far it ends up being it's going to be the way it finishes as well, in that there is a lot of variation across the front line. That has had the most variance, I think. We are going to be underway. Grey Harbor Chokers, a little bit slower of a style, right? A lot more poke being brought through as they bring the Fire Mercy through the air alongside the Sigma. Meanwhile, NAU Blue going to be all in aggression as the Doomfist and Tracer look to try and take down the backline.
A lot of pressure on the Tom to pressure out that Farah Mercy. They do already have to play a little bit out of the sidelines there, Charlator and Crunchy Leaf. But with the constant poke and harassment that Zaps is going to receive from McMean, they're already having to play a little bit more careful and away from the point. Sekina does take down Charlator. The double sniper combo between the Ana and the Widowmaker was apparently enough. The harassment on the Mercy is going to follow suit with a beautiful anti-nade as well. It's not going to be a great start here for the Grace Harbor Chokers as they get bullied and pushed away from this objective.
I don't think that it's going to be enough to actually take it down, as Tobias Max rather going to be eliminated. Again, that dive, the last remaining 2 players for NAU Blue. I mean, look at how McMean has been able to run through the backline. Again, has the Meteor Strike in tow. Grace Harbor Chokers, I mean, the earliest thing they're going to have online is the Valkyrie, and that's based off the back of the healing. The damage just has been all on the squad in blue, and I mean, NAU Blue continue to, perform quite highly here in this round.
A little bit of a Hanzo poke on the Tom will instantly be healed back up as Jarlator is trying to find this angle. With the infrasights already out, they know exactly what angle that fire is going to come from. They fly themselves into the trains, get immediately taken out by public transport, with Rios going down too. Crunchy Leaf has to find a crucial res on this Baptiste in order to keep this fight alive. Exactly what they're going to do, but then they still have McMean in the way. They take down Rios. Crunchy Leaf will fall without your supports. It's Tobias, Max, and Zaps that are going to try and get away, but there's no way they're getting out alive.
The advanced footwork of the Tracer being enough to, pull away attention, and McMean gets the cleanup eliminations. And so now, this is final fight for NAU Blue. They've managed to make this look easy, and you still have the nano boost in tow. Just Jocelyn, she's going to be trending towards the sound barrier as well. And now Grace Harbor's Chokers. At this point, they're making last-second changes. And that's never where you want to be in a contest here. So Bias Max going to hope that this... well, nope, there it is. It's gone. I was going to say the Dragon Strike needs to be big. It's not available at all. And NAU Blue already an advantage in final fight.
NAU Blue just taking so much advantage of those long sidelines. There's no way to get through here for Grey Harbor's Chokers, but they do finally manage to make it to the objective without too much in their way. But it's Tom once again. Takes down the other DPS in Jarlator, and with a 3v5 actually, there's not going to be much the Grace Harbor Chokers can do. McMean finds another one with that punch, and while they do find just Jocelyn on the Lucio, Tobias, Max, and Zaps will go down, and that first point is undoubtedly going to NAU Blue here, who take a 1-0 lead in the map.
And a 100% to 0 as well, as NAU Blue takes space in that early fight and never let up. So, we even saw a nano-boosted Widowmaker at the tail end of that round. And I mean, tremendous stuff here from NAU Blue, right? This is a team that comes in as your #1 seed in this division, and you know, really showcasing that they absolutely belong there in the early phases of our grand finals here.
And it's going to be mecha base for map 2. A lot more enclosed. You could not as easily get away with the Widowmaker here. So you see Tom swap over to the Junkrat probably. And the Reinhardt coming out from McMean as well. Could have stuck with the Doomfist, I guess. But then you would have a little bit less protection against enemy spam. Which is probably why that Reinhardt is indeed coming out for the close range brawl. Could not be much swap up there. Grey Harbor Chokers do find some new DPS to play with. Winston is going to be sticking around.
This is I mean, this is a pretty standard composition for Grey's Harbor Chokers, right? From the last meta, but unfortunately, it's not playing off well, as NAU Blue take a ton of space and just eliminate every player standing.
I mean, again, you're talking a little bit more about some poke and prodding that you have to do with Grey Harbor Chokers. They either get that immediate burst off of the Winston jump and some Reaper and Sojourn damage, or you just get blown up by those Junkrat nades and a few hammer swings from McMean. Not something that they cannot overcome. You can already see them take a different approach from the side this time around. Sekana and Tom do find those first 2 picks, though. Once again, the spam just a bit too much. And it's not going to be an easy entrance here for Grey's Harbor Chokers. And this has always been the problem with mecha base, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is in these close quarters, right? The Junkrat can really come alive. And I mean, if you give credit to NAU Blue, though, it's not based just around Tom. It's the entirety of the roster, right? McMean, you know, running interference, the pins we saw, Toon Link, of course, in the backline as well. I mean, Grey's Harbor Chokers are gonna make another change here. Tobias Max off the Sojourn, now going over to a Hanzo. But you need to get a pick off here. You need to find an you know, an isolated elimination without a trade, and then you kind of have to go from there, as they now will return with a Reinhardt of their own.
Good application matrix in the way. Sekana puts it a little bit deep, though. Not much follow-up can go through it as the entirety of Grey's Harbors go past, but it doesn't matter. There's a Reinhardt, there's a Shatter, and with all the extra follow-up damage, it's almost impossible for Grey's Harbor Chokers to get much out of this. Tobias Max, though, stays alive. Gets at least 2 picks, but will still get taken out by just Jocelyn. And unfortunately, as much as Grey Harbor's Choker had a lot going for them in that fight, they just cannot find the follow-up on their own damage.
Now NAU Blue will get the reset. Oh no, the tire from on high.
That's going to be a 1-2 kills immediately coming out from Tom. Another fight stop before it even starts. McMean finds the charge on Zabs, and with 75% on the board, very hard to come back into this for Grey Harbor Chokers. They do have a couple of ultimates, especially the Dragon can make a lot of space.
Yeah, but I mean, the big problems, they're going to try and, you know, I think bypass the entire choke point, just run directly to the point. Yeah, indeed, they go through the underground. Pulse Bomb's going to go wide. Toon Link. That doesn't matter, though. They get an elimination. That's the main healer.
They do. A good Dragon Strike, trying to make some space, but McMean was already way too close. It's both Tobias and Rias going out. No implication matrix for you. Sound Barrier from Crunchy Leaf really close. She might be able to turn around this fight with that, but it's not going to be enough. It seems like it's a little late that it comes online, and just Jocelyn can just answer in kind. She's the one that keeps the NAU Blue on top of this fight, equalize the situation, and as much as the Death Blossom can have value, there's just too much distance and shielding in the way. Looks like another 100-0 for NAU Blue as they go 1-0 in the series.
That's the first lead of this grand finals here. And a tremendous showcase by NAU Blue, showcasing that 9-0 regular season record. And the 3-0s that they had in the playoffs as well. A highlight here from Tom.
Very excited.
Tire. Yeah.
I mean, rightfully so, right? Just get the double kill straight up. I mean, it was a good one. I don't really know how they got the credit for that. Zabs maybe had the one nade on it or something, but
yeah.
Again, just a very strong showing from NAU Blue. They really sort of win that first fight with the right composition and just never really let go anymore. And a lot of that has to do with that poke that they're able to dish out on both maps in different ways, but they were still able to long range from a distance inflict a lot of damage.
The other thing to highlight too for NAU Blue is that they play 2 very different styles, right? The compositions that they had in round 1 and round 2 were disparate. They did not play the same way. One was a very up-tempo, aggressive style in the Doomfist, and then you have a more choke-based, stable, I would describe it as a brawl with the Reinhardt Junkrat, right? Just area control, damage throughput, and then kind of rotate around ultimates. The other thing to highlight too is, it's not that their opposition didn't have a similar, flexibility. It's just that NAU Blue looked dominant on both styles, which I think bodes really well, regardless of where we go in the future, right? Again, this is a new patch. There's things that are being shaken up. We don't have the benefit of sort of experience with what is strong at this point. So NAU Blue clearly ahead of the read on what is effective in this current patch.
And with the other map types, like we always talk about, control is not necessarily the measure for what you'll see in the rest of the series. But with the other map types coming up, again, like you said, those styles still come into play. They still are relevant. There's still things that can very much put NAU over the top straight up. So there are going to be answers that need to be found here by the Grey Harbor Chokers. Not that they're impossible to be found. You have to find some way to at least get through choke points to sort of enter that actual fight phase. Because a lot of these times, these fights sort of end before they're even started. And that can be very jarring to sort of fight against. Like, maybe people, this is something that can be very familiar in your quick play games, where you're like, oh, we're constantly staggering, or oh, someone just dies before we even go in. It's like, that's sort of what feels like it's happening here with the Grey Harbor Chokers. And that can be very tricky to do. But because they're a team, because they're playing with a 5 together, they've played together for a while, it's much easier to find those answers. And you're probably going to see some of that come through in the next maps. And we have at least 3 more coming, because it is a first of 4. So,
Indeed.
They have some time to figure things out.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do have some time. They can't panic at this stage. It's only one map, but also on the flip side of things, this is a place where you kind of don't have as much time as you think either, right? You need to kind of get that second map in rotation. Now, we do have to remind everyone at home watching that this is the style for map selection in the playoffs and here in the grand finals as well, is a ban pick situation. So the team that ends up winning the previous map will ban a single map, and then the loser ends up picking from the remaining map pool. So we will get that selection in. We do have confirmation, in fact, as to what it can't be. Midtown is where we're not going, but now Grey Harbor Chokers will get a chance to highlight where the next battleground is in our map. So as we get set in, just going to highlight a couple of things as well. For NAU Blue, one of the big things that we saw in that previous map is also the fact that they get into the fight faster than their opposition, right? They don't give a lot of time to breathe. And this is going to be something that Grey Harbor Chokers in map 2 and beyond is going to have to acclimate to, right? You have to be a little bit quicker on the response, because NAU Blue is just not going to give you an opportunity to kind of take a fight where you want to. You have to force these fights. And Grey Harbor Chokers, I mean, it's a grand finals, right? That's this is where you play your best. This is where you play your best, and I'm hopeful that they're going to be able to return in the latter half of the series with a vengeance, and kind of, I think, open up the map just a little bit more, try and find some space for their win conditions to flourish.
Yeah, exactly. And we do indeed get confirmation that they're going to go to Paraíso next. That is going to be the hybrid map of choice for the Grey Harbor Chokers. And I mean, looking at Paraíso as a map, it's very new. There are some big differences that you have between Paraíso and some other hybrid maps. So it is one of the more unique things that you can work with. And then that being said, if you think about, how can we throw NAU Blue off track a little bit? How can we sort of make them feel a little less comfortable? This would be a pick that is very normal to go for.
Yeah, I mean, Paraíso, a very defensively favored map, I think, overall at this stage of the game. When we get new maps in the game, oftentimes they end up being defender favored, because the appropriate approach angles are still unknown. Where we should take fights, it kind of becomes a bit of a mystery as well. But now I think Paraíso has been in the game long enough that teams have started to figure out the ideal rotations, especially if you think about like that first point, right? Which I think has opened up just a little bit more, right? We see a lot of teams, staging through, try and bypass that first the first bridge, and then going into the sort of courtyard adjacent to the point before making the staging rotation to the high ground. So it's interesting to see Paraíso evolve in front of us, right, in real time, and I'm really interested to see how Grey Harbor Chokers, again, their map pick, how they've decided to approach, especially this first point.
Yeah, and because they're starting on attack, we get to see that straight up, which is always very nice. Also good to get to see what NAU Blue thinks is the most viable way to defend this map, because that's, you know, while it started out defender favored, as most maps do, as you pointed out, it's still, there's still differences in how teams do actually approach to defend this. You want to defend on this first high ground, on that bridge that goes over the road, but it's also very easy to sort of circumvent that as the attackers. Then you have to back up as the defender, so that rotation and how they rotate against each other, these teams, might also be a very big factor in how they can actually approach this map. We do see the Widowmaker come out from Tom. Not a hugely comfortable pick on the defense here, because you do get a lot of pressure on you as the Widowmaker, but because they got that shield in the way, it might go out a little bit better for them.
Now the third look that NAU Blue has brought forth. Grace Harbor Chokers, this is actually a variation of their opening composition. They're going to get a lot more value out of it. Tom a little unaware. The Sojourn comes in with a well-timed headshot. A reminder, does 195 damage down full charge, so an assist came in as well.
It's not going to be as easy to actually get that full... on the headshot, it's 195. It's not going to be as easy to get indeed that one-shot anymore. It's actually impossible. Unless they were damage boosted by Crunch Leaf at that point. That could also have been a factor. That being said, they're later on the far end, now getting a little bit more freedom, as Tom was instantly out. Definitely helped them out in that fight. There's a cap point A in a very quick fashion. They're already doing a lot better than they were doing on the first maps. Definitely looking to be in their comfort zone here.
Yeah, overwhelming the defense, right? I mean, the pick-off on Tom definitely helped, but a lot of that comes down to the fact as well that they isolate the Sigma on the objective. Sigma does not want to brawl in close, and that's Tobias Max
another one
coming in with a headshot from afar. The railgun still providing a ton of throughput, and NAU Blue just on the back foot once more.
Also, a big reminder that Tom did get a lot of final blows in that first map, so taking out Tom in 2 of the first fights is just a very big deal, regardless of whether they're on the Widowmaker or any other hero. It's a big part of that NAU Blue team. Not the only part, though. Toon, Link, very strong in the back line. There's Tom as well chiming in. They only lose the Pharah, but there goes Tobias. Rias again. That's not going to be a very long fight at all, but still 450 on the map, even though there is a team kill coming through. Nothing to panic about yet for Grey Harbor, as they're starting to approach those old fights.
The NAU Blue, though, they changed their angle of approach, right? Rather than have Tom be the individual kind of leading the poke damage, Toon Link gets in the back line, draws attention away from Tobias Max, and that unleashes Tom once more, so the Widow can get a couple more free shots. That being said, Zab's going to move over to the D.Va instead of the Orisa in this next fight. And I mean, this could be a big pickup if they can kind of deny Widow these sight lines, right? Another body shot onto Crunch Leaf, but that's not going to be enough to actually win the fight here.
Looking like NAU Blue being a little bit stuck in that building, especially on that Sigma. As we progress through this fight, they're going to have to try and find some more open space to work with, especially for their fire. But Tobias Max once again finds that opening pick, this time on Sakena. No more Baptiste. A lot of healing gone from that composition, especially with the Transcendence not being ready for just Jocelyn. But it's a beautiful Graphitic Flux. No Suzu to help you out, Rias, but just Jocelyn falls. No supports, no more Tom. And it's just Nova that's trying to save this fight on their own. It's not going to come out this time, though, as it is Grace Harbor Chokers that do win out and get to push the card a little bit further. It's Carnival in Paraiso.
Nice headshot there from Tobias Max on the tail end as well.
Kill.
So NAU Blue on this final fight is not going to actually have a full team, I don't think.
No.
See, Toon Link just respawning now. There is a small window of opportunity, though. Yeah, there is a window of opportunity here. I think NAU Blue is going to be able to recontest. Big thing is going to be, can Toon Link actually find value? Nice barrage in the back line.
It's going to be tough. Just Jocelyn has been so targeted. Still doesn't have a Transcendence built up, and it's just Jar later with a huge opportunity to turn this fight on its head. Instantly capitalized as well. Just a Sigma on the cart. Will be evicted eventually. It's going to take a little bit longer than the instant burst, but there is the cap. And with 4 minutes 30 on the clock, they do indeed enter the big studio DJ music space arena, we like to call it. I mean, it's a little bit lengthy for a call out, but it's Discomania. That's what we're all about.
Now makes another change, by the way. This is the third hero showcase in this map. The first two just really not getting value. The Ashe now coming through. NAU Blue, I mean, the final third of this map, trying to make wholesale changes. So go all in on the Ashe now with the pocketed Ashe with Saikana moving over to the Mercy. And so far, picking up where they left off to get another elimination to Tobias Max. And Grace Harbor will be forced to retreat. Still, that's a massive time bank to look at. And 345 here as they try and get this next rush. I would expect Grays Harbor Chokers to open up this engagement with the Kitsune Rush, try and just overwhelm NAU Blue, and especially Nova, the Sigma player here.
A little bit careful about the dynamite damage. Will be healed up and ticked out. Jar later looking for a bit of an angled approach because that Ash is in the way. But Toon Link looking for the pulse bomb. They're on the hunt. They're on the prowl. With the Bob in the way, it's not that easy to move around for Grey Harbor's Chokers. They still find the elimination. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 2-for-1. It's a 3-for-1. Nothing's gonna stop them now. They have the ultimate advantage. Both support ults immediately overwhelming, and they'll still have almost both DPS ults and the Cell Destruct to come into this last point. It's a very, very closed up area.
That being said, though, this is going to be a 5. Oh, well, it's 4v4.
It's not.
Tom gets, yeah, that's a big pickup in the railgun. Tobias Max has been the difference maker so far. Will be undone, but that may just be enough to hold out here.
Yeah, the res coming through on Tom, plus the DMAC on the Zaps and the elimination. That will definitely hold them up for a little bit longer. Still, you have Tobias Max looking. They're hunting for those pickoffs. You see how easy they can happen, even there onto Tom that just happened through on the Ash. But they're still going to have those ultimates coming through this next one. Crunch Leaf almost up to another Valkyrie. They've been charging those incredibly fast.
A lot of damage, a lot of healing as well. Now, I mean, Gravitic Flux in tow. It's going to come down to this, the Protection Suzu.
Yeah.
Finds Tobias Max. I don't know that you can res that one, actually.
It's a little bit out in the open. Really, the defense matrix could help out, but for now, they're going to take out Crunchy Leaf and Zap's not even going to do it. And they're walking back to this pattern, Lafon. They have some space to cover, to walk through, and NAU Blue is just looking at them while they approach, doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, this has been NAU Blue stabilizing now. Right, they've finally gotten into a position where they have avenues to kind of control. Toon Link is on the roam in the back line. And that opens up Tom again to get those shots, and with the Mercy Pocket, right, with Saikana on the damage boost, it makes Tom that much more of a threat. Grays Harbor Chokers, this is going to be their last meaningful fight.
Well, the fight's coming through, looking for the pulse bomb. Is Toon Link not going to find anything? Not before 3-4 members go down on the side of NEU Blue. It's a huge barrage. Once again, following through. The Bob does follow from Tom. Is going to get eliminated because there's no one else to fight. It's just a Tracer in the back, and Tobias Max is going to make quick work of Toon Link. Use Disruptor Shot as well to try and get any response to stop. It was everything, but it might have been enough. There is the Graphitic Flux. We'll find Rias. No protection. Suzu just in time. They are going to trade out, but no one touches the cart. Unfortunately, Nova goes into the air with the Graphitic Flux, and there's no one else that touches the cart in time. So while NAU Blue was winning the fight, they do lose the objective. And with 1:03 on the clock, Grays Harbor Chokers finishes their attack.
Well, that's our first C9 of the Grand Finals. As, I mean, Grays Harbor Chokers had no right to actually win out that objective, right? No ultimates in play. They lost a player early, and NAU Blue just unable to contest the objective, right? They just don't. They step away. The assignment was lost, and I mean, multiple players could have stopped it. So, what could have been will never be, as NAU Blue now have to attack, have to complete the map, in fact, and looking a lot more vulnerable on map number 2 is Grays Harbor Chokers. This is the team that we expected to see right at the start of the series. This is a team that has improved over the course of the playoffs, and I think taking to task NAU Blue and sort of their casual approach to this second map.
It might come out with a double aerial attack though, and Nova on the Doomfist. I mean, they're still in spawn. You know, let's not go a bit ahead too big on that. Grays Harbor Chokers though, Zaps going over to Doomfist. Not the first time we've seen them on it, but it might be the first time that it's gonna get a little bit more value. Last time they tried it, didn't really get any attack opportunity, but now they're on the defense, so you can just spam around with the shield, with the rock. A little bit of hyperspheres in the way. I'm looking forward to it. Not choosing to go into the high ground though.
Aerial threat from NAU Blue is going to make things a lot more difficult for Zabs, right? Especially if Nova can stay alive. That's the critical thing. Tobias Max is going to have a much harder time charging up the railgun, and in fact, not going to be able to do it at all. Tobias Max taken out of the equation, and there's no opportunity for a res here.
Blue direct on the Tom. It will be healed up before another one can follow. It's going to be Rias falling to the Doomfist. Tom does get traded, but the res might be able to come through as Nova is just harassing the Sigma just as they did on Busan. And there might be a warranted swap coming through, or maybe more than one when Grays Harbor's Chokers. At this point, gets capped.
much more. I mean, equally dominant first round or first point for NAU Blue at this juncture. A lot of this comes down to the fact that it's really difficult to get your hit scan online against a double aerial threat. Tobias Max at least gets one, but again, that was Tom just out in, by themselves, facing down 4 players. With this high ground control that NAU Blue is going to just be able to ignore, they're going to be able to take it, for free via the Echo and the Pharah. I think it's going to be a lot harder for Tobias to get these headshots in a couple of later fights. That's going to be really important for Grays Harbor Chokers to stall time off the clock.
It'll be a hopefully for NEU Blue speedy run through the streets, but they're already being stopped fairly early on. But Sigma very good at blocking off some chokes here. With these narrow streets, that shield is just a nuisance. Another aerial threat, though, doesn't really care too much about the shields, but it's that Doomfist of Nova that's going to be instantly headshot by Tobias Max. Beautiful charge up of that railgun, the follow-up falling after. Rias under a lot of pressure again, though, does get healed up just in time. But it's going to be Crunchy Leaf working overtime. She's really having to divide her attention between that front line and the Pharah in the sky, as Rias is just targeted very heavily. Doomfist punch. Woo!
I think it was actually Rias who gets teleported back to the high ground. That's going to be the overclock now.
Yeah, it's going back and forth. Both DPS ultimates coming out there. Jarlader, it did fall, but they didn't have to use their ultimate as Tobias Max using theirs. There is a Kitsune Rush coming out from just Jocelyn, as both supports from Grays Harbor Chokers are still alive, but pushed back a little bit. Rias not quite to that Kitsune Rush just yet. It's Nova that's just trying to tempo up, go forward, and deal with that backline. But it's a Sigma in the way for the rest of the NAU Blue. Tobias Max over the top with the Sojourn, found a new reposition, takes out one, and helps take out just Jocelyn as well. And it looks like NAU Blue is the team that has to go back to the drawing board for another attack.
I mean, NAU Blue this time they lose mark of the target they're all trying to follow through on, and with no focus fire, no one gets eliminated. So Grays Harbor Chokers honestly making a lot happen with very little resources, because in this next fight they're going to have a ton of tools. And I mean, Kitsune Rush probably the most valuable resource here, and you can guarantee an elimination, especially onto a Mercy with this Gravitic Flux. I mean, you're cooking quite well with NAU Blue here.
A lot of pressure on the Nova. It's actually going to be Tom going down first, and Nova barely getting out alive with both supports being occupied. It's Sekana going down too. Jarlader on the other side will be a casualty, but does get rezzed up as Nova finds Tobias Max. This is going back and forth in picks, but it looks like Grays Harbor Chokers have definitely found some momentum in the defense here, as Jarlader gets another one. And with 2 minutes 50 on the clock, this is just a slugfest that Grays Harbor Chokers is happy to take time and time again.
It's going to have to be a soft reset here for NAU Blue. Grays Harbor Chokers with the Valkyrie in play is going to have that sustain required. See Nova taking so much damage. And Jarlader also with the barrage here. Maybe a threat towards the tail end to just fall out of the sky and take someone down.
Too much escape coming out of Grays Harbor Chokers. They're constantly kiting away from Nova. Nova does get rest this time, though. They found Rias, but there is a barrage that founds absolutely nothing, and Tom gets taken out as a Toon Link actually this time. Taken out as a result, as Zubs and Jarlader just finish off this fight. Yes, it's Nova around, but just the Nova and the Mercy of Saikana is not going to be enough. And this looks to be another fight won for Grays Harbor Chokers. They trade out a couple of picks. It's not enough for NAU Blue to punch through the street space so far.
Yeah, NAU Blue has been more willing to skirmish, but skirmish in fights that they're not actually winning. Grays Harbor Chokers have made that expensive for the team in blue, as they extend the timer in their favor, and we're now down to the last minute and 30 seconds on this defensive half for the Grays Harbor Chokers. And I mean, another couple of changes. Tom goes over to a Cassidy, got a Zen in tow as well. Feels very panicked right now by NAU Blue.
NAU Blue looking for a little bit more follow-up to their own plays, but they've got nothing in the tank. It's maybe a Meteor Strike from Nova soon, but there's the barrage from Jarlader, finds two. They lose their own life, but that's just not going to be enough because there's no res anymore on the side of NAU Blue, and Grays Harbor Choker still got both their supports up. the Meteor Strike is coming out. They get shielded. Really good barrier coming out there from Zaps. I think it didn't quite save Crunchy Leap, but they get the res off onto Jar later. And it's Nova trying to pull this back together with Sakana. They do find a couple of picks. That cart might start moving again, especially with Toon Link finding some more value on that Tracer. And finally, after about 4 minutes on that Streets phase, they're getting close to completing the objective, but they're so far behind in that time bank right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult third phase here for NAU Blue. And I think Grace Cybertruck was actually posturing for a recontest.
Nah, they're not.
Yeah, this time,
It's
Nova
too
plays
much.
Gatekeeper quite well, actually. Even the punch is a threat. People,
Max under pressure. Will get out alive. A little bit of pressure from the Doomfist once again. Still, the punch got a bit spicier, Lafon. You don't really see a lot of those punch eliminations coming through.
It'll be tough, though. And keep in mind, the time bank is not in favor of NAU Blue, and they need to capture with time remaining. That 103 is so critical. They cannot, any overtime showcase, and NAU Blue will not get an opportunity to attack a second attempt.
A lot of ultimates in the bank, though. NEU Blue's posturing to use at least 1 or 2. There's Sakana with the application matrix that should provide at least Tom with a lot of firepower. The high noon through it does get Crunchy Leave. There goes Jarlader and Rias. Good follow-up, and there are some trades back and forth between these teams. It's not quite a clean engage. The team kill does come through, but they have to be careful. 1 minute 8 on the clock, and their respawns are still coming back. Grace Harbor Chokers gets at least 1, maybe even 2 more fights on this objective.
And I mean, the overclock is now going to be available for Tobias Max. There's a lot of tools here for Grace Harbor Chokers to close out this round. They're building up to a Kitsune Rush as well. And, I mean, all you got to do is contest the objective. Grace Harbor Chokers and put themselves in position to win.
Really do. Nova all the way into spawn, though, gets Rias before the Kitsune Rush can come online. There is the overclock. He doesn't get anything. It's just trying to find Toon Link, and they finally do with that Mercy Pocket. This is so dangerous of this Sojourn. Flies away from the Doomfist, gets one in the back line, and Tobias Max, just while this fight started out a bit chaotic, does just pull it back with the rest of the squad as Sigma blocks the back line. Tobias Max just takes them out. There's going to be another hold for Grey Harbor Chokers. They still got ults in the bank.
15 seconds left, so this will be it. NAU Blue is playing for a draw. They have to contest the objective. They have nothing to actually win the fight with. Grace Harbor Chokers, I mean, the question is now, does even NAU Blue touch the point? And if they do, Grace Harbor Chokers have all the tools they need to close out this round.
They do manage to take it. Double in the air with the Gravitic Flux. Just Jocelyn doesn't even make it to the ground. The Barrage as follow-up. 3 are down. Yeah, you get Tobias and Rias, but is that really going to be enough? The resurrection of Crunchy Leaf says no. And as she brings back Rias into the fight, the Kitsune Rush comes out. And it's only really Toon Link around. The one Tracer. Can she do it? Can Toon Link make it out? And the answer is no. It's going to be Grace Harbor taking back the series in a 1-1. We go into map 3.
What a performance here on map number 2. I mean, Grace Harbor Chokers certainly performing on the defensive half. And that second phase was tremendous. Just continuously forcing NAU Blue to take awkward skirmishes, never allowing them to fully reset. And that gives enough time. I mean, takes away a lot of time from NAU Blue. And now, as a result, it's a 1-1 after 2.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, with a 1-1, we still, again, have at least 3 more maps to go, maybe even more if both teams keep going back and forth in this first of 4 grand finals. But before we get to map 3, which is going to be Escort, I'm going to take a quick break, making sure that both teams have some time to strategize, reflect on the past 2 maps, and see what they can muster up for the coming maps in the series. We'll be right back with the next maps. Welcome back, everybody, to this grand finals match between NAU Blue and the Grey Harbor Chokers. It's currently a 1-1 after Control went to NAU Blue in a fairly dominant fashion. But then Paraíso, quite the opposite way, as the Grey Harbor Chokers found their footing and brought the series back to level. So now we're going into Escort Lafon, and I mean, there's so much to say about these two teams already after just 2 maps.
Yes, I mean, this has been a really interesting showcase of stylistic differences. A lot of that second map, though, does come down to the Sojourn player of the Grays Harbor squad, right? Tobias Max. I mean, really making the Sojourn sing. We saw multiple eliminations, just opening up fights, right? That first pick potential, even beating a Widowmaker in certain cases. So, I mean, if that continues into map number 2 or map number 3, sorry. A real opportunity for Grays Harbor to take the lead in this series.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, as we work with a pick ban system in this particular format, those stylistic changes are going to be very important to see which maps teams ban, but also which maps teams pick. As we go to Escort, very much known for like the longer sight lines, more high ground control in a lot of situations, those long, windy situations. it's very much a situation of, well, what do you prefer as a team? Do you want to play a little bit more up close? Do you want to play with those long sight lines? How important is high ground different for you? Like, are you more of a Gibraltar team? Or are you more of a Havana team? Well, Havana's not in the pool right now, but you know what I mean? Like, Dorado could be a thing. And in this case, as you can definitely see, Route 66 being banned out by the Grey Harbor Chokers means that there is a lot of sightline left. And the sightlines are going to be abused, it looks like, on Circuit Royale, which is exactly where NAU is going to go.
Yeah. There is another thing to highlight, of course. Nova stepped in for McMean in that previous map, right, on but I said, looks like it's going to stay the same. Nova going to continue to be in the starting roster, or in the lineup here now for this third map. So
yeah,
this I think plays into the hands. This is a good pick by NAU. Showcase, they really like the Widowmaker, right? Tom has played that as much as they possibly could. He's tried to make that pick work, and I mean Circuit Royale, probably the best Widowmaker map in the game currently, even over Junkertown. So going here makes a ton of sense, I think, for NAU Blue.
And interestingly as well, going to stay on the same sides. So it does look like Grey Harbor Chokers like to attack first. Make sure that they set the tempo, they set the pace, they know exactly how long they have to defend for by the time they get to that stage. But it's NAU Blue on the attack first, or on the defense first again. Going to need to see if they're going to opt for that Widowmaker as they come out of the spawn. Let's see the first 5 heroes being picked. I think the big thing that we were talking about between maps as well is saying like, oh yeah, Tobias Max with that Sojourn, something we were really looking forward to see doing well, and they were doing really well on the Sojourn. But now Toon Link, that has been more like they played, the Farah, the Echo, now they played the Tracer a lot. Now they're gonna try and match that Sojourn, and we're gonna see if Tobias Max is gonna find that same value. As Jarlater on the Farah is gonna have a tough time avoiding those sightlines.
I think Farah here on this map is certainly interesting. If you can get into vertical cover, right, there is an opportunity. The problem is on Circuit Royale, you're always going to play into the Widow's sightlines. This map really does revolve around the hit scan, and if Tom is unleashed,
they're gonna go over the roof.
Yeah,
they're going over the roof. Like, they're gonna do the thing that Florida Mayhem wasn't allowed to do because they used the May wall, but you are allowed to do it with an Echo or a Farah if you are inclined to do so. Tobias Max is not gonna be in this fight though. They're already gonna be taken out as Zabs takes a bunch of damage, loses the mech, and the instant poke and burst coming out from from an NAU Blue gonna put Grace Harbor Chokers at an immediate disadvantage. And good grapple from Tom to try and fight even more. There's no head to be clicked at that point.
This is so tough for Grace Harbor Chokers. The one thing I will say is that Jarlater just, peeking their head over the top and then spamming down the shield is good, because that allows Tobias Max to then farm damage in the railgun and then be a threat against Tom. Still, that's a lot of aggressive setup by Zabs. I don't know that anyone's going to support this Diva.
No, and as Jarlater gets taken out by Tom, that spam is also instantly gone. A lot of healing on the Zaps, though they do manage to heal that back up, but immediately is still taken out of the mech. The res does come through on Jarlater. And it seems that these supports just have so many targets to switch between, they almost cannot find the right one at the right time. They just don't have enough healing to go around when there's so many different split fights going on.
Yeah,
2 minutes 45 on the clock, though.
A lot of this is going to come down to the fact that no matter which target the supports attempt to kind of focus on, it is going to be at the cost, at the detriment of someone else on the roster. Everyone in Grace Harbor Chokers now caught in this corridor. Oh, that railgun. It goes just wide of the head. NAU Blue. Still,
they're
cheap
they're
fight.
forcing it though. Like, they're forcing this fight, the Grey Harbor Chokers. And I really like that because they keep forcing this punch because their Widowmaker doesn't like it when everyone gets so up close. So constantly this pressure from Zabs and from Jarlater. Eventually they're gaining a little bit of ground. They're gaining a kill here and there, and that just gains them progress in the end. But it's still not enough to really get this card close to that first objective. So they have to do a little bit more as the ultimates are starting to get a bit closer for both teams.
Going to stay alive as well, and that's a great disruptor shot to force Zabs to kind of take a lot of damage while posturing for position.
Well, the healing back up. There's a Transcendence coming out with the Gravitic Flux. Won't really find any eliminations with it, but at least disrupts the attack phase. Ria's going instantly very low again. Zabs out of mech. But now it's Tobias Max with the railgun. The overclock is alive. Hasn't found anyone just yet, but is definitely looking for some heads to click. Didn't find anybody until they found Tom, and with Tom being out of the way, that's Jarlader getting a lot more freedom in the skies with the barrage. Finds Saikana on the Baptiste, and that's a huge part of the healing gone. It's just Jocelyn on the Zenyatta. Will not have much left in that Zenyatta tank, but it's the Zenyatta and Toon Link that together find a lot of damage, find some eliminations, and might be enough to push back this attack from Grace Harbor Chokers. Toon Link does go off the map. This is not over. It's just a skirmish for attention, skirmish for space, skirmish to try and find their way to that first objective. Just Jocelyn, she's not going to be longer in this fight, as it is Tom from the high ground just trying to find some angles on that Widowmaker. But Jarlader is unleashed. They're going further forward. The Disruptor shot blocks them off, and Toon Link looking for some heads, looking for something together with Tom, and the dude finds Rias, but who's going to be on the cart? There's just a Sigma left, and with Nova going down, eventually they'll force their way through to the first objective, and now the long sightlines are going to be shorter and shorter as the map goes on.
The unfortunate thing there is the extended skirmish unfortunately ends up for NAU Blue losing all their resources there. There was a small window of opportunity for a hold to come in, but Nova and Toon Link, they just are unable to run through both the Gravitic Flux and the Overclock. So Grace Harbor Chokers, still a fairly expensive first point though, right? That took them a lot of time. NAU Blue, another switch. Tom off the Widow to a Cassidy. Grace Harbor Chokers have to really work for this next phase of Circuit Royale.
Use Help the Struck coming through, blocking off the rain. At least forces out the Immortality Field, so that's a resource that won't be available for anything else. And later, the Biosmack's awfully close to their ultimates to try and abuse that fact. To use that window of opportunity, as the window of opportunity is out for NAU Blue. Huge amplification matrix. There is the barrage, but it immediately gets shut down by Tom. Unfortunate for Jarlader, they can't really get any more out of that, and Tom is unleashed on the Cassidy. Just swapped, but already close to that Deadeye, and will be able to follow up and clean up this fight on their own almost.
Very, very good read there from NAU Blue. Recognizing the Pharah, recognizing Jarlader wants to get in close for the barrage. Shut it down. Don't let it get any value. And actually, NAU Blue have made a pretty decent recovery here in response to the Pharah, right? Jarlader's not gotten the same level of value on this map as they had in Paraíso. And now, I mean, this is the very difficult position of having to go from low ground to high ground. And these sightlines are really favoring, I mean, NAU Blue. Look how much damage Grace Harbor takes as they approach. Rias almost gets eliminated. Will recover. Still a tough place to be.
This is going to be Grey Harbor Chokers trying to find another opening to this fight. Transcendence is out very early, but against the Overclock and the Kitsune Rush, not a problem at all to use that ultimate, and they do indeed capitalize on their window of immortality. Exactly what Rias is not happy about as they fall in this fight. Tobias Max also having to swap over to the Hanzo. With 50 seconds on the clock, it's going to be one more push for Grey Harbor Chokers that are either stopped or cap point B.
I mean, this is a dangerous place to be for Grace Harbor Chokers, right? They have none of the advantages they kind of need to work map control here. No ultimates, of course, aside from the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, NAU Blue, anytime you go up in the sky, you can expect to see Tom use the Deadeye. That's coupled with a Gravitic Flux to deal a ton of damage. And there's no defensive matrix now to protect against any throughput here from the Cassidy.
Yeah, Tom just, unleashed. Like, again, they couldn't even get close. Very reminiscent of what we've seen on other maps. I think Circuit Royale seemed to be the perfect choice for NAU Blue. It's almost a surprise that that first point was capped, but very well done on Grey Harbor Chokers to get that done. However, this is where that Formula 1 car will stop. Might be Formula... Was it Formula Future? I forgot what they called it. There's a new name for it, at least, in this new map. But they don't get it to that second checkpoint, so 81.56 meters is where it's going to stop. Now they're going to have to put on their own defensive effort against NAU Blue. Their map pick so far working out, but we never know where that attack's going to go.
It's Formula Lux, isn't it?
I think so. I feel yeah, like yeah, Formula Lux. It's something like that, because it was indeed something like your luxury future. Yeah, that's there on the sign, Formula Lux. It was right there. So we have the instant confirmation from the map itself. Love it. Thank you, Blizzard, for making everything so easy for us to find. But it's Circuit Royale. It's a doozy.
For NAU Blue, right? Their composition just ends up being more cohesive defensively, right? It's not finished yet, because this is now where the The hit scan is going to struggle a little bit more because you have low ground to high ground here. And I should clarify, right? When we talk about low ground to high ground, the reason why it's so effective why the high ground is so favorable is that it gives you a couple of things. One, natural cover, right? Just by angles of approach. So if you're looking down at someone, your half your body's covered, whereas the entirety of the low ground players, hitbox is apparent to you. The other thing too is to cover open ground requires you to use resources that the defensive team just doesn't have to commit. And coupled together, those two make for very, very difficult angles of approach. So Grace Harbor Chokers, they just don't have enough defensive utility on the last half. Now they'll try and take advantage of that natural defensive position as they try and prevent NAU Blue from regaining the series lead.
Charlater on the defense with that fire once again, but that pressure is just all over time. Sekana eventually just bursts down Zaps together with Tom taking out Tobias Max. It's going to be a very easy first fight, and NAU Blue doesn't seem to want to waste any time with this attack. They want to go to map 4, take this one home. Of course, it's not over just yet, but that's a very dominant first fight.
Yeah, I mean, the approach is going to be so difficult. That shield already very weak for the defense. Cooldown's being forced out before they even really approach the fight. Charlater can't get into the actual contest. And despite the cart being stymied for the moment, I don't think Grace Harbor Chokers, they need a big pick. That's a start.
That's a good start to at least stop the cap from coming through a little bit earlier. Charlater going ridiculously low, but manages to boost back out. Crunchy Leaf not so lucky with their Gravitic Flux in the way. And Nova thinks, you know what? I don't need my team. I can take care of this up for myself. This cart is going to make it all the way through that finish line, which is only a couple of inches away. And with that meterage being covered, 5 minutes is what they'll have in order to get that cart to the yellow box of victory just before point 2. With 5 minutes on the clock, that's a very tough hold for Grey Harbor Chokers.
I mean, now you can see the attempt at compositional changes for Grey Harbor Chokers, right? They bring out the May this time. It's tough. You're playing a composition that just doesn't have a lot of utility in this play. Like Charlater has to play very defensively, has to play very passively if they try and put their try and take an angle of opportunity. I mean, Tom is really good at finding those headshots. And NAU Blue, they're halfway through the point that they need to capture here. Grace Harbor has not really gained any control.
Nice, double kill from Toon Link. I mean, what can we say? It's just the Soldier coming through. Toon Link showing that they're not going to be showing up by Tobias Max this time around. Tobias Max on the May is definitely alive for now, but it's not going to be easy to get back into this. They're not even close to the Blizzard just yet, and there's no one that can touch. That's NAU Blue taking down map 3, and map 3 is going to lead it to a 2-1 lead for them. We finish up Escort. Grey Harbor Chokers, you got to find some way to get back into this, but with their map pick, might see them taking the lead up again.
Just Jocelyn, by the way, a huge part of the defensive half of NAU. But we're seeing the highlight here, but the Zen just activated in the thick of things. Zen is brawling further forward than the tank is. Oh man, great stuff. From NAU Blue is they'll regain the series lead here, but I mean, yeah, this is just a good macro read by NAU Blue, recognizing that they have a stronger read on the Widowmaker. They have a better chance of kind of making that run, and the threat of Tom's Widowmaker, I think, was a huge part of that Circuit Royale, right? You can't just kind of give space to the Widowmaker because that's going to open up everyone else as well, and unfortunately for Grace Harbor, they just don't have a response, and you can see that and not to single out Charlater, because I think Charlater's performed excellently in the series. It's just indicative moment on the Pharah on Circuit Royale. It's so much harder to get baseline value compared to like a Sojourn, like a Widowmaker, and they just don't have the same aggressive damage pressure that NAU Blue did, and that's a huge part of why Circuit Royale goes to NAU Blue for the series lead.
Yeah, and thinking about it, right, there aren't really a lot of escort maps that play into Pharah's very well in the first place.
Yeah.
Especially in the current map pool that we have. Like, you think about Watchpoint Gibraltar, Dorado, We have? What else did we have? Junkertown, not really great. Circuit Royale, like there weren't a lot of options to go to in the first place. Route
Yeah.
66 isn't that great either. So Cheerleader's map pool being hero pool being limited was gonna bite them in the behind anyways on an escort map type. But it's Circuit Royale definitely didn't help. So
Yeah.
now that they get to pick the map and going on to push, there's a lot more opportunity for the Fire to potentially find value in case they get the right map, to pick. There's only 3, but of the 3, I know which one I would lean towards if I wanted to play a Fire. And let's see if NAU Blue recognizes that and bans that one out.
Well, I mean, the question is also which map would you ban in this case?
I mean, I would banish Esperanza if I was them. Honestly, I think that's the most logical one with a tower in the way. It's a little bit more curvy with those walls. There's a lot more places to hide and play from as the Pharah.
Yeah.
But like Colosseo has some places, New Queen Street has some places. Like they're all possible to play Fire, at least more than New, what's it called, Secret Royale.
Right.
So it's always a little bit tricky. In this case, though, it's going to be New Queen Street that's being banned by NAU Blue, so they don't want to go there, and it's going to be Colosseo that's being picked here from the Great Harbor Chokers. So
Yeah.
I mean, they disagree with me, but on the other hand, maybe they've got something up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, is that we do have a substitute coming back in. McMean's going to be back on the tank line here. Nova going to be stepping back out for the moment. So, hey, an opportunity for NAU Blue to truly cement their lead in the series if they take this map. And obviously, you want to deny that if you are Gray's Harbor. Now, for Colosseo, right, this is a map that I think is, of the push maps, the most solved to this point, right? It's the map that we have the most game time on over competitive. It's the one I've seen the most played the most, actually, in kind of the competitive scene.
Yeah.
So we'll get a sense of that. Sorry for the small bait there. We load into the map and then you come back to see us. So hello again.
It's what happens every now and then. It's one of those where every now and then teams just aren't really ready or something else happens. It's the nature of live production. You can't do everything perfectly. Neither can we. That's why we sometimes can't find our words or something else happens. But we are indeed going to Colosseo. That's not a bait. That is going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, when we think about Colosseo, like especially with the Pharah as well, like there are some longer sight lines that you can abuse against the Pharah, but it's also a lot of areas where she can fly around these corners, and while that first hallway might seem like it's very enclosed and annoying, you can fly around the pillars a little bit, and you can find those angles to spam from. It's still very tricky to deal with that Pharah in the first place. That being said, they might have something else up their sleeve. They pulled out the May on Circuit Royale over there. I mean, that wasn't later doing it, but that was Tobias Max, which can still be a very strong pick on Colosseo as well. If you have those small corridors, why not play the May? The walls can be very valuable. You can still throw those icicles down the range. I would like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I will also say though that we should talk a little bit about the patch that came in as well, because that has changed up some stuff, right? For everyone kind of unaware, or for those unaware, I suppose, we had a new patch come in. Was it 2 days ago? Right on Tuesday.
2 days ago. Sure.
So Doomfist, we've seen a lot more Doomfist played today. A lot of that coming down because Doomfist got buffed in the last patch, right? His empowered punch is up more frequently. He both cooldown wise, or seismic slams cooldown also reduced a little bit, and you get empowered punch from using your meteor strike. So one of the reasons why we saw a lot more Doomfist, and continue to see more Doomfist, as McMean gonna open up on this. Another substitute, by the way, as Void is also coming in here for NAU Blue on the support line.
Yeah, I like the Void 212. It's a fun, cool name coming back into it. It's gonna be the Baptiste this time around, and there was a lot of pressure on their previous select support, so not at all surprising that they want some relief. But not always the case. Sometimes players just, you know, they have a little bit of a different idea of what they want to play in a certain map, and the Void on the Baptiste might just be the better fit at the moment. Zap's coming in on the Orisa, though. That's a very strong pick against that Doomfist in particular. But Tobias Max still under a lot of pressure from McMean. A lot of health bars going super low on that Grace Harbor choke side, but the heals are coming through. Rias and Crunchy Leaf working overtime, but working hard. And McMean and Tobias Max getting traded out, but there goes Rias. There's the backline finally being touched for Grace Harbor Chokers, and there needs to be a lot of value being gained from the remaining members if they want to be able to win out this fight. The bot has started moving a little bit in favor of NAU Blue. Not too much. The barriers now starting being pushed, and they're already equalized. 0.44 meters is just negligible. No, it's not that much. Crunchy Leaf, Toon Link, the trades are going back and forth, as we often see in this particular part of the map. And it's might be a while before this bot starts moving if this keeps happening.
I actually get the Mercy down, though, for Grace Harbor, so there's no Resurrect. You can actually see, despite McMean taking a ton of damage, it's going to be Grace Harbor Chokers who lose positioning here. And, I mean, the first ultimate's coming up for NAU Blue. That was the Bob used in the backline. You can see no contest. Gets rid of the Immortality Field.
Yeah, Tobias Max already. I mean, Tobias Max did switch back over to the Sojourn instead of the Hanzo, which hasn't worked out for them yet. But with this res, they have an opportunity to come back into the fight and do some damage. As Jer later, back in the Blackline now, the Reaper gonna do a lot of damage, be a big distraction, and it gives Tobias Max a window to get that first opening onto Tom. Takana is looking for that res, will get it off, but in the meantime, it's going to be the Void 212 going super low and being taken out by Zabs. This Javelin Spin, huge Meteor Strike, and the Charge Punch after, which come in with the new patch. It's going to make sure that Tobias Max is not going to be around for longer. That res will come in on time, though. I think they got the cooldown just on time. We'll be able to get that in, and with the Death Blossom double kill from Jar later, this bot is going to be pushing in the other direction. Calvin is on the walk.
This has been the first actual real fight win for either squad, really, right? Uncontested, meaning that NAU Blue will likely give up the lead here. Toon Link on the flank, trying to find some value. Has to be chased away. See, I don't know though, the respawns are here in time. The Void already forced to use an Immortality Field. Yeah, that's going to be it. That's the lead going over to Grace Harbor.
No, they just barely get that off as the second find does take off, but Toon Link already... I mean, it's just a triple kill, quadruple kill. You just got the lead, and you're pretty much going to lose it instantly, because there's no way anyone can really contest this.
Jar later, I think, is dead. I don't see any way this... Yeah.
Nah. And with that late kill, it's going to be even more of a guaranteed lead gain here for NAU Blue. It might even get to the checkpoint before the contest comes in.
Yeah, there's definitely room for Grace Harbor to actually take this fight. You've got, you know, the overclock, you've got the window. See Tobias Max setting up, trying to find an avenue of attack. But it's going to be a real risk here. Ooh, playing with fire a little bit there.
Ooh, Rias going down early again.
Yeah.
It's been happening more consistently over the series. The rest does come through, but it buys a little bit more space for NAU Blue. A very deep Meteor Strike, though, from McMean. Can they get out alive? A lot of power from that block. A lot of healing coming in. They barely make it, but that was a very big risk, and the checkpoint does get taken. No one from Grace Harbor Chokers could make it to that Calvin in time, and he's just going to put that barrier straight onto the checkpoint for NAU Blue. As this fight is still going on, it actually properly started or finished either way, as this poking phase is taking forever, Lafon. It is just ridiculous.
Yeah, the big thing, though, is that NAU Blue, they're going to commit to this fight. Tom trying to use the overclock. And they've actually continued to keep control of the bot.
Going to be McMean looking for a little bit more value out of that Doomfist. The punch is a little bit more powerful in this match, of course. Gets the punch off onto the Mercy with Crunchy Leaf. She can just fly back up. That's what Mercy's good at. Just the Guardian Angel back, the Resurrection onto Rias. And all the damage you did as Doomfist is just instantly denied. But there we go. Tobias Max off the map. Another punch onto Rias. And McMean is just a menace. We saw it on Busan before. And it's just the truth again here on Colosseo as this lead is starting to build for NAU Blue.
And a reminder that 105 tends to be the marker by which we really look for a team to take the lead and kind of cement themselves on a map, right? Toon Link, again, just providing so much pressure in the backline. They forced Tobias Max off the Sojourn. And at this point, Grace Harbor Chokers, they haven't been even able to use their ultimates, right? Despite having more resources, they can't get things to go through.
Jarlater with a double kill, though, and immediately taking out the immortality fields. Glowing taken out as a result, but the res comes through. There's no way you're going to defend this, right? Nope, Sekana doesn't even get the res off. Gets Crunchy Leaf, goes in for the aggressive pistol. Yeah, if you see the weapon swap speed, it's actually really fast now, Lafon. I mean, I don't know if you've ever played a lot of Mercy, or if you do play a lot of Mercy, but that weapon swap is speedy. That's all I'll say.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, that being said, Grace Harbor Chokers are forced to essentially use ultimates to get out of spawn, right? NAU Blue, they get that forward spawn, meaning that they're right back in the thick of things. Ooh, that was close. Later sees their life flash before their eyes there.
Yeah, very aggressive posturing as well. Tom does take Rias out, but gets rest instantly. And with the railgun not finding too much during that overclock, this looks to be a little bit more of an aggressive push coming out from Grace Harbor Chokers once again. They finally are able to get a little bit more distance on their bot. And they might even push the barrier all the way to the checkpoint with that aggressive fight. They do find all the targets they need. This finally looks to be a little bit closer to equal on the distance. Not quite there yet, though. About a 50-meter distance still.
You can see the reset coming in now for NAU Blue. I would expect McMean to actually go for an aggressive contest here to prevent that checkpoint coming in. They do have the Meteor Strike, as we highlighted. Yeah, you can see. Going to the point, making sure that no one can actually stop this bot from stopping the bot from actually touching the point.
Meteor Strike comes in again. Good Wraith form in time. Trying to still go after Tobias Max. Won't even hit them with the punch. It was a little bit too short distance. Tobias Max does find to Void in the meantime. It will get rezzed up. No, it's going to be the Void that's going to be rezzed up. As Sekana is with the Valkyries, just keeping their entire team alive and damage boosted. It did almost equalize the distance, but didn't quite get to the checkpoints. This is going to be another bot returning to the middle to reset the distance and find NAU Blue trying to extend their lead.
Not getting the checkpoint is massive because it means that Grace Harbor has to walk all the way back into the original spot. It's so far that they're not going to get a staging ground here in the middle. They have to work that much harder to gain map control. And, I mean, NAU Blue doing a great job of just slowing down the game at this point. Remember, 2.5 minutes left on this timer. You don't need to overcommit to these fights.
Maybe Grace Harbor Chokers with the High Noon from Tobias Max finds Tom. It was a good pick to get Tom out of the way. We'll get res back up, but at least the res has been used now. Valkyrie from Crunchy Leaf is going to be a little bit more valuable than not having it, obviously, on Sekana's side, and there will the Mercy fall. The Void also going down. No more backline supports here for NAU Blue, as Tom does find zaps, but it's probably not going to be enough to sustain him through this fight. Bot still pushing, though. Galvin very enthusiastic, pushing the barrier away. But Jarlater wants to stop that progress, wants to find Tom. Both super low, those DPS. You see Tom just making use of that longer range spam. Jarlater has to go back and get healed up. Tom is going to get away with their life.
Point. Yeah, because NAU Blue have the forward spawn, right? They can force 2 fights before the checkpoint gets taken. Whereas Grace Harbor, they have to fight for everything. There's now a minute and a half remaining. NAU Blue only have to win 2 more fights to win this map.
Yeah, got big value out of Death Blossom this last time. Let's see what it's going to do this time around. He's just trying to deny any value from McMean, but it's not going to be enough. Both supports down, and Grace Harbor Chokers in a world of trouble if they ever want to try and get some value out of this map, maybe even win it out. But with a minute left on the clock, the Death Blossom only getting 1 kill, and everyone going down on the side of Grace Harbor Chokers, it is not enough so far. 100 meters and 9 centimeters is currently what that barrier is on for the blue team, but NAU Blue is looking to extend the lead even further with their current fight win.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, again, NAU Blue, they had that resurrect, so the Void doesn't even have to walk back from spawn. NAU Blue, they have every ultimate. They have 5 check marks here. And they get the first pick off. What a tremendous opening frag.
Yeah, they're trying to go for that res, but obviously the instant focus on the Crunchy Leaf, so that cannot happen. Rias also down, the support's just crumbling, falling apart like a house of cards, and with the full team kill coming in and 20 seconds on the clock, this map seems to be all but over. The 3-1 lead for NAU Blue getting ever closer with every centimeter that bot pushes it, and Calvin is the hero they truly need, the hero they deserve. The NAU Blue is going to get what they deserve as well with the map victory here. Going to be very hard to come back into this, and an overtime push seems nigh impossible. Grace Harbor Chokers trying it nonetheless. They are coming in with a couple more heroes, but one by one they get picked off. And while Jarlater does find 1, it is not going to be enough because you need 5. And that's going to be Calvin pushing it almost into the end. Not quite enough. Not quite yet. And Grey Harbor Chokers definitely haven't found enough just yet. There are some picks coming through, and with the respawns being so close, it is a little bit longer of a cleanup, but in the end, they do find it. 3-1 NAU Blue.
What a map there on the final fight. I mean, from NAU Blue. I mean, the big thing there is the fact that NAU Blue never allow the checkpoint to tick over, right? They allow themselves the best opportunity at victory. I mean, this is the Sojourn coming alive, right?
Yeah, it really is. One after one after one. It's one of the cool things about Sojourner Ultimate. It's just like 1, 2, 3. Like she counts with you as you get multiple kills in that overclock. But you know, Tom just doesn't just do it on a Sojourner. We saw him doing it on the Cassidy. We've seen him doing it on the Widowmaker. They're just a formidable DPS at this stage, and they really are abusing the fact that their team is making space for them. McMean on that Doomfist especially. What a nuisance. What a distraction. Just couldn't get anything done in Grey Harbor Chokers without looking at that fist.
Yeah, well, with that being said, it is now match point for NAU Blue. We'll go to a quick break. When we return, it could be the final map of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, for the potential conclusion of this match between NAU Blue and the Grey Harbor Chokers. Currently, it's a 3-1 lead for NAU Blue after we just saw Colosseo go their way. But now that we're going into the fifth map between these two teams, we're going to get another chance for the Grey Harbor Chokers to find their footing, bring the series back up to a 3-2, maybe a 3-3. There's no more mistakes allowed for them.
And this is now the opportunity. Every game from here on out is a possibility to award the grand finals champion, NAU Blue, hoping to make it themselves after what has been a stellar performance through the regular season. A reminder, they are undefeated at this point and are now one map away from completing that run through. So we're going to wait to see where we head to next as these teams highlight, both the map ban and the map selection as we go back to Grey's Harbor's map pick as they look to try and stem the bleeding here and keep themselves alive in this series.
Yep, it's all they need to do. They just need to win 3 maps in a row without, losing any. It's all they need to do. It's not that hard, right? I mean, we know they can win maps because they won one. But so far, the maps they have lost in a they're not always a dominant fashion, but at least a fashion that looked very convincing for NAU Blue. So they need to, again, we keep talking about this difference in playstyles between these teams. And it does seem like the Grey Harbor Chokers are a little bit more limited in how flexible they can be between those playstyles, which means that NAU Blue sort of has an easier time finding these answers for them than they do, vice versa. So looking into their next map pick, looking into the next maps that they have to play, that's still something we're going to highlight, that we're going to look at. But it doesn't mean the Grey Harbor Chokers don't have a chance to come back into this.
No, it's still very doable for them, right? We obviously saw that on Paraíso. It was very much in the opposite court. It just comes down to the fact that at this stage, NAU Blue have been able to up the tempo on the maps they've won, right? The Paraíso got away from them a little bit, I think. They tried to play, that skirmish style, especially if we think of that second phase. Fights where realistically they didn't have a ton of opportunities to win. They still tried to invest. We saw Nova go in for a lot of plays in the Doomfist, and it just wasn't working. Ever since then, though, I would highlight the fact that NAU Blue has been more disciplined with those skirmishes, right? They've taken those fights and have kind of extended time bank, but they have done so sort of without really investing, right? If you're down a player, just try and make a trade and then back out and reset, wait for so both teams are forced to kind of hold in place. So if that ends up being the case here in map 5, then definitely an opportunity, I think, for this one to close out. And it's going to come down to, can you punish the skirmish if you're a Grey's Harbor? That's where you have to kind of really look to find avenues for victory here as we head to map number 5.
Yeah, and thinking about it as well, like, what do they like to play? The cheerleader's been very confident on the Pharah, and we go to control maps where Pharah is often a very viable pick. Busan wasn't really one of those, the map that we started out with.
Yeah.
And Ilios could have been good, but it got banned out. Luckily, there's one more map that if you think control, you think that's a pretty good Pharah map, and that is Oasis. And that's exactly where they're going to take it. It was a really good pick. I like that they went there. I think with their general playstyle, that's going to be good for them. But it's also something that they're going to expect to come out on the other side. Like Tom on the Cassidy, on the Ashe, even on the Widowmaker has been showing up really well. So they still have to find a way to put more pressure on them while they make that Pharah work.
Yeah, and we do have a highlight of the substitute as well. McMean is backing out once more, and it's going to be Nova stepping in. I think McMean has showcased a Doomfist and a Reinhardt, but I think in this case we're expecting to see perhaps a little bit more flexibility here, maybe a Sigma even. That's, I think, where Nova has really been the difference maker, or where the hero pool has kind of been different. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Other than that, it has been NAU really playing with their roster selection, right? They've worked with a ton of different players. The tanks have substitute in for each other. Their supports have been kind of moved back and forth, and everyone has really performed to a very high level. So it has kept their opposition on the back foot a bit when you're not really sure if it's a stylistic change, if it's going to be a compositional change, and NAU playing both the internal macro as well as the external meta of this game, and have given themselves a pretty significant lead now.
Yeah, and there we go. Gonna go straight into Oasis. Depending which point we get first might also matter. it's not really like a big difference. They're all good maps for potentially what they want to play. We might see more variables in terms of which tanks they're going to play. But it is interesting to not see McMean indeed in this on the control map. Last time they were in on the Doomfist and then on the Reinhardt on Busan. But this time it's going to be Nova getting a shot at it. The Void will still be in. There's no support swaps. And Grace Harbor Chokers, I mean, it's a 5-man roster, so they don't really have anywhere else to go. Well, these 5 players that they're bringing in. I think they have 1 substitute. Maybe 2. They're just not playing today, it seems like.
Grace Harbor Chokers keeping the same starting roster. So see if they're able to make a recovery here. This is, I mean, probably the strongest Pharah point that we're opening up on here on Gardens. Right, a lot of vertical cover. You can really, dodge in and around the map. And I think Blue gonna respect that actually off the rip. They're opening up with the Pocket Ash instead of the remaining showcases they've got. Now, here's where the thing comes in. Zabs is on the Reinhardt. Reinhardt actually ends up getting bullied quite a bit by the Doomfist in this current patch, in my opinion. We'll see if Zabs can stay alive in that front line. See Nova taking a ton of space, but also a ton of damage here off the early part of this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for Nova to stay alive. And unless Tom just says, you know what, I don't really care that you have a Pharah. I'm just going to shoot her out the sky. The res will come through. That is what Frenchy Leaf's been so good at all series long. Will finally be put under pressure by Nova on the Doomfist, but just Guardian Angels away, and it's Tobias Max instead that's going to be the target. The heals are coming through tremendously well from Grace Harbor Chokers at the moment, though. Those DPS and the supports all going super low, but still getting healed back up, and that's been a big part. Not letting those supports fall. The Void, yes, to use the Immortality Field to stay alive, will be going down, and now it is indeed Tobias Max that will finally be found, and might almost have been long enough for the rest to be back up. Rias also falling. It's going to be up to Crunchy Leaf to try and keep their team alive. They're close to the Valkyrie, though. Might be able to, just with that ultimate, may sustain through the rest of the fight. Sekana brings back Tom, but at the expense of the Void. There is Tom, finally, though. Finding the value, both his Mercy and the Fire out of the sky. Only has to look at the Reinhardt, and with them out of the way, going to be the first point cap going to NEU Blue with a very contested fight.
A really strong fight, though, positionally from NAU Blue. They don't, I mean, Grace Harbor Chokers, despite getting to the objective, NAU Blue take map control first, but Grace Harbor Choker cleans up, and they're able to get in position. NAU Blue don't allow the point to tick over in their opponent's favor, though. That's critical, because now it's actually NAU Blue who takes the first lead. Allspob's going to go wide. That's just another tool that NAU Blue is going to be able to build back so much quickly. Toon Link dealing a ton of damage here on the Tracer.
Big dynamite coming in from Tom. Will not find a value, though, when it's both Tom and Sekana go down. It's free skies for Jarlater. Meteor Strike is going to come in straight onto the Sojourn, but that is a huge power slide away. No kills for you. Nova has to back out as a result. At least doesn't go down, but Jarlater actually wants to try and find that pick with a damage boost. Not going to happen, though.
Very cheap fight for Grace Harbor as well, right?
Yeah.
Only the Valkyrie. Only the Valkyrie and 2 ultimates were used by NAU Blue. See, now Tobias Max setting up, trying to build up to a railgun, and then into the overclock. First shot's gonna go out. Ooh. Oh, Jarlater dies. I think
they help the map somehow? Oh, no, they're tied to themselves. Yep, they're still in a very visible position. I think that's what Crunch Leaf's going to look for. Sekana does fall to the overclock eventually. There also goes Toon Link, so there is a numbers advantage here for Grace Harbor Chokers. They are looking for a little bit more, though, with that Bob out. It's a lot of extra damage. Crunchy Leaf has to try really hard to keep their teammates alive. Zab's almost going down, but not quite. And there they go. They do fall. The Rias couldn't help out enough on that. PDCO had to swift step away. And that's Jarlater going out to the Mercy of all things. Unfortunately, the Fire Mercy is just as susceptible to that new Caduceus Blaster as anybody else. Going to be the flip back for NEU Blue.
There. And the Valkyrie running the mobility, and of course, Jarlater at half HP. So Grace Harbor will get a lead temporarily, but not much longer. This is still an opportunity for them to turn back in their favor. This needs to be an up-tempo fight from Grace Harbor Chokers. They need to use the Kitsune Rush. They need to get Jarlater and Zabs in position. They need to commit to this fight. Suzu Force already, and that's actually not a good trade.
It's a good commit that comes through, though. Losing Sekana is a big deal for NAU Blue. No more res in the fight. They could potentially res on Crunchy Leaf, but it's not going to happen this time around. I mean, it doesn't really get any value out of the particular Meteor Strike. It doesn't have to. Not a few ultimates used for NAU Blue, though. Grace Harbor Chokers need a little bit more.
I mean, the reason that's not a great fight for Grays Harbor is that losing the Faro that early, there's no one in position to capitalize off that damage, right? You needed the Kitsune Rush to be the opening engagement. Now, there is an opportunity here. It is final fight, so the win condition is still the same. Kitsune Rush, then Earth Shatter. But again, now you have to dodge the Pulse Bomb. You have to dodge the Bob coming in a moment.
Ooh, no,
That's a Kitsune
Suzu
Rush. You
from
need
Rias. The Kitsune Rush once again not used. Zap's still looking for an opportunity for that Earth Shatter, but it still hasn't come through either. And Zap just being pressured away by the Bob, by the Doomfist. Cannot get anything done, and this overtime is just going to tick down. There's nothing they can do. Jar later can try and Wraith Form in on that Reaper, but that's not going to be enough. We go to 100% for NAU Blue when they take the first point.
That is just a great final fight by NAU Blue. Recognizing the win condition of their opponent, pressuring out the Suzu. And then the Pulse Bomb stick. The Tracer just coming up clutch in the end for NAU Blue. And now, I mean, this is the final round. 1 round away at this stage for the series, for the championship, for the victory here. As NAU Blue have successfully set the tempo of this map. Grays Harbor Chokers, I mean, that's it. You know, we said they couldn't make any mistakes at the start of this map. Now they well and truly cannot. They are on the brink of elimination.
A very tough one, but again, a very decent map. All gonna come down to their ultimate usage. I mean, it's not that they don't build up ultimates, they just don't get a chance to use them half the time. Be a little bit more proactive with those, even if they get only 1 or 2 kills out of them. That's just worth it. The old volume is just higher on NAU Blue's side. Looking for early pickoffs. A lot of pressure onto Nova. But with that power punch, they can instantly throw Rias off the map. No, it's going to be Tobias Max instead. Kiriko's still alive. But losing that, it's going to be 1 elimination, 2 eliminations. And Nova is the master of the cliff here. Nothing you can do. No resurrections possible. That's 3 off the map. And Nova's going to get play of the game off of that. Like, no one else can really top that anymore, can they?
A little bit of celebration at the end there. It's a great final fight. I mean, that's the one way to counter the Mercy, I suppose, right? The eliminations, make sure they're entirely off the side of the objective, or into the death pit. And there's no way to resurrect. Charlator's so weak. That would have been a disaster pickoff, but Fiddling forced to recall.
Instead, it's going to be now a... Jar later, finding a lot with that Junkrat already. Tobias Max a double on the Cassidy as well. Finally, some hero swaps coming through from both those DPS. Tobias Max getting a lot of pressure from Nova, though, will not be able to live. And while they started off that fight with a couple of good picks, there's just too much trade and chaos coming back from NAU Blue. They're surrounding them from all sides and getting value regardless.
That is another fight, by the way, where Nova is a hero. Just the difference maker for the team. Though the point flips over temporarily, not really significant. Despite NAU Blue losing the first 2 bigs, both their supports at that. I mean, Nova gets value out of the Meteor Strike. I think it was like 3 kills combined with Tom, so tremendous stuff. And I don't believe going for a resurrect. That was a risky play.
A little bit more looking here. Crunchy Leaf already taken out. Tobias Max falls, and these like Grey Harbor Chokers, as much as they want it, as much as they maybe even deserve it at times, they're just falling back in the same trap that they had on Busan. It's every fight they just lose a member early, or they when they find picks, they go in too deep. Jar later is now getting staggered with 60% on the board. I mean, they really got to start finding something here.
And I mean, the problem with these really early pickoffs is that it doesn't really force resources out of the defense. And NAU Blue, they'll have Bob to contest the objective. It's Kitsune Rush. I mean, they haven't seen it in a full round and a half. It needs to be big here. Rias needs to open it up with it.
There it is. Immediately open with the Kitsune Rush. That's a good start. Immortality Field already out with a Bob to try and deny any follow-up from the Kitsune Rush. And Tom, indeed, with the Bob, manages to find the pick on Tobias Max. The Immortality Field was already gone, so it doesn't save against the Riptire. But Nova, also going down, might actually open something up here. But the risk comes through. Unfortunately, you thought you had the Doomfist finally taken care of, but it's not enough. Rias does find Toon Link, but with Nova alive, just running around as the men as they are on that Doomfist, not going to be enough to be taken out once. They need to be taken out twice. And with 100%, NAU Blue has taken the 4th map. They take the victory, they take the championship, and they become the #1 in the Emergence division here in the NECC.
Nova will get the highlight here of this final map, but I mean, the story for NAU Blue is the entirety of their season. It's not just this game. It's not just the grand finals. A reminder, 9-0 in the entirety of it, dropping just 3 maps in the regular season, 1 here
And now a
in the
fourth.
playoffs.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff here from NAU Blue, as they are your grand champions here. And I mean, highlight performance for sure from their opposition, but NAU Blue were not to be denied, as they will take the 4-1 victory and crown themselves champions.
And who can really stop them? Well, the answer this season was no. I'm sure they'll be back for another season where all teams can once again try and battle it out with NAU Blue. This time around, though, again, like you said, they're the champions. They're the number one, and I cannot wait to actually talk to them and see what that means to them, how they got here, and what else information we can get out of them. Maybe we can actually find out what their favorite, flavor ice cream is. I don't know. We'll figure it out with them. We'll go do a short break, and when we're on break, we're trying to find one of the players, at least one, maybe more, NAU Blue, that tries to want to have a chat with us. See how this victory changes them, maybe, as people. If it doesn't change them, why not? See you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. And if you thought those games were a treat, Lafon, I think we're gonna give you everybody even more of a treat. I mean, I think normally say like, oh, we got one person in from the team. I think we got more than one person this time. So here is
Spoilers.
NAU Blue, like all of them, just straight
Hey,
up.
oh, everyone get in. Hi.
It's just
There we go.
Jocelyn in
Yeah,
the
let's
foreground.
get
We see
everyone.
everyone behind them. What a team! I mean, they
How's
had a
it going,
great
guys?
game day.
Yeah, we got Say, Tom, Cold Knight, or McMean. There's Toon up there. Nova. I cannot see who I'm pointing to. Everyone's there. Everyone's here though.
It's always weird, like with the mirror cameras at my
It
right
is,
hand, my
it's a
left
little bit
hand.
odd,
Yeah,
yes.
no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
It's what we do on a daily basis. But Lafon, I mean, this was a great game for them. Just Jocelyn. I mean, I could ask all of you guys honestly, but yeah, I mean, you had a really good season. Only 3 maps dropped. Now you dropped a 4th. Are you guys disappointed by anything that happened this season? Was there anything you think like, oh, we really need to work on that?
I don't think we have any disappointments. Any disappointments, fellas? No, I think we had a very solid season. Really, it's just a pleasure to be here playing in the tournament. Truthfully, just a joy. These guys are all just a joy to be around, a joy to play with. So no, I don't think there's really anything we're disappointed with. You know, the golden stage might have happened, but you know it doesn't. Sometimes that's the case, right? You know, so just happy to win. Truthfully.
I mean, happy to win, sure, but the performance your team put on was absolutely spectacular. I'm going to give you a moment to wax poetic about your performance, not just through the regular season, but the playoffs as well. Truthfully, what was sort of the highlight for you over the entirety of the season?
Oh goodness, the highlight of the season. I really couldn't tell you. We had a we had a party the other week right after Thanksgiving. We had a bunch of the team come. We played some in houses, and that was kind of the first time the team we had all been together in person, and that was pretty nice. But really, it's I don't know if we have a special highlight. Really, it's just been a great season. We had a last scrim that wasn't on stream. That doesn't count. We had Tom get a like 7K as a Nano Widow, so that was.
I think that counts, even if it wasn't on stream. I think that absolutely counts. Yeah.
No, normally I'd say picks or it didn't happen, but we'll believe you. We'll believe you. 7 picks did happen after all. So
Say's got we got a clip of it. We have a clip of it. So
okay.
It's lying around
Well, maybe
somewhere.
maybe we can send it over to NECC and they can find a way to highlight that a little bit.
I'm sure we'll see.
I'm sure it exists somewhere, right? That being said, I mean, obviously you guys like this season is finished. What are the plans for the future? Because there's gonna be holidays and there's more after, I hope.
This is our reading week before our finals, so we're wrapping up our semester here. I don't know if we're gonna planning on doing it. I don't know if we're planning on doing any more scrims, but really it's just gonna be about like playing over the winter break, seeing what we have happen, and there's gonna be more tryouts where the teams are gonna be changed up. We're one of 3 teams currently. NEU Blue, we're JV. There's a varsity team and there's an academy team. So there's gonna be some mix-ups once we have tryouts in January, and that's like the plan for the future. I really like this group of people, and I'm really happy that we got the grand finals together because I don't know if we're gonna be together next semester. Truthfully, we'll see what happens. Hope so, but
I mean,
fingers crossed, right?
Excellently done, though. I mean, truly, just an absolute.
I'm not the only one
wonderful
that's
grand finals to get to witness. Any shout outs here for you and your team?
Oh my God! Any shout outs? Any shout outs for anyone? Anyone?
Coach.
Yeah, Aya. Okay, our coach. I don't know if they're watching. Coach Aya, they're at work right now, but they've been an absolute joy to work with throughout this whole semester. They really stepped up and pulled the team together. They, they're not a student at NAU. They used to be, right? But they just kind of stepped up, right? Joined in. We're like, hey, I'll coach this team because the varsity, varsity captain, our captain, he's with varsity. So Aya stepping up is an absolute shout out. They are wonderful. They really hold the team together. Love them every day.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna ask for like a team chant, but apparently you don't have one.
No,
so
we don't have a team chant.
maybe
no.
that's one of the plans for the future.
Maybe.
Develop a chant for the teams in general, so everyone can just be unified. And next time we have that grand finals interview, you guys are ready to do that one.
We'll do it. Yeah, we'll have a team chant next time. Next finals for sure.
Yeah, for now though, thank you so much for jumping into the
thank you,
interview
guys.
to everyone. I mean, there's all 6 of you just in the shots. Always good to see you, even with the hoodies on. You gotta be representing.
Yeah, a
right?
couple of hoodies. I mean, I prefer something a little bit more formal, right?
Yeah.
Dress for the occasion. But no, the hoodies for repping the logo. It's been a great season. Thank you guys for having me.
Well, thank you again so much for coming on. And with that, that was the division finals. We have the champions right here. One more applause for NAU Blue coming in here as the finals. And as we close that match out, we're going to go again, throw to a quick break. After that, obviously, we will be back with the next finals because there's more divisions to be played tonight at NECC. See you in a little bit.
I thought I was gonna get slammed by the
Have a good
person.
one.
Welcome back, everybody. After the first series, it's now time for series number 2 at the NECC Overwatch Grand Finals, the 2022 fall season. I'm in a class still here with LaFawn, and we got another series lined up. LaFawn, tell us all about it. What we got coming up?
Well, we have our Champions Division here as we get set for our second game of the day, a Grand Finals day here at the NECC. Bethel Pilots coming up against Cumberland Phoenix, our number 1 seed in this division, taking on the number 2 seed. So the first and second best team are in the Grand Finals. The performance in the regular season wasn't a fluke. Now we're waiting to see if Cumberland Phoenix can pull off the upset or if Bethel Pilots will walk away continued undefeated.
Yeah, of course, both these teams have faced off before, but before we get into the dynamics between these two teams, let's take a little bit of a look at the lineups that they're going to be bringing us tonight. They got some substitutes on the bench, so they might swap a few out, but we're going to be starting here on the Bethel Pilots with Dawson, Quipsy, Big J5, Kuda, and Space Marine coming right at you here. I mean, we said it, right? We get a number 1 against the number 2 seed. They've barely lost the map the entire season. In fact, they're only on 4 map losses so far. 1 versus SIUE Black, 2 versus Redbird Academy, and 2 a couple of weeks ago versus Purdue Black. So it's a very hot season for the Bethel Pilots, is very safe to say. But on the other side, there are the Cumberland Phoenix coming back against them. Potentially a good challenger against them as the second seed, but it doesn't mean they're going to necessarily walk away with the win here, LaFawn.
Yeah, starting roster today, Leon Master, Illa, Tamaki, Gil, and Hemlock. So, I mean, both these teams actually fairly lean on the roster sizes. I think total of 6 players per squad, so only 1 substitute in this one, and for each team. And I mean, for Cumberland Phoenix, right, they are the underdog coming to this. Obviously, the number 2 seed. Sure. Their last time up against Bethel Pilots was fairly recently, was in week 5, right? The last game that was possible to be played in the regular season, they lost in 0-3 there. So fairly, again, this is not a case of a team, changing over the course of a season. They're going to have had rapid improvement through the playoffs. And at least from the scoreline, double 3-0s for Cumberland Phoenix, where Bethel Pilots did drop 1 map in their playoff run so far. So we'll see if Cumberland Phoenix has had time to completely retool their approach and challenge the #1 team coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. Just recently, the 0-3 loss versus this Bethel University team is not something that you're going to be taking into this match with confidence. But they had a couple of weeks, they had a couple of matches to, adjust some strategies, get back into it. They got a patch coming through, which might help their playstyle a little bit more. This could be the game where they turn it all around versus Bethel University and take that victory. So when we look at this, it's a first to 4 series. They have map selections, they have map bans. There is a lot more going on here than just a regular season match. A lot of factors that could potentially work in their favor. But that also goes for Bethel University, right? Like, it's a two-way street. You don't own, not just one team gets all the advantages, that you both get it, or disadvantages when you look at it that you want to. So when we go to the first control map, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, and the actual first seed gets to pick this. So the ban that came out from Cumberland was Busan. Bethel picks Lijiang Tower here, which means that after this, obviously, both those maps cannot be played again if they get to the next control map, which would be map 5. So coming out against this, Lijiang Tower, Night Market, Cumberland Phoenix versus the Bethel Pilots. Let's get it underway, LaFon.
It's exciting stuff here as we head into our grand final, our second grand final match of the day in the 01 here, man of class, and I mean, we have to address a point in that we've had a patch within the last 2 days. We've already seen in our first grand finals today changes in the meta. We've seen a lot of swaps in terms of role selection, in terms of hero select, and we're continuing that trend. Bethel Pilots will open up on the Orisa. Sojourn's still a mainstay. Cumberland Phoenix making way for the Doomfist. We are underway here in Night Market.
Ooh, one good javelin could just mess up everything about Killa's rhythm, though. Squibsy is looking for that, waiting for that Doomfist to make a move so they can instantly counter it, but Gil already zipping, zapping around the map on that Tracer. There's the aggressive posture, but the Suzu blocks the javelin, or at least makes him phase through it. Leon Master, very good in that timing, but it's an early ability use. Squibsy gets that javelin back very quickly, and the first point posture and the verse elimination coming through in the Bethel Pilots. They do look to take the percentage lead, but the fight's moving to the point, so it's not over just yet, as Kayla goes in with the slam, and Tamaki finds Big J5. These teams are certainly very evenly matched, and as the skirmish goes on, it's Tamaki that goes down next. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more point presence here for Bethel Pilots, but they could still try and force this fight if they want to. Gil looking for something, looking for a little bit more poke that can be finished off by Killa or vice versa. That Doomfist is just being corralled off the objective with Leo Master going down. There's no healing left. In the end, it will be Bethel Pilots cleaning up with Big J5 taking the lead.
Bethel Pilots actually do a great job of playing to the strengths of their composition. They space out aggressively in the early part of the fight, forcing Cumberland Phoenix to take awkward rotations. We saw the javelins being used by Clibsy to great effect. Once Cumberland Phoenix is on the back foot, they approach the objective, take control with their presence. They hold the point and are able to skirmish their way to a victory. Bethel Pilots will also open up in the first Kitsune rush here.
Tamaki does find Space Marine, but it's a triple kill coming out from Bethel Pilots. Huge Kitsune rush just overwhelms Cumberland Phoenix. It's gonna be Bethel Pilots winning out another fight in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, that's just it's a good one ult fight win there for Bethel Pilots, right? Kitsune rush uncontested. Cumberland Phoenix, even though they get one pick off, it's not going to be really enough. Now here's a good rotation, scouting out the Tracer. Actually, Big J not going to find value, and that's a Tracer caught out.
First, through the high ground, entire team finds Big J5, and that is a big part of their team comp off the map. No more Tracer to zip-zap around you, and Tamaki goes almost into the Terra Surge, but that's completely gone sideways for Quibsy. Won't have that left for the rest of the fight. Does deny Killa a little bit more space, but it's Tamaki that completely dominates the air. And with Killa cleaning up, this is going to be a point flip. Just depends on how much they can stall it, how much percentage they can milk. It's got to be 81%.
A big pickup there, Tamaki, actually, and for Cumberland Phoenix as well, is that it's a really cheap fight. And on top of that, that's Kuda being denied the sound barrier with the focusing beam. So Tamaki continues to be a threat on the Echo. Still, that's 8% gained. Bethel Pilots already forcing, Cumberland Phoenix to retreat. Bethel Pilots walking for free.
Big J5 just splitting up that fight a little bit with that Tracer constantly on the flanks, on the off angles, but so is Gil. Gil looking for a bit of an opening. Doesn't have the pulse bomb, but still has 2 pulse pistols that do a lot of damage. A little bit of a rebalancing coming through for Tracer, but that's also a little bit of rebalancing coming through in that fight as Tamaki's ultimate gets instantly denied with a bunch of rail shots from Space Marine. Gil looking for a bit of a defensive one. Recalls back into the back line of Bethel Pilots, trying to do a little bit of damage as Space Marine is being pushed back by Killa. Even though they had to overclock out, the overclock not getting any value in that one, but it's Gil and Quibsy that are getting traded out for one another. You're missing your tank or you're missing your Tracer. I know which one I would rather have, but that's a huge pulse bomb to Killa. Killa eventually getting taken out as well, together with Hemlock and Tamaki, and Space Marine left to their own devices is completely cleaning up here.
Bethel Pilots actually do a great job of denying Cumberland Phoenix value out of their ultimates, right? Cumberland Phoenix walk into that fight with 4 resources to their name, and between the duplicate and the Kitsune Rush, Cumberland Phoenix get nothing. So Bethel Pilots extending into that final fight. Now they have a sound barrier for it that's sustained. I mean, in final fight territory, Bethel Pilots are in a fantastic position.
They do all make it through the choke and onto the objective, so they force the fight into a different position. They need to touch, and so they do. And with Dawson and Space Marine already going down, that's already a very successful one for Cumberland Phoenix. They put them on the back foot, they force the rotation, and catch them out inside of it.
And now it's going to be final fight of the round now, as Cumberland Phoenix trends towards that 90% marker. Still, Cumberland Phoenix don't get a ton of resources. They're forced to spend everything just to take that point back. Now the duplicate has to be their only tool here in this final fight. Again, the sustain for Bethel Pilots. The name of the game, the sound barrier is going to allow them to extend, and that's the recall force from Gil early.
Quibsy making to the objective with a Terra Surge ready. Bit of a javelin throw, but it's going to be countered by an Ursa on the other side. Terra Surge comes through. Doesn't quite kill anybody, but will make sure they're all bunched up. Doesn't matter for Leon Master, though. They get the elimination of Big J5 as Hemlock gets traded back, and they were close to the sound barrier. Space Marine, though, will fall, and Gil just cleaning up a lot of targets here. It's going to be Cumberland Phoenix that denies the space. And that is the first point going to them in a comeback fashion.
Cumberland Phoenix controls the objective to great effect this time around. Bethel Pilots, though, they set the tempo for the majority of the map. In that final fight, I mean, the only thing Cumberland Phoenix realistically had, it was Tamaki's duplicate, right? That's all they had. And this time around, Bethel Pilots don't focus the Echo out of her ultimate. And as a result, Bethel Pilots, they just don't get enough value from the sustain advantage that they had. And credit to Cumberland Phoenix for being able to weather the storm of that sound barrier. So we now head into round number 2, into Control Center, with a lead for Cumberland Phoenix.
Yeah, Cumberland Phoenix starting to find their groove, but Quibsy wants to put a halt to that with the Roadhog pick, and Big J5 slowing them down with some turrets as well. A little bit less speediness probably coming out of Cumberland Phoenix. That being said, though, Tamaki on the Junkrat, it's an ever-present threat on a map like Control Center, and already some nades flying and doing a lot of damage. Quibsy's looking for that hook. If he gets that target, that could be a huge opening pick. They gotta find it first, and they're just being booped and bopped around by nades and mines and boops in general. Kuda helping to get the Roadhog in and out of fights is just not enough at the moment. But another hook comes out and goes wide again. Quibsy not quite delivering on the Roadhog just yet. But neither is Killa on the Doomfist. That's a good punch onto Dawson. No follow-up, though. There's finally the hook from Quibsy connecting. They go awfully low, and it's a trade between Dawson and Tamaki going down. Still a 4v4 on this objective as Gil's looking for the finish on that Symmetra. Goes awfully low, but eventually it's going to be Gil and Killa going down instead. And it looks to be a first control once again for Bethel Pilots in a very scrappy fight.
Impressive sustain from Bethel Pilots, despite only having the Lucio there in the final moments, right? Gil cannot get back to the supports in time. Cannot get back to Leon Master, and that is just enough. There's no poke to kind of clean up the very, very low members of the Bethel Pilots. So, once again, Bethel Pilots, they have an advantage. They have a Kitsune Rush, and this is looking like, at least for the first part of this point, an echo of the last round.
And that goes a lot to say indeed about how much healing Dawson did, because Leon Master was alive for longer, but didn't manage to get the Kitsune Rush up. That being said, both support holds very close for both teams. And there's the first whole hog out of Quibsy. Huge sound barrier to try and counteract that effect. And with the tire almost getting Quibsy, Leon Master just has to finish that off. The Roadhog out of the fight. No more hooks to worry about. And with a huge meteor strike plus another empowered punch, Killa is just smacking everyone around. This point is very much in control right now for Cumberland Phoenix. They still have to flip it. There's a Kitsune Rush from Leon Master, so they will have that advantage to finish off the fight, and they do flip the objective, but not a lot of members from Bethel Pilots went down, so they can quickly re-engage.
Well, the big thing there is that Bethel Pilots actually forced Cumberland Phoenix to use everything, right? There's the Kitsune Rush at the tail end of it. Good. That's actually a good pick by Leon Master to slow things down here. Bethel Pilots
One ultimate that was up.
Yeah, they'll be forced to kind of reset now. Cumberland
Gil
Phoenix
coming in with
Cumberland Phoenix have been forced to kind of overspend in these fights and trying to resuscitate their economy. They're going to get a couple of trail end pickoffs.
Oh, Leo Master going down there is not ideal, but this is where this composition comes in. This is where the power really spikes when you get that defensive position, right? You can keep spamming with the Junkrat, even with the Doomfist, you can keep punching them back, denying them entry, denying them momentum. And that's really what Cumberland Phoenix is hoping is going to be worth it. Gil Duck getting a pick off the Pulse Bomb could be problematic, but Space Marine is ready with the Overclock. Tries to get one, gets Killa out of it together with Kuda. Good rail shots onto that Doomfist. Space Marine looking for a little bit more, but it's now out of charge, out of overclock. As the point does flip, but Tamaki finds Big J.
Big thing there, though, is that Cumberland Phoenix do not equalize in percentage, so Bethel Pilots are going to be able to return with a vengeance here. A hook. Ooh. That's the one target that cannot be one-shot. Cumberland Phoenix then buy a little bit of space off of it.
And our Sport Ultimate advantage looking to be in Cumberland Phoenix's advantage as Kuda is still very far away from the sound barrier, but the first rush is coming out from Dawson. Killa going awfully low to try to finish off that pick, and the stick goes onto Killa. Big J takes that Doomfist out of the fight. Maki follows up. It's a trade, but it's not enough trade. 2 for 2. That's Dawson and Big J out of the fight for Bethel Pilots, but losing your Doomfist, you can't control the space against that Roadhog like you want to. Does get another hook on a target that just cannot be one-shot because Gil is a little bit too fast on that Tracer, and Quipsy is just looking around. What can I hit? What can I eliminate? What can I take off the board? The answer is nothing as Tamaki finds Big J, and that sound barrier is not going to help the Tracer out. It will sustain them a little bit longer in the fight, but Gil's now looking for that Pulse Bomb onto the Kiriko potentially. Suzu is out. Now you can have a free Pulse Bomb. Nothing can deny this anymore. This Meteor Strike comes in. There's Dawson gone. Kuda is probably next on the chopping block, but they cannot find the Lucio while running away, as it is Space Marine and Quipsy that keep controlling the point with all their damage and health points in the way. A lot of healing gone though with that Kiriko not on the field anymore, so the pressure is starting to build for Cumberland Phoenix. They're starting to push them back a little bit, but they got to find a little bit more. Kuda goes down. Dawson is about back in the fight, but they're still missing his support in that back line as Cumberland Phoenix is looking for more, but they just cannot seem to find it with this overclock from Space Marine pressuring them back. It's a beautiful Suzu, but it's not going to save you forever. It's just going to save you for a couple of seconds. Space Marine has to find more here though, as they do find Leon Master. The sound barrier from Hemlock not able to save them, but it does buy a little bit more time for Cumberland Phoenix to potentially come back into this. They just cannot find the eliminations. They can only find time. They can only find sustain, and that's all she wrote. It's going to be a 1-1 on Lijiang Tower as we move over to Gardens.
This time around, Bethel Pilots don't lose the skirmish where they have that sustained advantage. They actually target down players consistently, and then Cumberland Phoenix are in disarray, right? They're down a couple of players. They cannot extend the fight. And that's, I mean, just a good setup by Bethel Pilots, recognizing where their flaws were in that opening engagement, that first round of Lijiang Tower, and successfully repairing those mistakes as they equalize our map one apiece.
Bethel Pilots, they almost won the first round, and the second round they finally stabilized and got through it. Quipsy's gonna stay on this Roadhog, it looks like, and with the speed boost and the teleporter, they're gonna make it to point first. With Tamaki back on the Echo, they might not be as easy to catch anymore. It's actually Big J5 going back to the Tracer. Just teleport out of spawn and back over to that pick. They're taking a bunch of damage though early on. They already got to back off, and that's space control for the Bethel Pilots that Cumberland did not want to give up, but they just kind of are forced to. No hook connecting though. It's a little bit easier to get in now after you know that resource is being used, and Killa immediately uses that window of opportunity to go in. Another hook goes wide, and Killa finds even more space to work with. Big J under pressure here from the Echo of Tamaki, running away as Tamaki does find a couple more shots, but no eliminations, and that's 2 down on the side of Cumberland. They're probably going to have to reset. It's going to be Bethel Pilots again taking first control.
The big thing here is that Bethel Pilots, they kind of ignore the players on the periphery of the engagement, right? We saw Tamaki try and, isolate Big J5 But Bethel Pilots are not concerned with the Echo. They're not in the fight, right? They're not really doing anything. Instead, they take down the members that are coalesced as a group. They play, even though they're playing a pick composition, they played it a little bit as a brawl instead. And now Cumberland Phoenix, as a result, are forced to make changes. Killa going to mirror the Roadhog. That may not be enough in this situation. They at least get to the point to contest.
That's all going to be about that hook value. The hook value right there. It's there for Quipsy. The follow-up is also present. Both Gil and Killa go down, and that is just going to be another fight win. And point control retained from Bethel Pilots, 45% and counting.
Dawson has been consistently 10, 15, sometimes even 20% ahead of their opposition in terms of generating the Kitsune Rush. So keep an eye on the corner, by the way. There's a Tracer hiding in the pocket. You see Big J5 looking for a stick, perhaps. He goes wide.
So, unfortunately, doesn't get it. Dawson falls instead, and with a Kitsune Rush, not quite getting any value at the moment. It's going to be Leon Master putting it out instead. Tamaki finds one, finds two, no supports. Point flips, and that's Cumberland Phoenix in a very quick fashion, just flipping it back. And that's 67% is all that you're going to gain from Bethel Pilots at the moment.
I mean, even with the nerf to the Kitsune Rush, it's still such a valuable resource.
You could call it a buff in some situations as well.
Still, I mean, it's a one-all fight win. Like, there's no response, right?
Yeah.
There's no sound barrier used, so it's tough to kind of find value. Big hole hog, and yeah, Killa not going to get out of there in time.
Nice real shot to follow that up. Space Marine with the overclock gets another one, a Leon Master. And as quickly as that point flipped, it flips right back. 70%. Only really one proper fight that Cumberland Phoenix can try and take this point back with. And Gil going down early is going to even extend that percentage further.
Yeah, I mean, Cumberland Phoenix don't identify that Bethel Pilots are investing in that fight. They don't commit the sound barrier, and they allow Killa to just be taken out. So now it's going to be, I mean, essentially final fight. Last 10% for Bethel Pilots here, and they'll be able to mirror the sustain.
And they should be able to. Both sound barriers out. Second sound barrier from Hemlock, though, so it provides a little bit longer sustain for Cumberland Phoenix. They do flip the point as a result. Looking for a little bit more targets. That hook is ever present, ever dangerous. But the pulse bomb of Big J is not the same. They do find Gil in the end. So Gil, again, gonna have to come back from spawn on that Tracer. But we'll at least be able to respawn a bit quicker than any other hero would. Dawson looking for a little bit more. Gets another Kitsune Rush off. And another hook on the Killa from Quipsy. Finding a lot of value here. This time it's Tamaki coming out with the overclock, but only finds one. And with 4 going down on the side of Cumberland Phoenix, it looks like another flip for Bethel Pilots. 3% to go. With their team kill, no one's going to be able to make it back in time. That's the map. That's the round. And that is Bethel Pilots taking a 1-0 lead in the series. It's not over just yet. There's going to be a bit of stall. But no way they're going to win this out.
Yeah, this would require an absolute miracle, and it's just not happening.
Bill's looking. That touch. Got a pulse bomb coming in potentially. Nah, that's not it. That's gonna be over.
This ends now indeed. Space Marine, Sojourn said it best. So I'll take map number 1. I mean, Bethel Pilots. The big play there is the fact that Dawson is quick on the draw with the Kitsune Rush. Every ultimate, every Kitsune Rush that Cumberland Phoenix provides, there's 2 for Bethel Pilots. That's just going to give you more advantages in more opportunities, right? You're in the final fight. That's all you really need.
We saw that in the last series as well. And just the opportunity to use your Kitsune Rush. It's not only how fast you build them, also that you actually use them when you have them, right?
Yeah.
It's always the question with ultimates. Like sometimes, yeah, you want to hold certain ultimates for a little bit longer because you can get better value out of them, or because that fight's just not winnable. But if you never get to use that fight, always one of those rules. Like if 2 fights in a row you're not able to use your ultimate, there's probably something wrong, or you're just stomping so hard that you don't need them. Those are the 2 situations.
I do like the adaptation that Bethel Pilots made in that map, though, because considering how the first round went, right, that final skirmish on Night Market, right, they just weren't able to put themselves in a position to succeed. The Orisa just didn't have the power to really affect change on the objective, right? Sure, there were some moments where the Orisa was fine, like the Javelin was doing enough work. The Fortify was able to kind of eat a couple of punches, but overall, I think the Roadhog was just more effective in the mid fight, right? Just doing more things, providing more utility for the team, right? The Hook able to shut down Killa a couple of times. Gil has to be a little bit more respectful of the of the Roadhog than the Orisa, right? You can't just kind of run into the face of the Roadhog because of the threat of that hook. So overall, I think Bethel Pilots, that change in round number 2 to move over to the pick composition rather than play a sustain slash brawl against the Doomfist, ended up forcing Cumberland Phoenix to change the composition they wanted to play. And then again, now you're just going to play in the mirror. Bethel Pilots have provided more opportunities, like more examples of that mirror, and give themselves the best advantage to win.
And that is sort of a trend that we see a lot of the times in control maps. Like if you have to switch over to a composition in a control round, you're very often put on the back foot in the first place, even if you already were, and that just adds to that problem. Yep. But that is also a very control map dynamic that we won't really see that much on other maps. It has like some impact on your time bank, but it's not as sort of map losing as it can feel sometimes. So when we go to these hybrid maps, the escort maps, even to the push maps at times, that bigger time bank and the double round factor will usually come into play and give teams a little bit more time to adapt, a little bit more opportunity to come into it, and also a little bit more room to play their own styles. Yeah. And now going into hybrid, which will be a ban on Paraiso from Bethel, we're going to the tried and true, going to King's Row. We're going to the place where no team will ever have any questions of how do we play this map. Yeah. It's the classic. It's the one and true answer to what's your favorite map in Overwatch for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we're gonna see it. It's not out of the map pool this season. It's not gonna be out of the map pool next season. I'm very, very curious to see where these teams are gonna take it.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, Bethel Pilots will elect to do. Well, they'll be defending here, right? So they, as they took the lead, they got a chance to kind of decide which side they are on. And I mean, in that, with that being the defense, right? They get to, I guess, force Cumberland Phoenix to make decisions here. Keep in mind, with Cumberland Phoenix being down a map now, the pressure's on them, right? Cumberland is the one who has to actually make things happen. And with that compounded with the fact they have to attack first, this is also playing the mental game a little bit, right? And I think Bethel Pilots, they're really forcing Cumberland Phoenix to come out of the gates and actually fight for anything that they want instead of just being given space.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see. Not much changing in terms of composition, so we know exactly what to expect from these teams when they run out with this. There's an opportunity that Killa will, as soon as they see the Roadhog swap off, of course, on the attack, you have that luxury, right? Saying like, oh yeah, we know what this is going to be like. We might not want to play it. They could even swap to an Orisa, which is doing very well against Roadhogs. There's a lot of opportunities that a lot of options that they have. But for now, they choose to go out with that Echo, with that Doomfist as well. And the Doomfist instantly gets hooked and deleted. Killa, you're not only going back to spawn to change, you're just going back to spawn, period.
We're already seeing some of the
there we go.
Come through, right?
There's the Orisa.
Yeah, the fact that Tracer's being played a lot is indicator. Now back to her Overwatch 1 values, right? Does 16 damage per shot.
Yeah.
Killa,
it's
I like
6 per bullet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're seeing the Orisa come through. Like you said, you like the change. I like the change too, but Killa so far not finding any really luck with that one. They do take down Dawson, so they get a quick re-engage. They can get some advantage about not having the Kiriko there. And, very crucially, those Kitsune charges are now equal.
Dawson, though, will be back very quickly. You can see someone going back to actually the Kiriko, or the teleport. So, despite the late pickoff, it's actually rather ineffective at actually taking space in this fight. It does allow Cumberland Phoenix onto the objective, but now they need to make something of it. And both Suzu's already been forced.
Huge railgun on the Space Marine, though. A lot of damage missing from that fight for Bethel Pilots. With Big J keeps pushing forward like that, it might not be enough, especially with the hook onto Tamaki. They do find Big J as a trade. So if there's a quick regroup, we know how King's Row works. That attack has a lot of advantage from the respawn timer. And Cumberland wants to use it.
The big thing here, though, is that Bethel Pilots are playing that pick composition still. So Kibsy is playing Gatekeeper, playing Bouncer, really. And everyone in Cumberland has to be afraid of it. There's a big pulse bomb. Does force out the Suzu. That's a lot of cooldowns used by Cumberland.
Gonna go straight in. The hook doesn't really find the elimination, and Killa can walk forward on the Orisa as a result. Big J going super low, but manages to get back to the back line and get healed back up. Tamaki, though, ready with the overclock. False palm of Gil is out, doesn't get anything. With that Kitsune rush to whole hog, that could be a lot of damage, but they only find the Kiriko. With the hook, they swift step out, and it's Killa instead that finds the Terra Surge and Javelin elimination on the back line. Tamaki following up with the overclock. It's a 4K, and with only Big J5 being left, this point is almost certainly getting capped.
Big J5 gets Gil and is going to get the Mega as a result. This is actually... Oh, well, okay. No one else is close.
No, they're too far away. Don't have the blinks.
Yeah,
Unfortunate. That could have been huge.
Yeah, Bethel Pilots also make a change over to Orisa, which is... I mean, ill-advised because it allows Killa to go back to the Doomfist. They probably... I think Cumberland Phoenix want this switch. They will get a close hold, though, right? Bethel Pilots do. And that did cost Cumberland Phoenix everything just to unlock the objective.
Yeah, it sure did. Killa goes back to the Doomfist, though, as soon as Quibsy goes over to Orisa, and that might actually be the wrong choice there. Killa is going to find out either the hard or the soft way, depending on how well they're going to do on the Doomfist. 30% ult charge, not a lot to work with. But Big J5 goes down early, and Gil has the pulse bombs. They could open it up even bigger. There's the sound barrier from Kuda, maybe a little bit preemptive. Not really a lot to do there. Everyone's kind of standing, waiting for anything to happen. Gil misses the pulse bomb. Now that choke is just another gate for them to be kept at.
Big thing here, though, is that Cumberland Phoenix have to work for everything they need, right? They didn't, because they used so many ultimates to unlock the A objective. Now it's kind of that resource gathering phase, and Bethel Pilots are content to kind of just play in the choke point, not overcommit, and force Cumberland Phoenix to walk into a difficult situation.
Elimination onto Gil from Space Marine. Those tracers really squishy, of course, the 150 HP. Both of them actually going to go down, but Leon Master and Tamaki being traded, it's just not enough for Cumberland Phoenix to get through. Killa does find Kuda on the side, but they still don't really have the numbers to properly push through. A little bit of pressure being applied, and the card does start moving. So they at least gather some space. They can't go as aggressive as you want to in King's Row. They can't push all the way into that foundry.
Yeah, Bethel Pilot's content to allow actually Cumberland Phoenix to walk in, because this opens them up again for the Kitsune Rush, right? They're going to be able to reset here and give themselves the best opportunity of finding success. They force the Meteor Strike out here.
Ooh, good try. Does power slide away from Space Marine, who has the overclock ready, but the Terror Search from Quibsy finds Killa. They do trade tanks, though, so no tanks out for either team. With the overclock and the Kitsune Rush out for Bethel Pilots, they do want to find a little bit more, but they don't. And that was both Kitsune Rushes used, but there's still a overclock ready for Tamaki. Kuda very close, though, to that sound barrier. Could potentially deny a lot of value of that, but they need to get it before it unleashes.
Ooh, Big J taking so much aggression from, I mean, basically the entirety of Cumberland Phoenix. Gets out alive, though. And they force the Suzu in the meanwhile.
Big power slide into the elimination onto Space Marine. Sojourn out of the way. And with the overclock getting a lot of damage down onto Quibsy as well, they could potentially take the follow-up on the Orisa, but it's not there. The healing cuts through, and with Dawson getting a headshot on the Tracer and Hemlock also going down to a Javelin, what looked to a good start of the fight is just quickly deteriorating into another fight win for Bethel Pilots.
I mean, the difference, Dawson has really been a difference maker overall. That's going to be one elimination for Leon Master, but it has really been the critical of Bethel Pilots being the one advantage.
Gaze goes too deep, though.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bethel Pilots, they overcommit to that fight, and now, actually, there's a real chance for Cumberland Phoenix to just walk this one in.
5v3, they're going to have to do a lot in order to stop this. They need a pick-off, and they're just not going to get it. The power slide to try and stop that card from moving, and they get the sound barrier out as well to extend this. That's a lot of Investa just to stall out the card, and now it is up to Cumberland Phoenix to just, after that sound barrier expires, get elimination after elimination. Tamaki opens it up with one, finds the second on the Space Marine, doesn't even need an overclock. With 0.01 meters to go, they take down target after target, and Tamaki is stepping up to the plate. Gets 3 kills in that fight. There is the checkpoint gathered. They did get into overtime, so 130 is all they get for 0.3.
Bethel Pilots continue to be really greedy here. That's a play from Kuda that's, I mean, a low percentage play. The likelihood of you actually getting an elimination is essentially none, and instead you feed and are forced to kind of wait for Cumberland Phoenix to take the power position while you wait for Kuda to come back in. So Bethel Pilots have given up a lot of space for almost nothing.
Good initiation there. Finds the meteor strike as well to get Dawson straight after they use the Kitsune Rush. At least they got the ultimate out, but they need to find the follow-up with the team, and they don't. It's going to be Quipsy that goes down instead. And with all these ultimates invested from both teams, it looks like it's going to be Cumberland Phoenix coming out ahead. The only one that will have any ult charge left after this is going to be Space Marine. Yes, you'll have an overclock, but you need to do everything alone, because the only thing your team can do is buy some space.
Quibsy's gonna make a switch over to the Roadhog now. Back that pick composition. Last 30 seconds, so this is the final fight of this point, this half, and Gil actually finds a stray body shot. It's gonna extend this fight here. You can see the hook. If you can get this elimination onto the Doomfist, this will slow things down, and it's gonna allow Bethel Pilots to take a forward position. This time, a much more sensible setup here.
There's no time left. 5 seconds. Can anyone touch? It's going to be up to Gil to try. They have to recall before they even get there. No one else can actually make it. Nope. That's going to be the point end. Round 1 complete. Cumberland Phoenix, they do make it a decent way to the Foundry. Not as far as they wanted, but with the time they had left on point 3, still a decent attempt.
Again, I mean, at this point, I mean, you have to give a lot of credit to Cumberland Phoenix, but you also have to acknowledge that Bethel Pilots are somewhat their own enemy in that fight at the tail end of second, right? Just overcommitting to unnecessary eliminations. Like, the players are out. You're not giving yourself a chance to really find value. There's no cover. There's not really an opportunity to get those eliminations. So, yeah, throwing away a third point. Well, at least the second checkpoint for the Bethel Pilots. And now, I mean, Cumberland Phoenix have quite a significant part of the map to work with.
They do, but they also need to make sure that they don't let that first point get capped too quickly. Otherwise, they need to have a massive hold into B and C to really give themselves a chance. The Junkrat is a solid pick on the defense, though, together with the Reinhardt. It's a lot of poke, a lot of sustain. And Gil on the Tracer just poking them from the back if they get a little bit of rounds. It's a solid setup. Let's see what Bethel does against this.
Let's see if they stick with this composition. Yeah, I know. It doesn't have a lot of synchronicity, so.
Would have been really fun, but then again, they would really enforce the theory that they're their own enemy, right? Getting straight into hotel with that pick composition. Quibsy looking for a hook. It's going to be really important that they find the hooks as well. With that shield in the way, it'll be a little bit trickier, but that shield is breaking so fast. And Gil already going down behind. They don't even have to worry about anything behind them. 4v5.
I mean, Big J5 has been doing a great job of isolating Gil in the 1v1 and winning it more often than not. So, Big J5, a huge part as to why this competition is working as well as it has. There it is again.
That's 2.
And they're going to get... Ooh, that was close to a 1.
Almost going to get them again, yeah.
I mean, that's just the point. That's just the point.
It's going to be it. I mean, the Reiner's looking for a little bit of defense, but so much damage coming from multiple angles. Killa going to go down. With, it's going to be like, what, 5.5 minutes almost? Yeah, they're going to get point 8. That's ridiculously fast, and that's a hard pill to swallow for Cumberland Phoenix already.
Killa making a switch over to the Orisa, but... I mean, the Orisa doesn't really... It's a nuisance to the Roadhog. It's not a direct counter, though. Especially because Big J5 has been on the flank so much, right? Like, Big J5 has been the biggest part as to why this composition has gotten as much value as it has in this round. You can see the Tracer setting up on the high ground, looking for an individual to take out. And while Gil will chase them away for the moment, that's not really a lot of space being gained here by Cumberland Phoenix.
That's going to be Cumberland Phoenix looking to try and set up a defensive perimeter. At least Big J5 doesn't get the pulse bomb pick off, but the hook is once again in. Leo Master doesn't fall though, and they do find Big J5. But there's a Kitsune Rush coming out from Dawson. The hook on the Gil, and it's Tracer for Tracer traded so far. It's going to be Quipsy looking for a little bit more. They got the whole hog ready, at least in a couple of percent, so just one hook or on a couple of shots will do it. Quipsy wants that. They want to find the hook. They want to go fishing. They want to be able to make this pick composition an actual pick composition and pick someone off. So far, it's just a little bit of a dance between the Orisa and the Roadhog. There's the rush from the defense, though. Finally, Leon Master is able to pull it out, but they need to find the actual damage. The follow-up, the Hog is just pushing them back. Finally, the Terror Surge comes through. Everyone pulled together. They find Dawson and Space Marine instantly. That's Cumberland Phoenix winning the fight, starting their defense off.
And they still forced 3 ultimates out of Cumberland Phoenix, though, did the Bethel Pilots, right?
3 for 3. You know, they both use 3 ultimates in the fight.
Realistically, no. Like, I mean, Quips uses the whole hog, right, to just force even more resources out. Everything else that was brought to the forefront was Bethel Pilots in the previous fight. So, like, they're 60% to the next Kitsune Rush. That's, I mean, 40% ahead of their opposition. Yeah. It's going to be a case now of Cumberland Phoenix having to come up with a big hero play. Tamaki, again, going to have to be a difference maker here. Big J is going to stand their ground. They're not allowing Gil to take space even more.
Yeah, Quip's taking a bunch of damage, though, right there. Not going to be an easy one to push forward with. Hila standing their ground. Almost got another Terror Surge ready. We are looking for the value out of either of the Sojourns. Another Pulse Bomb comes through from Big J. There's a Sound Barrier from Kuda with the Kitsune Rush from Dawson. Counter Barrier comes in from Hemlock. And both teams, without Sound Barrier, now going to have to continue this fight. Leon Master getting awfully close to their own Kitsune Rush. And once again, both overclocks are out. It's going to be Space Marine pulling on the better end of that string, though. And that's going to be another fight win looking to take shape here for the Bethel Pilots. Killas trying to push it back with the Orisa, but they need so much more. They need these pickoffs, and it's just Space Marine and Quipsy finding all of them.
And I mean, keep in mind that with how fast that first objective was captured, despite being slowed down in the second phase, it's not a lot, right? That's not actually a significant amount of time removed. There's still 4 minutes in the clock here. Cumberland Phoenix, I mean, it feels like, yes, they're winning a fight, but they're only winning 1 out of 3. And it needs to be the inverse. They need to be, significantly ahead of their opposition if they want to equalize this series. And Big J5 continues to just be a menace here, facing down players in the backline.
It's going to be Gil looking for a Pulse Bomb, find something, and Gil, once they're not being pushed back by Big J5, they're finally finding their value that they need. They get the space, they get the mechanical plays off, and with 3 minutes 30 on the clock, that was about time. Because Gil's got to have a lot of defense still on their hands if they want to win out this map.
This time, though, Cumberland Phoenix recognized the play that Bethel Pilots like to do against a Kitsune Rush. Quibsy's been using the whole hog to kind of buy space, so they can't stand in it. This time, Gil just sticks the Roadhog with the Pulse Bomb, and that's just amount of burst damage means the cleanup is there. So, a good reaction to the defensive utility that Bethel Pilots are trying to do to shut down the Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush ready for Dawson once again, but so is a Terror Surge from Killa that could slow it down a little bit, but there's so much more ult charge looking to be ready on Bethel Pilot's side. They're being pushed back already as Cumberland Phoenix, and with the Pulse Bomb going from the top, doesn't quite find anybody, but does create a little bit more space for the Kitsune Rush to find some follow-up, and Killa going awfully low, needs to hide, just keeps taking more and more damage, so is Gil, but Gil translocates out. And that is going to be a Sound Barrier from Kuda to sustain this fight for the Bethel Pilots. Hemlock, though, with a way later Sound Barrier, is able to put their team back on top. And now it's going to be Bethel Pilots potentially on the retreat. Looking for another Pulse Bomb is Gil, but they need to get some healing first together with Killa. That is just doing so much of work to try and keep Bethel Pilots back. That is just a measly Orisa. No one cares on Bethel Pilots. They just want to push on through and get the aggressive plays off and finish off this map. 2 minutes to go with another Pulse Bomb from Gil going wide.
This time the Julian Overclock is going to favor Cumberland ever so slightly. Tamaki gets 1.
Gets 2. Nice. Takes on Space Marine. No more Overclock in this one. And that's what you want to see. Tamaki being really valuable so far in this Foundry area. They were on the attack. Now they are on defense. And when they started with this huge time bank after point A, you thought it was going to be a cruise for Bethel Pilots, but they're getting into that territory where they're going to get maybe 2 more good fights out of this before they potentially lose this map out.
Kitsune Rush going to have to be a difference maker here from Leon Master. And about 50-50 for the Kiriko so far for Cumberland Phoenix. See if they're able to close it out. You can see Big J hovering around the high ground, looking for a Pulse Bomb in the back line. Didn't even go for it this time. They actually just forced a recall. A lot of space being earned here by the whole hog.
Oh, good whole hog. They don't get the elimination, but they earn the points. A lot of space indeed against Killa on the Orisa, but now the Terror Surge is coming up. The Kitsune rushes out for Leon Master to counter that whole hog, and Dawson goes down before they can use their own. They forced a lot of resources from Cumberland Phoenix, but they don't get any progress. And with 50 seconds left, it's going to be last fight territory for Bethel Pilots.
Cumberland and Phoenix actually in a decent position now to close this one out. Sound barrier, usually, I mean, you'll use that to respond to the Kiriko, to the Kitsune Rush. And Killa, of course, as well. With a Terror Surge, you can hold ground in the middle of the damage throughput that Bethel want to lay down. They've made a change now over to the Winston. Last 30 seconds of play here.
Cripsy looking for something, but it's going to be Kuda taking out Gil. No pulse bomb for you unless you get a quick respawn. Nice Terror Surge with the Sound Barrier to respond to the Kitsune Rush like you were predicting. They're going to do a little bit more here. Killa, they got to find eliminations, and so far they're being pulled apart, pulled to 3 different directions. Tamaki goes down, Killa falls as well, and against all odds with no resources almost, Bethel Pilots push it over the line.
This time, it seems Bethel Pilots, they recognize their own style when it's facing them down. They expect Cumberland Phoenix to respond to the Kitsune Rush, and they play it to perfection. Get a highlight here from the Bethel Pilots, and they take that 2-0 series lead. And, I mean, overall, just a really fantastic performance here. This is that final fight, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it had to go all the way to that final fight to decide the winner in overtime as well, but Bethel Pilots do indeed push it over the finish line, go up 2-0 in the series, waiting for the next map to be chosen. Map 3, though, is going to have to wait a little bit. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be a escort map to continue the series. It won't be the last map because we're doing a first to 4, but Bethel Pilots at this stage might just take it us all the way to match point in that one. See you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. The Champions Finals is heating up. 2-0 lead for Bethel Pilots. And if the Cumberland Phoenix aren't picking it up, it's going to be over after just 2 more maps with LaFon. We saw some glimmers of hope there for Cumberland Phoenix. And in fact, they almost won out that Kings Row map.
They did. It was actually fairly close in the end, right down to the final seconds in that moment. But overall, I mean, it's still at the end of it, Bethel Pilots with that 2-0 series lead. And I think at times Bethel Pilots has just taken over the game and really set the tempo, whereas Cumberland Phoenix has had to play up to their opposition. So we're looking for that next step. We're looking for that activation by Cumberland Phoenix if they want an opportunity to even up this series and make this grand finals, go the distance. So I'm still looking for some elements, right? One is that Big J5 cannot be getting nearly as much value as he has been so far. The other is that the tank line, we saw the Roadhog just get more and more value as the time went on. Quibsy just, able to do what he wanted at times. So that is going to have to be two things, I think, two factors that have to be addressed here for Cumberland Phoenix if they want an opportunity here in this map number 3.
They sure are. And as Bethel has the choice to eliminate a map from the map pool on the escort type, they will ban out Circuit Royale. It means the Cumberland has the pick of the rest of the escort maps. They're going to go to Junkertown. Junkertown, I mean, it's a wild pick. In terms of all the escort maps that are out there, it's definitely one of those that you say, well, you got to really be enthusiastic to play that for a lot of teams. But if anyone can have an interesting strat on that, I'm sure it's Cumberland Phoenix. And it has similar long sight lines, especially on point A, as the Circuit Royale does. So similar options are available.
I think the one difference compared to Circuit Royale is that the Roadhog still has a ton of value, right? This is where
way more than Circuit Royale.
Unlike Circuit Royale, where the Roadhog ends up being a liability a lot of the time, there just isn't a lot of angles you can take where you have both cover and opportunity to affect your presence on the playing field with the hook. Here on, as we head into Junkertown, there is an opportunity for that to come through, right? You can still make aggressive plays and kind of rotate into the back line. So while it can be a Widow map, a la Circuit Royale, there is a level of flexibility, which is, I think, one of the reasons why Bethel Pilots elected not to go to, or elected to ban Circuit outright.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have the same sides for both teams. No substitutions coming in from either. They both have one player on the bench if needed. Going to be Tamaki starting up potentially on the Widowmaker. A very common pick on this map, obviously. Might just swap it out after a couple shots. That's all up to them. But on the defense, we're finally going to see something else than the Roadhog, the Orisa, and the Doomfist, and the Reinhardt. I say finally, it's already quite a couple of heroes that we've seen. There's going to be the Sigma coming out from Quibsy. Killa potentially responding in kind. And we'll see some other, at least on the defense, we already see Kuda and Dawson not picking that Kiriko Lucio, instead going for the Baptiste and the Zenyatta. So a lot more flexibility going to be shown from both teams, it seems so far. With 5 minutes on the clock. 5 seconds on the clock before we start. See where they go.
One thing here, of course, is that Cumberland Phoenix have the Widowmaker, right? So this is a little bit more one-shot potential. You don't have to generate the charge, obviously, as the Sojourn does.
Yeah,
unlike the Sojourn, you can outright get that instant headshot kill.
Yeah, and way less damage fall-off now as well, right? Sojourn's damage fall-off really very much being increased here. Already looking for Big J5 in that backline, though, doing a bunch of damage with that Tracer. You said it before, they shouldn't get as much value anymore, and with that pick, that value is already getting eliminated for this fight. Gil answering in kind, but that's been more of a staple that happened in most fights. Nothing new there. A little bit of advantage, potentially, for Cumberland Phoenix out of that.
A little bit. I mean, you can still see Bethel Pilots not giving up a ton of map control, though. They're allowing Dawson, who, up to this point, I think has been the better of the two flex supports in this game, to showcase themselves. Yeah, Bethel Pilots just they're not really being forced to make many decisions, right? They're still holding space here.
A lot of that is the Lucio's obviously not being on either team, so there's not that much of the active engagements that you see. But, the double kill on the Leon Master and Killa will just cement this defense to be just back in the position that they started. Tamaki will be the last one to fall on that one.
Another reset coming in, and I mean, Cumberland gonna now go to the full mirror. They're giving the Sojourn a look now as well. They want to change from a poke, like from the longer range Widowmaker into a little bit more opportunities to skirmish if required. Gil flushes out Space Marine, opens up a shot, and yeah,
ooh, good pulse as well.
Kills.
Yeah, Gil finally finding their footing in this one. Big J5 has been the dominant traces so far, but every now and then Gil gets these moments. And if they get more of those, it could be a very big turnaround in this series as they're looking for Big J5 now and for Dawson potentially to choose the better of it. Don't go too deep with that Tracer and recall out. This point is getting awfully close to being captured, and without Quipsy, it's going to be a hard contest to try and do. It's just Big J5 that can really get on it, and that point is almost there. 0.79 meters. Gravitic Flux comes out to try and do a little bit more. Kuda falls, and that's a lot of healing gone. It's just Transcendence. After that's gone, no more healing for you. Leon Master, though, will be traded off. So will Hemlock. No more supports on either side, as it is Big J5 with Gil being traded back again. Another Pulse Bomb comes through, and the point does get captured in the midst of all of that. Yeah, Gil just chasing down the Figma.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is between the Gravitic Flux and, I mean, the dueling Gravitic Fluxes, really, there was no one left to contest for Bethel Pilots, even. And I mean, they didn't even end up winning the fight anyway, so it ends up being Cumberland Phoenix just brute forcing it over the line. And I mean,
if it works, it works.
Yeah, Gil has been unleashed in a big way in this map, and that has to be a thing that continues in the series if they want a chance, or Bethel Pilot, if Cumberland Phoenix wants a chance to take down Bethel Pilots. The Tracer really needs to continue to stay alive here.
Yeah, it's trying to Pulse Bomb on the back line, but that's Hemlock with a good Immortality Field in the way. Leal Master still with the Transcendence as well. That's an advantage that Cumberland might have. With Tamaki going down, they are going to miss a little bit of damage there. Need to find a pick soon, or this fight's pretty much going to be over. And they use the Transcendence aggressively because they can. Because they don't have to worry about the counter Transcendence. Kuda's Immortality Field gets traded as a result, but there's the Overclock. Hemlock goes down, there goes Leon Master. And what looked like a potentially turnaround fight is going to be overwhelmingly won by the Bethel Pilots.
I mean, the thing there, though, is that the Transcendence is used, yes, but there's no real way for Cumberland Phoenix to activate off of it. They don't have a way to turn the fight, right? They're investing just because Bethel Pilots are taking space. Like, they don't have high ground control, so Bethel Pilots, they just kind of wait until the Transcendence expires. Then the Overclock from Space Marine just has so much value. So Cumberland Phoenix, yeah, they're getting some resources, but they need to be using them a little bit more effectively if they want to really push forward on this objective.
It's going to be a Big J5 looking for follow-up in the Flux. They get Tamaki out of it. A beautiful burst when it comes to that. Another clean win for Bethel Pilots here.
Quibsy continues to just stay aggressive in this tank battle. I mean, a lot of this comes down to the fact that they have control of the high ground, right? Like,
I mean, that plus the Flux, plus just, you know, the follow-up instantly. Yeah. Oh, there's Gil, though. They show that they can also one-tap things. Dawson not paying attention there.
Yeah, Dawson perhaps stretching, cracking the knuckles, something like that. Pulse Bomb will go wide, but I mean, that's bought Cumberland Phoenix a ton of space.
Yeah, I mean, Dawson being out of it was closer to Transcendence too, so they won't have that tool in this fight. Big J5 trying to go for a Pulse Bomb, also goes wide, unfortunately, with that Amplification Matrix on the high ground. It's the only tool they really have to try and buy some space, buy some time. A little bit of a Sigma action on the high ground from Quipsy, but it's going to be killer with the Gravitic Flux in the chamber if they choose to use it. And the ultimates and the pressure from Cumberland Phoenix is starting to rise, but they're still not getting that much space.
There's a Gravitic Flux. I expect to see the Transcendence used in response. Still, while they're up in the air, Space Marine finds a shot on, or Tamaki rather, onto Space Marine.
Probably a discorded shot, otherwise that might not have been an elimination. And Killa just on the cart trying to push it, and someone's going to touch, and it's going to be Kuda. Kuda with the Immortality Field is going to be able to, with Dawson again taken out by Gil. Gil really good at finding that Zenyatta, and with Hemlock using the Amplification Matrix, this is going to be a very big fight for Cumberland to just win out. Going to get the checked objectives, and they're going to go into point C with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, just a very staggered fight from Bethel Pilots again. This has been, I think, the place where Bethel has struggled the most in times in these last ditch fights. Oftentimes can get into their own heads and just take a really aggressive situation where they don't need it.
Yeah, we saw it on King's Row second as well. Very similar situation. But Big J5 going down early again. Gil really finding their stride in this one. Now they're going to have the Overclock duel, but it's a little bit of an old advantage here for Bethel Pilots. They should win out this next fight if they don't get staggered anymore.
See, Gil Trying to find this high ground, yeah. But in the meantime, it's going to be the Gravitic Flux.
That's 2.
Cheap fight.
Yep. You know, I always struggle like calling that a fight. You know, Critic Flux gets used, it's kind of instantly over. But you know, still, Battle Pilots takes that. Only really has to use the Critic Flux, so they're going to be able to conserve resources. They're going to be in a good space to defend for a little bit, and they only need to defend for another minute. So yeah, looking good.
And I mean, this time around, they're also going to be able to farm good up to the. Oh God!
Ooh, good
Killa
accretion.
going real aggressive. This is super dangerous for the Sigma. Needs to stay alive. Got out on an island by himself, actually.
And Gil goes down to the disrupt the shots. Leo Master going. Big J doesn't whiff the pulse bomb, takes out the immortality field instead. Both the ammo fields used. Now Killa got to be pressured back through that hallway. 30 seconds on the clock. Really only one fight. They do have a lot of ultimates to use.
Yeah,
Cumberland Phoenix needs to find a way to get in.
Yeah, Bethel has every response though. That's the thing, right? Like this is. You have to be, I think, uncontested in your resource usage here. It's only going to catch.
Oh, Killa gets
teased. He gets killed anyway.
He gets accretion out of it. Gets taken down, and with a 5-player kill streak here for Space Marine. Gonna put this one to bed. No more Junkertown for Cumberland Phoenix unless they get a really good touch. Gil's got to be the one. I don't think anyone else can really make it there, and they don't at all. Payload will be stopped. 53.94 meters into point C. Gonna be Bethel Pilots having a win condition.
That's 3 ultimates, by the way, that Cumberland Phoenix leave on the table. Bethel Pilots hit the go button first, and that really has been the difference this series. I mean, first to resources, first to use resources. And Cumberland Phoenix in the back foot. They'll have to surmount themselves, or they'll have to build a defense here. That is going to be, they'll have to be quite strong, because dropping this map here would put Bethel Pilots at match point, and that would be disaster territory indeed.
A little bit more value out of a couple of plays, and Cumberland Phoenix can maybe push it all the way to the end, but for now, not going to be the case. Cumberland Phoenix, again, they keep looking a little bit better each map. The Bethel Pilots are just not letting up.
See if they can bring it back here. I will say highlight, though, specifically to Gil.
Yeah, they did do so well that map.
Yeah, who has really, really stepped up. Not that they were performing poorly in the first 2 maps or anything, but I think now has actually been getting the better of Big J5 in nearly every battle.
Which was really hard pressed to argue in the first 2 maps, so that's a huge step up. I'm going to see a little bit more out of Tamaki and Killa, and all of a sudden you have a way stronger matchup for the 2. Cumberland Phoenix starting out this time with the same composition that they just finished the map with. We can see Space Marine on the Ash for the first time around, and Dawson already one clip by Gil. Once again, Gil starting off really well on Junkertown.
This time the one clip is actually a real one.
Yeah.
As Dawson was not AFK.
No AFK on the cart, nope. Kuda finds Gil on the trade.
Yeah.
Space Marine looking for a little bit more, but they do trade out Big J5, so no tracers. And there goes Space Marine. Tamaki taking a triple kill on their name. Might go for the 4th on the Dawson, but have to be careful. Discord and a couple of headshots, and you're gone as Sojourn. It's not going to happen, though. Dawson eventually will fall to Tamaki. Might they go for the ace? No, Gil will steal that, unfortunately.
Actually, the payload has been moved into a defensive position, too, right? Like, usually... Keep in mind, because Cumberland Phoenix captured so much of the map, they have a lot to work with. And as long as the capture point doesn't get captured, the payload here is far enough back that Bethel Pilots have to approach to kind of fight it. But also, it's not far enough towards the checkpoint where forces Cumberland Phoenix to stand out in the open. So, get good defensive utility here.
Very classic Junkertown parts dynamics, as we call them. Almost the one clip there, but the snap kick is good enough to deter Big J5 to get the elimination. The pulse bomb is ready now, though. It's going to be a little bit more careful as the no immortality fields are ready. There goes Big J5, though. Gil finds the better of them again, but Tamaki will fall this time, so no ace for them. And Big J5, Tamaki, the trade outs, it's definitely happening. Gil Looks for another little bit of value onto Dawson particularly. They really want that Zenyatta, but they might go after Space Marine instead. Good Immortality Field, though, will prevent that kill, and Big J5 and Space Marine will make sure that this fight is definitely going into the favor of Bethel Pilots. That cart is probably just going to make it to the objective. I don't think a contest can make it in time.
Yeah, I'd say there's no one who can come back in this one, so it's going to be a high ground setup now for Cumberland Phoenix. Keep in mind, Bethel Pilots actually had to invest pretty heavily for that, relatively speaking, right? Gravitic Flux, Pulse Bomb. They do have both support ultimates. That's going to be able to extend the fight against the Gravitic Flux. But with that elimination of the Space Marine, yeah, Cumberland Phoenix get priority position onto the high ground here. Bethel Pilots have to work so much harder to gain space in the map.
And round 1, we saw Quipsy have a very valuable Gravitic Flux on this high ground in particular. Now Killa's got it ready. They're going to be lining up to try and do the exact same thing. Dawson already taken out once again by Gil. Really easy to fight that Zenyatta. I mean, as much as Gil's been doing well, maybe the Zenyatta swap also has something to do with it. Dawson not being on the Kiriko anymore.
Gil forces an Immortality Field, actually. That's big.
Keep doing that as well. Like, Kuda's really having to use them just to protect against Gil every single time. And there's another kill on the Dawson. Gil just unleashed here.
That's okay. This time, Big J5 actually punishes the Tracer.
Still a trade.
Still a trade, but at least it allows Bethel Pilots to get into position.
There's a good Graphitic Flux coming out from Killa, though. Lines them up in that little hallway. Not even the bot can get through. You can try and go on the back line. Immortality Field in the way, so Big J5 denied as well. And even though they lost Gil, Gil's going to be back in time for the next one.
I mean, Bethel didn't actually force out that much, right? They used the Bob, but it wasn't enough to really get anything of value.
There goes Gil, though. Big J5 finally wins a duel again.
Yeah.
They heard us talk. Like, it's on a delay, so only now they know that we're talking about them.
This has been... Well, look at that. I mean, on
and they just
all
traded.
An instant. Yeah, traded in an instant. And Tamaki, the
Space
overclock's
Marine,
gonna run
though,
out.
it's really the Sojourn versus Sojourn battle. They both don't have a overclock anymore, like you said. There's going to be more support also on the side of Cumberland Phoenix. They just have to give him a little bit of space, little bit of room, and then they can just come back in and try and fight this.
I mean, the big thing here... Oh, Tamaki is so weak. You can see actually being chased down. Big J5 forced a recall, though, so that's actually good support by the rest of Cumberland Phoenix. Time is not really on Bethel's side anymore. 2 minutes.
It really isn't. Yeah, the real shot is charged up here for Tamaki. He has to be using it. It's to keep the charge up. Of course, it recharges, the charge drains a lot faster now. There's another clip onto Big J5 together with Killa and Gil. I mean, once again, they're just zipping around this map. I mean, they picked the map as well. They might just be very good at pathing throughout this map. And there's like a couple of other factors that came into it. But even then, it's such a step up. Like, I just can't stop talking about it. It's just too good. Ooh. Another one. There goes Big J5 again. Yeah, this time to Leo Master, but it's a combined effort.
That's an overstep from Big J5. Tries to just force the fight a little too much. The other thing we got to highlight, by the way, is that Dawson has now kept this Transcendence for the entirety of the existence as Zenyatta. This has been...
When are they going to use it? Because every time they just either get one clip really early in the fight, or it's just not needed. 1 minute on the clock now. They really got to make this fight count, otherwise they really won't have that much time for another good one. Looking for Dawson. They know exactly where Gil is. They're trying to find that Tracer, but it's just not going to be that easy, is it? Two the Sigmas on the cart trying to battle it out. Both have the Flux ready. There's Transcendences as well. It's going to be Quipsy using theirs first. There goes Killa into the air as well. Nope, they're not going to use theirs just yet. It's actually going to be Leo Master using the Transcendence. And Dawson as well. It's going to be a free Flux here for Killa. If they want to use it, then they do indeed. What a burst coming out, both with Gil. They're combining, but the trades are going back and forth. There's Space Marine with the overclock. Finds at least one, tries to go for the Sigma, and does find Killa as well. And against all odds, with all the Q buttons pressed, gonna be Bethel finally making their way to point C. If no contest comes through, but I don't think they will have time, but they could try and force it if they want to.
Well, Bethel Pilots, yeah, Bethel Pilots are forced to change up their composition with Gil being eliminated by Big J5. That is going to spell the end of it. Yeah, you want to take priority position here if you're Cumberland Phoenix. A couple more changes.
Push back though.
If you can get a pick off here, this would be tremendous.
Good support.
You don't even force the Immortality Field out, actually. So Cumberland Phoenix playing their cards very close to the chest.
And instead, Kuda's Immortality Field gets forced out on the other side, so that's just happening simultaneously. Gil now looking for a Pulse Bomb on somebody, knows that there's no Immortality Field to stop them. It's a stick, doesn't get anything, but a lot of damage on the Quibsy, who's now swept over to the Doomfist. And it's this one-fight territory. Realistically, it's 1 minute, but that card's getting awfully close to the box of victory. Leo Master goes down early. They just have the Immortality Field in the overclock. They really need to find some value. They find Big J5. Tamaki looking for this fight conclusion, looking for the pushed back Bethel Pilots, and they're going to do just that. But with a couple hiding, 3 hiding on that big Mega Pack there in the corridor, they're not that far back. Big punch in there for Quibsy. Goes awfully low, but they don't finish him off. There we go. Both Quibsy and Dawson fall late into that fight. It wasn't really a reset. They barely soft reset, but Space Marine finds Killa. No tanks on either team. 26 seconds on the clock. Big J5 has to find a big pulse bomb here to properly open this up, as both teams have respawns coming in shortly.
The cart, though, still in the priority position here for Bethel Pilots. They can inch it across the line. This Gravitic Flux is going to have to be massive. Somebody's
Meters. They do have the touch. I think Gil is the one that actually managed to touch in the end. 3 on the cart now for the defense. Killa is going to be back with the Graphitic Flux. Doesn't really find anything with that, but is able to at least touch the cart again. Doomfist in the way, and Quibsy is just providing so much extra danger that they have to keep looking around. It's not just Big J5 anymore, and with all the chaos that got added by the Doomfist, eventually Bethel Pilots push it over the line and gives it up to a 3-0 lead, but Cumberland Phoenix, every map they get just a little bit closer.
Oh man, what a performance here by Bethel Pilots. Listen, when given the opportunity to execute theatrics, give the audience what they want, because this has been a cinematic finish in back-to-back maps for Bethel Pilots. They'll get the 3-0 series lead. They'll put themselves at match point. But it is no longer as close a series as it looked at the end of the first map, and they've had to kick and scream to get themselves across the line.
Oh man, and now we're gonna get one of the potentially most cinematic game modes that we can get with the back and forth pools. It's push time. And you know what it is? You know, sometimes you get those big comebacks, sometimes you just get a very anticlimactic finish. And they are on match point, so they can very much just instantly finish it off. It is push time. And I mean, there's only 3 choices, so we can get 1 ban, 1 pick, and then we might have 1 map left. But looking at these teams, it almost doesn't matter where they go. It's going to be a slugfest regardless.
Yeah, this is the one of the tough things to do, or to kind of highlight if you are Phoenixes, because this is realistically looking at any of the maps that you go to, whether it be Esperanza, New Queen Street, or Coliseo. You're playing into that up-tempo style that Bethel Pilots has enjoyed to this point. So, I mean, it's a really difficult place to be here for the squad as they face down match point. And a reminder, it's going to have to be 4 in a row now for the Phoenixes, as they have to complete a reverse sweep if they want to bring this one back in their control to take the victory here.
Yeah, it's going to be the push map coming through. Map being banned out. What's it going to be? Is it Esperanza, Coliseo, or New Queen Street? We got to find out in a little bit. It's going to be the ban on Coliseo from Bethel Pilots, and Cumberland Phoenix are going to go with New Queen Street. So Esperanza once again dodged by both these teams. New Queen Street's going to be the battleground. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to get to see a different push map than last series. I think we had a fully different map set so far for both series, so that's at least good to see. And these teams are going to take it even further into unknown territory with this one.
Yeah, this is now, I mean, listen, what could potentially be the final map. The maps have gotten closer and closer. And I think the big thing here for the Phoenixes is the fact that we're seeing Gil come alive. Right? I think that the Tracer has been a big difference maker. And it's actually forced Big J5 to change the approach angle of the fight. No longer is Big J5 taking straight up 1v1s. Changing it up, trying to find the backline instead, and then when Gil is, preoccupied, then going for the 1v1 when you can catch the Tracer unawares. So, I mean, a lot of credit to Gil, but it feels like with Big J5 adapting, it has gotten even harder now for the Tracer to showcase themselves.
Yeah, and again, right, like it wasn't just the adaptation from Gil. Like we saw some different team comps coming out. Like I really think that the Zenyatta and Baptiste pick versus Kiriko Lucio also had something to do with it. Like not having that AoE from the Lucio to heal up anything on the back line. Zenyatta being a little bit easier to target as a tracer than a Kiriko or a Lucio is. But still, like Gil was just doing an awesome job against both Big J5 as well as that back line. So we still got to give credit where credit is due. That being said, New Queen Street, it's a very different beast. It is flank central, so there's definitely a lot of opportunity for these Tracer duels to go even wilder than they have before. There's also an opportunity for some tank and support swaps once again, and both these teams could have very different ideas of how they want to execute this, which in Spawn so far it looks like they do, but they still got a couple seconds left.
Well, Cumberland Phoenix for the first time. Oh, I mean, the control map at the start where they were forced to kind of mirror. But realistically, this is the first time we're seeing them roll out with the pick composition.
Gonna first get our first, yeah, gonna get our first Genji and Moira pick as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, the no Kiriko is certainly, is gonna play difficult things for Cumberland Phoenix. They don't have, you know, utility here. It's all outright healing and nothing else. I think that was Gil forced to recall as well. Whereas Big J5 takes the health pack instead.
Yeah, Gil does eventually get taken out by their railgun. A little bit more damage potential out of Leon Master potentially. They do trade back on the Sojourn. Good hook from Killa, but goes awfully low. Not a lot of healing to get them back up, and they're just losing health by the second. But there's a huge burst from that Moira. Tamaki will fall, unfortunately, but Leon Master and Hemlock are at least able to keep Killa alive. This re-engage shouldn't take too long.
That's the difference of the Suzu, though, right? Like, Whipsy gets hooked, and you're not going to find the follow-up damage. Meanwhile, Cumberland Phoenix, anyone who gets taken in via the crowd control is almost certainly dead. See the Roadhogs dancing around each other.
Oh, it's going to be Killa being found. Like I said, no protection Suzu to save that one, but Big J5 will once again be traded. Not that successful on the Tracers so far. Big healing onto that Roadhog as Quipsy finds Hemlock, but they're just trading Lucio for Lucio. There's the whole Hawk, though. Finds Tamaki, pushes back everyone else, and Calvin is going to be free to push for the blue team.
Oh, what a showcase here by Bethel Pilots. And unfortunately, Cumberland Phoenix are in the sunk cost fallacy. They have the coalescence, so they have to stay on it. Leon Master, you're dueling against a Kitsune Rush. It's just a tough place to be. Bethel Pilots have taken a significant lead on this map at this rate after winning that first fight.
There's the Kiriko Rush already out. Killa being taken out. Gil follows suit, and I mean, they tried to find a couple of answers, Cumberland Phoenix, but the answers that they were trying to find are just not coming to fruition. They're already down 3-0. This might just be 4 if they don't find anything soon. They got a couple of ultimates, a couple, I do mean 4. But they still gotta find the value out of them, and that's gonna be tough to do.
I mean, this next fight. The big thing here is that, I mean, realistically, Cumberland Big should win it outright. They have all the resources. They just can't overspend. Like, the sound barrier cannot allow you to get, you know, too much here. Mirror the sound barrier. You're up 1. This is tough for Cumberland Phoenix.
It really is, and every single time they go into that fight, they do eventually get some control over that bot, so they can push it back a little bit. That checkpoint has already been captured, so forward spawns are going to be alive until they push it over the middle section. And with this going down into a lot of chaos once again, it's Gil that has to put their team on their shoulders once again. Space Marine does go down to the pulse bomb, and this bot is moving towards the center. They are creating some space, they are getting it out, and they are denying the forward spawns with this. But still, it's a fight win for Bethel Pilots, so that bot's just going to be moving back any second.
Yeah, and with Gil, I mean, Gil at least does the correct thing of forcing the respawns or changing the spawn location of their opposition, but it's not enough because Gil's like literally 1v5 in that scenario. Taken down, and now Cumberland Phoenix are playing mystery heroes. They bring the Doomfist out. It's tough.
It's so tough to do. Another pulse bomb going wide though for Big J5, but Space Marine finds the elimination of the Leon Master. Doomfist from Killa is trying to come through, and there's finally the Dragon Blade. Tamaki finds Space Marine, tries to go for a little bit more, looks for the Lucio, gets booped away after one slash. has to go for a vanilla Genji to try and get more of that. Do trade out for Kuda, but this bot's still pushing. This blue barrier is getting ever so close to that final point, and there seems to be so little that Cumberland Phoenix can do as Tamaki does finally swap back to the Sojourn, and Leo Master on the Kiriko. They are going for the almost mirror, and this might give them a little bit more to fight with.
There's going to be an early Kitsune rush from Dawson and the Bethel Pilots. And I mean, Cumberland Phoenix have to give up so much ground here.
They're not engaging until they have their own Kitsune rush. It does come out instantly. They find Kuda, another pulse bomb, and it's a lot of pressure there on the Space Marine. They will go down, and with Dawson also falling, this looks to be a fight win for Cumberland Phoenix. The first proper fight win they've had all map. And with Quipsy going down, they could finally start pushing this bot in earnest and getting back to the center, but that forward spawn will still be activated for everybody.
It's half the time bank elapsed, by the way, so 5 minutes spent. Bot will go back to neutral now. The forward spawns will be taken away. Battle Pilots are already all back out on the fighting field. Oh, that's a nice
good
stick.
pulse from the Killa, but the healing is there, and they fight Big J5 as a result, so it's a 4v5 to continue, and Killa is still back on full health. It's a situation to be in for Cumberland if they want to start pushing this spot a bit further. They have to win about like 3 fights in a row to even get close to this barrier, but at least they now have a little bit of an advantage going into this one. Whole Hog out from Quipsy, as well as the Sand Barrier from Hemlock, so they trade those ultimates out from one each other. Good punch. Once again, Big J5 gone, and another 4v5 continuation of this fight, as there is finally the overclock from Tamaki. Doesn't find anybody with it just yet, and is looking for a little bit more, but the space created with that Roadhog just pushes that bot back over the center. You finally thought they were starting to push? Well, the answer is no, and Dawson finds the headshot onto Gil. Once again, being pushed back by this Lucio and Kiriko is so much harder than it's Zenyatta and Baptiste. You only have to worry about the immortality fields. Quipsy looking for a hook, doesn't find it, but doesn't have to as Tamaki gets taken out. And after 2 fights with a numbers advantage, Cumberland Phoenix just gets pushed back again.
Oh my god, Hemlock and Leon Master are so low. They'll escape, but this is kind of the issue, is that Cumberland Phoenix are playing with, like, on the very edge, and they're not actually getting any real value from it. And, I mean, Cumberland Phoenix Killa is going to have to be in a big way. They're going to just walk away from this Kitsune rush. Killa gets nothing from the Meteor Strike. Bethel Pilots have not given up a ton of room.
Oh, Bethel Pilots just not having to give up any space because of that Roadhog just being in the way. Quipsy being so dominant, so fleshy, so beefy in the way. Space Marine finds Killa. They find Gil in their backline. And with 101.48 meters, this bot's going to be pushing it further. And we know the magic number. 110 meters is what you're looking for to sort of lock in this push mode. Another pulse on the Killa. The follow-up is there. And without the Doomfist, there's no way they can test this bot for a little bit. Big J5 is going ham again. They lost a little bit of touch during Junkertown, but now they're all back in the game. Breaking backlines again. You better watch out, because this bot is about to finish the map.
That's Killa not even going to be able to stay alive. The overclock finds one, but it feels inevitable.
Even if they stop it here, I mean, Tamaki might be able to do it, but they have to touch this bot as well constantly. Gil and Leo Master on it, but they just get eliminated. That Rodok is in the way, and with just Killa, it's going to be a finish. They're going to finish out New Queen Street, and with a 4-0, Bethel Pilots do take the win. They take the series, they take the championship in the Champions Division, and with that, we are crowning them. They're here. They did it. And with Quipsy, top 500 challenger on that Roadhog, I mean, it was an insane showing.
I mean, what a tremendous performance from Bethel all the way through the regular season here into the finals.
Yeah.
As they close out what is a flawless season, not dropping a single series, undefeated here, and they'll get to walk away with the championship division. What a tremendous performance here in the grand finals as Bethel Pilots take a 4-0 final scoreline.
Yeah, we had a 4-1 in the last series, but this time around there was no opposition enough. Cumberland Phoenix keeps super close, especially on that Escort and Hybrid map, to at least take away one particular map of the series. But every single time, Bethel Pilot found that energy in that last fight to not be their own worst enemy and pushed it over the line. So with that being said, we can't just leave it here. We can't just say, oh, they're champions, that's it. We gotta talk to them. We gotta figure out what they think. Figure out where they think their slight issues might have been or why they come out on top. So we're gonna send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk to at least one, maybe more people of the Bethel pilots. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. Took a little bit longer to set it up, but we got the interview ready with Bethel University's Dawson, who I think just did a little bit of a hot chip challenge. If not, they're gonna maybe do it live on stream. But LaFon, here they are. We got ourselves a little bit of a third one. Hi, Zach. How you doing?
Good. How are you? I have a quick request, if you don't mind. So
Sure.
it's kind of up to discretion here, but I wanted to read just a quick thing real quick, and then I have the chip here. So if you have important, like super important questions, you should probably ask me first. But I was gonna eat it and then do the interview. It's you.
No,
guys
you're fine to do it first. I mean, it's a celebratory challenge. I'm all for it. Go ahead, Dawson. Take it away.
Yeah, I want to read something real quick, if you don't mind, to give myself a little confidence. Now all glory to God, who is able through his mighty power at work within us to accomplish infinitely more than we might ask or think. Glory to him in the church and in the Christ Jesus through all generations forever. I'm shaking. I'm so nervous. This is awful. One chip challenge. I said I was going to do this earlier, so unfortunately I have to follow through. Plus we won, so a little celebratory. All right. If I can open the chip, though. Maybe that's the first step. Yep. All right. Might be a little hard for me to, God, all right, say some things, so try to make this. Okay, here we go. Wow,
Big
that's
chip.
hot already. All right, we gotta go.
You know what? We're gonna go with only one question here, just to let you off the hook a little bit. Any shout outs you have for anyone on your team behind the scenes, anything like that?
Whole team, man. Our coach Zay, he really pulled through with us today. Sorry. So sorry, he helped us review before the game because we lost yesterday, so we needed that. My entire team, really, and our coaches, we worked really hard on this and put a lot of time into it. A lot of practice, a lot of games, long season. Shout out to the whole team. Shout out to she's had a tough week. She still showed up today and supported us. So that's awesome. Jake's, oh God, it's really hot. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's pretty hot. Jake's girlfriend Paige is here supporting, so that's awesome. I appreciate it. Now, friends, family, everybody. It was really a team effort. Thank you guys for casting. I hope we put on a good game. But yeah, a lot of fun. Shout out to Cumberland. They made us work really hard for that. So that was enjoyable.
Well, there you go. You know what? Honestly, no notes. Perfect. 10 out
No
of 10.
notes. Perfect.
With that
Yep,
hot chip,
10
that
out of
was an
10.
excellent shout out. So, I mean, I have nothing else to add to that. I think it speaks for itself. Congratulations once more. We'll let you go, Dawson. Celebrate, perhaps suffer off camera from the heat a little bit.
Recover a little bit as you need to. But thank you so much for taking the time and also for slightly embarrassing yourself maybe on stream and during this. Go celebrate with the team. And we'll see you hopefully in the future, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Goodbye to the entirety of the Bethel pilots there, the support staff as well, and of course the wonderful Zach Dawson suffering in silence. And not in silence, honestly.
Straight up, best interview I've ever seen in
Right?
collegiate esports.
Yeah.
The bar has been set, everyone. Bethel University, the Bethel Pilots. Tremendous stuff. And I mean, straight up, Dawson, that was amazing. Went through it entirely. Only, paused a couple of times, kept the train of thought. Just fantastic stuff.
Yeah, exactly what you want. And even though we are done with our series for tonight, we're going to have one more coming up for you. Those will be brought to you by the wonderful Chef Billy and Bullskunk. Don't go anywhere. Meanwhile, we also want to just thank everyone behind the scenes for the entire season. This particular matches, of course, was Caroline and Grissom coming at us. So if you see them around, also give them a big shout out from us. But for me, LaFawn, thank you everyone for watching. And stay tuned for the next finals coming up.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, friends. We are here for our final matchup of the night. My name is Jeff. I'm here with Billy as we conclude our grand finals night. It's been a heck of an evening so far, Billy. Here, let me fill in what he was just saying. LaFawn and Mana Class killed it. We have more excellent matches. I'm now dubbing for Billy. Yes. It would be interesting is if his mouth was still moving and I was talking over it. Now then, yes, there we go. Yeah, he's saying that I'm the most handsome caster of all time. Yes.
That is not what I said. And I had myself.
All right, enough of that.
I had myself muted on a different screen.
Enough of that. Let's take a look at our schedule.
Let's take a look at the schedule. quickly.
Moving along.
Oh, I mean, here's how we got to where we're at tonight. Northern Arizona University blew a 4-1 winner over the Gray Harbor Chokers. I actually had watched the Chokers last week have a pretty dominant performance. So seeing what NAU did to them, NAU, what was perfect on the season, they're perfect now. Congratulations to them. Bethel Pilots. That was a bit of a straightforward series that I was really not expecting to see go quite that way. I thought it was going to go 4-1 or 4-2, but Bethel just came out of the gates with fire in their eyes. We're not taking no for an answer. And now coming up here to our series here with St. Ambrose and Fresno State. There is some history between these two teams. The last time they faced each other, St. Ambrose came out the winner 3-0 over the Fresno State Bulldogs. So a little bit of revenge here is what was on the Bulldogs' mind, Jeff.
Yep, and that was in the final week of our regular season, so it really wasn't that long ago. Still fresh in the memory of the Bulldogs, that stinging defeat coming out of the Fighting Bees. See what I did there? And it was just a cap for St. Ambrose. Pretty much flawless season. St. Ambrose only dropping 3 maps in totality up to this point. 8-0, perfect record, and that includes playoffs. So all the way up to the grand finals, they've only dropped 3 maps in teams. I mean, pretty darn good. Clearly your first seed coming into this. Fresno State, 6-2 coming in. Third seed. Good strong showing there in the semifinals, though. I managed to 3-0 the second place seed, the second seed in Co-College.
Yep, absolutely true. And I mean, so we'll see if that has any bearing on what happens here in our grand final tonight. Let's take a look at the teams out the gate first. We want to take a look at St. Ambrose University. We are looking for Sandrillin, but they're actually not in here today. Agent MM is going to be starting in here. And I tell you what I saw of St. Ambrose when we ever had a chance to cover them back in, I think, week number 3 or 4, was they have a pretty good hive mind synergy about them. They really do have a really excellent time to kill when they do engage in the enemy. They really go in full bore, get the work done, and then get themselves out pretty efficiently. So that was a hallmark of what I remember from the previous series this year, Jeff.
Yeah, there's a lot of synergy between the squad. MM7, kind of the leading DPS player alongside Hines, both returning members from last year. Azure Rose as well. So these gamers have been playing together for a while. And I mean, like you say, it comes through. Their teamwork has been superb and we've gotten this far. Let's take a look at their opponents now. As the Bulldogs, well, they've got their work cut out for them here in this first of 4 grand finals. This team, they were in the champion divisions last spring, put up a 3-6 record in that very, very tough division. Have kind of moved down one division here to challengers and put up a dominant performance. Some returning players, but a lot of freshmen here as well. We're looking at S-Death, Phoenix, and Sage, all freshmen this year.
Yeah, and I mean, S-Death coming in here at the last minute to be the starter. She's going to be leading the charge here. Definitely interested to see what's in the hero pool for this gamer, as I've not had personally had a chance to see Fresno State this year. So maybe they're bringing out a different look here for the grand finals. Maybe they've figured out something on the patch that we're playing on right now. And maybe she brings something different to the table. So, there's a couple of other, looks here. I mean, mentioned Central Methodist University. That's one that I was looking at where we saw Fresno State lose 3-0 to them, and then looking at St. Ambrose doing a 3-0 against them. So, I mean, there's like been some variances here in Fresno State's results. The one big glaring one is the 0-3 loss last week of the season. Obviously, they want to get revenge. They've had a pretty easy time of it during the playoff run. Both their quarterfinal and semifinals, Jeff, didn't drop a map. In the last match for St. Ambrose in their semifinal win, they actually dropped their first map of these playoffs. So, and guess who it was against? Central Methodist University. So there's a little bit of history going in here. I called it a 4-0. You called it a 4-1 in favor of St. Ambrose. We'll find out what's going to happen here as we take a look at where we're going to start at first. It looks like Fresno, the lower seed here, has banned Ilios. So St. Ambrose have picked Lijiang Tower as our starting control map.
Indeed. And this is going to be a loser ban winner pick system going through the rest of this series. In a 7-map series, as I mentioned, it's a first to 4 here in the grand finals. So we're not doing the preliminary bans like we did throughout the rest of playoffs. A lot of maps need to be available for the pool. So we're just going a more straightforward, pick and ban kind of system as we head through. I do want to take a moment and highlight Bacon Strip just because they have a major in kinesiology, which I thought is just amazing. It's like the study of movement. It's got to be the coolest. My camera's all frozen now. Oh, yeah, we're back. But speaking of movement, I started talking about movement and my camera stops moving. There you go. But that's just one of the coolest majors. A study of animation. There's some crossover there as far as studying the very minute details of how people move. Hopefully they've been doing some study on how this team moves as well. But I just wanted to highlight that. I just thought it was a cool little tidbit coming out of Bacon Strip, the senior support player there for Fresno State.
I'm going to go with Esdeath because her favorite anime is Akame ga Kill. One of the best animes out there. Don't at me. I don't care if you agree with me or not because you're wrong. It is one of the best, and I was absolutely thrilled when I saw that for their little bit about them. We've got a professional voice actor too. Sundown, the tank that's not in the lineup right now, is a professional voice actor in their free time. Hello? Come get in the casting booth.
Yep.
Come on, join us.
I'm not a big anime watcher, so I couldn't comment on the anime reference. I'm just going to have to take your word for it.
You better.
I will. I shall.
Oh, man. Starting out here on Night Market, Jeff. And, I mean, at this ELO, which is around Plat, low diamond, expect to see some Symmetra, which Agent has very kindly made me look like a brilliant person here. Esdeath is actually showing us, that's the... Wait. Ramatra's available? Oh, Lord. Well,
is that a thing?
Okay.
This could be cool.
This is going to be awesome. It's going to be our first chance to cast the newest tank.
Boo!
Boo! Okay. Vetoed. Looks like we're going to get a little hog wild here on the point.
I can understand. The character was literally just introduced 2 days ago, so
and broken.
It's probably a bit unfair. I don't know. I don't even think the watch is that broken, to be honest, but that's all right. Hogs trading hooks there in the beginning, and sort of going to get the better end of that deal. SAU with an early lead. Don't have the Lucio, but it's okay. They have no interest in disengaging. It is all W going all in. Here's the Fighting Bees. Will clean up on our first attack. They'll grab control at this point as soon as somebody makes their way over there.
Well, somebody's on there right now. It looks like Hines is going to go ahead and make sure that they capture that point. A couple of really crucial hooks coming out of Sur in the beginning of the fight. Taking down Esdeath, their opposite. Probably got thrown for a loop there, saying that you couldn't play the new hero, so maybe a last-second changer. We'll see if they can get their act together here on the Hog. But looking at Kemp right now, Kemp almost has a pulse bomb already in one fight.
I mean, MN7 is a renowned tracer here in Challengers Division. Is definitely going to have their work cut out for him going up against it. Though, like you say, is leading a bit in the pulse bomb race. But MM7 is going to get their number in that duel. Anytime MM7 can play tracer, good news for the Fighting Bees. Zur goes down, but MM7 is able to retaliate and keep the advantage firmly in St. Ambrose's favor.
Well, need to see some cleaner disengages. Once you lose a member, we need to see a little bit cleaner disengage coming out of the Bulldogs. Other thing is pathing right now. They're kind of trying to force it down the front here and try to come in through the front of the dojo. And I think they need to find just a little bit more creativity. Maybe throw Kemp on the flank there, and then allow them to go in and move on top.
MM7 doing a good job of marking that flanker. We'll see. Ooh, that somebody go off the side.
Oh!
Zip is able to land on the pulse bomb right in the middle of that Kitsune rush. And just knowing that St. Ambrose were gonna just bunch up on the stone pathway, and easy pickings there for Zip. Nice pulse.
Well, I mean, actually just one ultimate to win them that fight, so they're going to have Kitsune Rush advantage into this fight, as well as an overclock. So Heinz versus KCV is going to be our next point of focus here, Jeff. And, yeah, I mean, this should be a really interesting first fight.
The rush out early here for Venari. Not a whole lot of value for it, but KCV will eventually find Sir on the outside. Flip did go to Fresno State, and just a quick disengage from St. Ambrose as they wait for their members to return.
Yeah, there's a lurking Tracer. Agent is out in Narnia right now, and I think they're trying to find said Tracer. But blinks back and gets themselves in there looking for sound barrier engagement here in this next fight. Really want to see what Heinz does with their overclock. Haven't seen much out of this gamer yet.
Focus St. Ambrose rotated through coast onto the point. MM7 still lurking along the outside. Heinz is going to go ahead and pop that overclock. Sound barrier invested from the fighting fees as well. KCV trying to keep him at bay with that disruptor shot, and well, unfortunately, it does not really slow down St. Ambrose at all. Sir and Azuros come in for some cleanup kills, and the flip happens at 72%.
Well, Pulse Bomb and Whole Hog both available here for the retake here from Fresno State. Definite advantage here for Swaggy Fish in the Kitsune Rush fight. About 50% ahead of Venari. So lots of work needs to be done here by the Bulldogs. Kiriko, see if they can do anything with this Pulse Bomb.
Ooh, a quick move from SDF, getting sped on by Bacon Strip and almost landed the hook to an unsuspecting St. Ambrose. Finding lucky to avoid that one as the Whole Hog just zones off St. Ambrose for the moment, but now they're coming back to re-engage. It did do enough to buy Fresno State possession.
What a
But
stick!
that was a long distance shot there from MM7. The Suzu, excuse me, wow, that one just escaped the brain. Managed to keep them alive through the pulse, but MM7's able to clean up anyway.
Last
Why do they
touch
give them such weird names? Suzu is such a weird name for an ability. I mean, come on, Blizzard.
98%
with amplification matrix.
Or gravitic flux accretion disk.
Yeah, gravitic flux is what it was the Baptiste where they like amplification matrix and immortality field where they're like, we're gonna introduce cooldowns with 6 syllables and anyway.
Have fun.
Suzu is at least short. For some reason it just does not stick in my brain, Billy. It just does not stick in my brain.
Same. I'm going with the flow here. Going with the flow. So, I mean, pretty competitive there for both squads. A little bit of a healer diff there for St. Ambrose. Swaggy Fish getting a lot better value out of the Suzus being thrown, was more aggressive with the Kitsune rushes as well, really allowing their team to fight harder and longer in those fights. Now, Agent, once again, going to show us the Symmetra, come back with the Tracer, get their team nice and sturdy on the point. Good. I think that Fresno State really need to worry about their pathing and establishing position on the point, and then looking for that first pick potential coming out from either SDeath or from KCV.
Yeah, Fresno have indeed at least got some point presence early on this. It's very early, and Sir's able to move on. Nice, Susan's going to protect Sir after the hook, and they kind of force SDeath back. Zimp falls in the process, sticking around on this objective a little too long. Not a whole lot of cover there for SDeath as they eventually fall. And Bacon Strip down at 1 health, trying to stall it out, but Heinz will eventually pick that one up. First control going over to the Fighting Beasts.
Well, I mean, they kind of left SDeath out to dry there. The support duo was just not there, providing the same amount of sustain that we saw Sur getting. Only 6% difference in the whole hog gain right now. The big difference right now for me, Heinz over KCV. Heinz got so much value with the railgun there in the first fight.
KCV trying to get some value here. Putting some damage on Sarah. think it's 2 syllables. Sayer. We'll go with that. Apologies if we're mispronouncing your name. Overclock in from Hines on the outside. Gets a couple of shots in onto S-Death. S-Death's going to pop that whole hog and force everybody out. Kitsune rushes combined with it up top. KCV up there able to find that shot onto MM7. Get that pesky tracer off of their face. S-Death with that kill onto Sayer. And this is 2 quick kills and a nice fight win here from the Bulldogs.
I mean, Sarah right now is really taken a couple of questionable lines as they've tried to regress on the point. Now we see Venari and Bacon Strip kind of hugging on to the hog there and making sure that they have the sustain to go through the mid fight. Big thing is that Kemp has put out a couple really good pulse bombs, but the Suzus from Swaggy Fish have been absolutely on point.
There's a nice Suzu from Venari, speaking of. Rush in from St. Ambrose. KCV along the top with an overclock, though, is just looking to punish anybody who steps in. And HMM7 takes that bet and ends up on the business end. Oh, the railgun. Zip comes up with a nice kill as well as KCV is looking for some exit picks. Trying to find Swaggy Fish on the way out. Has to use a Suzu to get past. Hines is not so lucky. St. Ambrose is going to have to wait for respawn to come at it again.
Fantastic individual performance there, both from Zemp and from KCV. KCV actually landed 2 big headshots with the remainder of the overclock. Didn't have it fully charged where they let loose with it, but the cleanup was there on the Azure Rose by Zemp. So the DPS duo right now for Fresno State, they've taken space. They're playing around the flanks and not being predictable in their movements. Oh man, what a shot from Hines though.
Bacon Strip had the sound barrier. This is disastrous. Now St. Ambrose have all the cards and all the kills. Choosing to not invest what ultimates they have. A conservative and wise decision. Zero's going back for a little taxi service here for Sayer. 5 stars to Zero's. Very friendly.
Definitely gets a good Yelp review from me. But, I mean, sound barrier fight here for both squads. Venari about 15% ahead here in the Kitsune Rush. So it's a matter of pathing right now. St. Ambrose have to be pretty much perfect from here on out.
Zimple's looking for that pulse bomb, decided not to go for it. Bacon Strip drops the sound barrier. Zimp holding on to the point. Has to use that recall earlier. Zero's trying to chase him down, and it's a bit of a duel. Sayer, meanwhile, in the back, is able to get not just KCV, but help Zero's finish off Zimp as well. St. Ambrose needed this fight, and now in a good position to finish off this map.
Whole Hog and Kitsune Rush, though, available to Fresno State, and we both know how absolutely devastating that combo can be. Throw in a pulse bomb on top of that. This could be the fight win here that Fresno State needs to take us to Gardens.
We'll see perfect, and that hook is not good. Good Suzu from Venari is out. Rush is there, but St. Ambrose, they're just going to disengage. They know resources are very thin here. Zero's drops that sound barrier just before that hook land. That was so close to being an interrupted sound barrier. But alas, the tides turned and the waves are crashing onto Fresno State. Crushed underneath the weight. St. Ambrose will pick up map 1, taking Legion Tower.
That was 46 to 84 when it flipped. And they carried that through 2 fights and just really measured their ult usage there, Jeff. That's why they win that fight. A couple of providential hooks coming in from Sayer onto S-Death here. I mean, this is a great play here, but I mean, they just weren't able to, clean up through it and maintain possession of the point. They ult dumped a little bit too heavily into fights that they didn't necessarily need to. So a little bit of ultimate discipline, I think, from the Bulldogs will hold them in better stead as we move through the rest of our night. But that is a clean 2-0 win for St. Ambrose here in our grand final. And now we're going to head to hybrid in our next map.
It's a double-edged sword of being disciplined with your ultimates, but you still want to be proactive and aggressive at the same time. You don't want to just be reacting to what the other person is doing, because then your opponents are the ones setting the pace and dictating the tempo of the fight. So I like the aggression. I like the go for it nature coming out of the Bulldogs, but St. Ambrose did a wonderful job of disengaging. The fight that really stands out when they throw the rush and the whole hog in, you just see St. Ambrose just peace out. They just ghost. They're done. And then they come back and are able to counterpunch after these cooldowns and these ultimates had been used to set up. And Fresno State find themselves a little lacking in resources. So it really is such a delicate balance between discipline and aggression.
Can we talk about Swaggy Fish's Suzus, by the way? Absolutely on the money. When they needed them the most was absolutely kind of fight turning. We saw a couple of really good flank hooks come in from Esdeath, pulling Sayer in, and then the Suzu on top takes them out of the stun, allows them to take a breather, allows them to pull a hook of their own and pull them back into the loving arms of the DPS that are just waiting there for them. And Heinz had a pretty good beat on what Sayer was laying down with the hook. So that little combination, that little interaction between the Sojourn and the Hog is something that I'm personally going to be looking in here for St. Ambrose, because it was pretty spot on for the majority of Lijiang Tower.
Okay, so it is a loser pick system here. We were misinformed there at the top of the broadcast, but it was Eichenwald has been banned out by St. Ambrose. Looks like we're headed to King's Row. So we don't get to see this map very often, Billy. So I'm not sure what to expect.
You know what? I'm throwing my hands up. I got no analysis for this. No, really. I'm wondering if Esdeath has the Winston or maybe an Orisa in the pocket, two very good counters to the Roadhog composition if you can play it correctly. Also at this elo, while not in a perfect spot right now, Reinhardt could be an option, just depending on what they're feeling with. I mean, based upon the play that we just saw right there, Jeff, I don't think the German Crusader should be coming in here, but Orisa is a definite good counter, especially for the hooks coming in from Sayer. Just need to know, is there a little bit more adaptability here in the tank department? I don't think that Esdeath had a bad map by any means. Really held their own.
Almost. I mean, was a pixel away from interrupting that sound barrier, and that could have turned that whole map around. I mean, it was by a pixel. But we're going to take a quick BRB, enjoy a little bit of music, and we'll see you back here in a couple minutes. All right, it's time for map number 2 here in our Challengers Grand Finals for NECC Fall 2022. St. Ambrose up 1-0 after a fairly clean victory there on Lijiang Tower. They've banned out Eichenwalde and Kings Row coming up next.
Well, I already pretty much said everything that I was going to say about this. I just want to see what's going to happen with the tank situation. You've got a couple of compositions that you can run on point A. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some variations here come out from either squad here, trying to get a little bit of an extra foothold here, especially when point A is concerned. Pharmacy right here is a really good pick right out the gate, trying to displace people along with a hog if you're going to run in with that. Like I said, I'm looking for who is going, what the tank compositions are going to be here, Jeff. Something's got to be done for Sayer's hog because they have not missed very many hooks. And when they do land them, the follow-up has been there pretty consistently throughout Lijiang Garden. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here in the streets of London. St. Ambrose is up 1-0 here in our grand final for our division here. And, well, we'll see St. Ambrose come out on the defense. Fresno State's going to be our our attacking team. So this is where I think, we need to look and see if there's going to be any kind of swaps. Nope. St. Ambrose looks like they're going to give us the tried and true that's gotten them the 1-0 lead so far. We do have a substitution coming in. Phoenix coming in for Esdeath here. Going to be showing us the Roadhog again, maybe, for themselves. Might have the Winston in the back pocket, don't know. They might be just holding off in spawn, deciding to take a look and see what's going on about Mandata Square there and around the Alderworth Hotel. So we'll see. 12 seconds before they can change anything out. In case he's going to pull out the Widow here, see if they can pick out any kind of a early pick. And a little bit of love talk going on in our GBAT chat.
Yeah, it's all love and games until the door opens. I guess all fair love and war is another adage you can throw onto that. Pick one. Nice hook out of Phoenix. Good opener, 1-for-1 so far, but Sayer returns the favor and has a little bit more firepower to back theirs up. Phoenix goes down. Tip of the spear broken off here for Fresno State. MM7 trying to punish some escapees, but Fresno State do manage to get out fairly clean.
Well, I mean, that's pretty easy. Once you lose your Roadhog, you have to disengage from that point, and just GG's go next. Looking at Zeb, 10% head in the Pulse Farm generation. Just needs to be watching for that flank from Age, and Age is taking some nice creative angles here, using the rooftops to kind of flit around here like the pestilence that a Tracer is.
And doing a good job of just keeping KCB in check. If KCB can get set up on this high ground and you get a kill on it, M7 will really open this thing up. Whoa! That hook went deep! Deep sea fish in there from Phoenix as they take Hines out of the fight. Make a ship fall, so it's no speed here for Fresno State. Little Suzu is going to keep Phoenix in this fight, but now Sayer is going to pop that whole hog, falls back. Phoenix coming up on one of their own. Venari is the one to finish off M7, and all eyes are now forward along with all the scrap. Coming out from this whole hog as Phoenix just drives back, drills St. Ambrose into the dust.
I mean, that was a max range hook through traffic. And just did not allow anybody else to play the game after that. Great use of ultimates there. The pulse pump kind of corralled everybody together, and then Phoenix let loose with it. Oh no, Sayer once again with a beautiful hook.
And gets hooked in and continues to press W. Sayer gets hooked towards Phoenix and doesn't back up to Booksport, just forces the Bulldogs to take cover under the archway. Fresno State are still, well, actually we're about even. I was going to say up a player, but everybody's back in this. 5v5 headed into the arches. Overclocks available for both sides. St. Ambrose do have a Kitsune Rush to use at their disposal, which I'd imagine as soon as Fresno State tried to cross through, they're just going to run into a world of hurt here, Billy.
I mean, they're waiting for the call for the Suzu to go out. They actually had an opportunity about 8 seconds ago. They're waiting for Suzu to come out so they can go in there and launch the pulse bomb.
They're trying to go in through Bookstore. Does indeed drop that pulse bomb, but not a whole lot doing. MM7 tried to drop one of their own, but a nice little flex from KZV takes them out. Continue to rush in from the defense. Sayer's going to use it to pick up one. Hides in the back, doesn't want to use their overclock yet, since the sound barrier to try to tilt the balance of this fight. The later sound barrier in from the Fighting Bees, as a matter of fact, but it's taken them a while to find any of these kills. This fight's starting to draw out, and St. Ambrose are having to invest heavily. Hides will get rewarded, at least a little bit of ROI on that final investment, as 2 kills come through as courtesy of the railgun.
Well, now they've got the Roadhog advantage going through, so now you've got sustain, you've got CC ability with the hook, self-sustain. You can go around bookstore here, take this last little straightaway, and try and see if you can find the tracer, which they do.
That was a nice little predictive. Decided to go left with it, anticipating M7 would drop off of that high ground and catches him out of the air. That was a wonderful predictive hook coming out of Phoenix, and gives them a great advantage here as they continue to push through streets. This is massive. It means St. Ambrose cannot escape the Foundry nearly as calculated as they would like. Yeah, that's the word for it, calculated. Another hook in, that one lands on to Sayer. Concerning Rosh, expended here from Fresno State as they run in. Zip's going to land the poles, but Swaggy Fish lands the kunai right into the dome. 4 meters left to go before the cap-off point B as Hines goes rushing in, but it's a one-player advantage that quickly snowballs into a mini-player advantage here for Fresno State as they add more clock to their time. Time to their clock.
Yep.
Time to the clock, yes.
There's
Dyslexia.
There's numbers going bigger on the clock there for you, Jeff.
Bigger.
Bigger. Oh, what a hook. Once again, it pulls the Suzu out as well. Phoenix is going to have a little bit of a little +1 here in the Suzu department, looking to see if they can get the whole hog out. What a great hook again, though.
Yeah, that one catches him just around the corner. Phoenix going down means everybody else just needs to get out. Zimp tried, but to no avail.
Well, I mean, they used Kitsune Rush in that last fight. Swaggy Fish now has the advantage here as they're going to try and hold this second corner here. Maybe try to push the car back. It's automatically going back as they had last control of it. They really want to see if they can take this sight line here and get a quick early hook out and see if they can assassinate that character.
Looks going to land on a Sayer. Full hog out. The Suzu protecting. St. Ambrose going back around the corner, way back. As KCV is going to put in a threat from above. A little 1-2 combo coming out of the Bulldogs, but they have yet to find much purchase on it. Now the counter punch is in play. In the name of the rush out of St. Ambrose as they try to fast track their way into a hold. Whole hog almost gets Phoenix, will eventually get finished off by Hines. Pulse bomb comes in, but Sayer that take a breather means they're taking a lot less damage and then responds with a great hook on the bacon strip as well. This is going to be St. Ambrose with another good hold here, about 220 remaining. 3
ultimates, though, to win that fight for St. Ambrose. Still lots of investment from Fresno State as well. Good thing for them is that they're going to have the massive advantage in Kitsune Rush here, so they need to take the space around corner here. Pull Sayer out of the fight if they can. Maybe get somebody up to deal with Hines on the high ground there. Big hook once again.
Sayer has just landed these with incredible efficiency. Bacon strips down as the approach. Fresno State wanted to get aggressive on the back of that rush, but everybody was just so low in health. And there was a sound barrier invested there from St. Ambrose that kept them nice and sturdy through that investment. Phoenix on this point does a whole hog, lands one hook, and Hines is going to drop. Turns, puts a couple shots down, unleashes the whole hog, and Sayer just gets evaporated as Zero Rose joins them. As there's just nothing but dust left here where the defense once stood.
Man, there's been a massive philosophy change here for the Roadhogs. Phoenix is playing way more aggressively than we even saw Esdeath playing, and they're getting the full value out of it.
Both are going to whiff, so you're going to drop a whole hog of their own, trying to finish Phoenix off, but the healing is just too good. It's MM7 who's lighting things up. Had a pulse bomb and a subsequent kill on the back of it, and Fresno State get absolutely stymied on this one.
Well, they're sub 60 seconds now. Sound barrier advantage to the Bulldogs. However, Kitsune Rush is up and ready to go for Swaggy Fish. So I'm looking to see, if they deploy it early or if they wait and try to see if they can get Phoenix out of the fight first and then just go in neutral. That would be the best case scenario for them. Worst case scenario is that you see Swaggy Fish get picked out of the neutral and then they can just push it on top of it.
Ooh, Hines with a beautiful headshot to start things off. KCV with an overclock. Trying to see if they can devalue the rush coming out from the other side. Sound barrier thrown in late from Bacon Strip to try to turn this 4v5. MM7 wanting to shut down KCV up on this off angle. Will eventually find that pick. Now the sound barrier comes in with only 7 seconds remaining from the defense of San Ambrose. Will help buffer through this whole hog out from Phoenix. Ooh, even enough to keep the Zero Rose alive after that hook. It was a body shot, couldn't finish them off. Zemp takes down Swaggyfish though, as the sustain's starting to lack, but unfortunately it's not enough. St. Ambrose are able to get the job done. Cart stops shy of point C.
What a DPS performance there from both Hines and Agent. Pulse Bomb landing 2 overclock kills to just clear the point of any kind of offensive pressure coming in from Fresno State. So win condition on the board here for St. Ambrose. You know where you need to get here inside the Foundry. Let's see if there's going to be any changes coming out for Fresno State. Phoenix definitely having a really good performance on the Roadhog, Jeff. I can't fault them for opting into the mirror here. I'm just wondering if running with the Genji here, or I'm sorry, with the Tracer here, if you wouldn't maybe pull out the Reaper. And I understand why we go with the Tracer. There's a lot more mobility. There's one-shot potential with the Pulse Bomb. But we haven't seen Zemp really land a lot of them, for the killing blows. So a lot of these Pulse Bombs have gone towards Sir, thinking they're going to back up into their team and maybe get the collateral damage as they try to regress back into the safety of their healers and the Suzu. But, I mean, so far, it's really been Hines and Agent taking names and kicking butt. So we'll see if Fresno State here can put up a decent hold here on point A and really limit the time that St. Ambrose has to get through the streets of London.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Getting word now that SEUR is actually closer to Sir. I don't know. I'm getting conflicted reports here. We're doing our best with pronunciation with the information we have given, so apologies if it's not 100%. Either way, Sir, Sayer, it's just going to be a bog now. Opening blood goes in their favor. St. Ambrose is going to pick up a pair early on in this fight as my dog plays with a doorstop in the background.
Nice recontest kill there coming through. KCV picking up 2 in this fight. And I'll tell you what, Hines not giving up yet. This might be the point here for them to take back a little bit of extra work coming in, though. I mean, this is a great recontest coming out of Fresno State.
Yeah, down 2. I mean, that's not an easy one to accomplish. Beautiful job there from Zemp, able to get in the thick of things and find some good picks. St. Ambrose do have plenty of time on the clock, and they're not going to waste any of it getting back into this fight because Fresno State still weren't quite at full strength. Now they're going to come rushing back in. Lucio Speed assisting with that, and it's just turned into chaos on this objective. Nobody in cover, just everybody stand out in the middle, and a huge brawl unleashing here. Phoenix able to pick up some kills here, at least one in the name of Swaggyfish, and a very important one at that. Sustain lacking, St. Ambrose disengaging.
Well, I mean, they're taking a minute and a half off the clock here, Jeff, and I mean, this is a win if you're the Bulldogs. Whole hog ready to go. Kitsune Rush going to be ready to go. Big hook coming in. Nice. Oh, well, that's one way to get out of it.
It's a whole hog from Sir to try to devalue this Kitsune Rush. Phoenix is going to drop one of their own, but it's right as the rush is finishing. Doesn't get a whole lot of value out of it. But with Sir going down, once again, St. Ambrose are just looking for a way out. MM7 will escape.
Let's see what Hines has up their sleeve here with the overclock. Needs to find a favorable angle. Looking around the Statue of Mundana, maybe using the power slide to get to the opposite high ground in concert with Agent, who has the pulse bomb.
Ooh, Agent won't get a chance to use that pulse bomb, but Hines plus Rush equals one dead Phoenix. Not rising from the ashes as of yet. Hines so far choosing not to invest this overclock because they're just going to finish it off with some primary fire. KZV working around through Hotel, looking to stop MM7 from getting back into this fight. MM7 will not be denied. Makes their way all the way through. Assists on that big pick onto KCV, and A. St. Ambrose will finally grab this objective.
Yep, it is. I mean, it's a minute 20, so now 3:51 to get through the streets of London. Both DPS ultimates are online for St. Ambrose, so they do have some initiation tools here to try and pull the cooldowns out of Fresno State and see if Sir can bring their attack to fruition. I want to see, though, if Fresno State wants to take this aggressive angle that they've been taking all evening long, see if they can get that hook out, see if they can pull Sir, pull the Suzu out, and then watch Zemp go in the back and just create havoc.
Hook in, Bacon Strip falls. Beautifully done as Sir continues to be a menace. Ooh, I love the turn there from Phoenix. It puts Sir kind of in between them and the rest of the reinforcements, but unfortunately it does not result in anything good here for the Bulldogs. They seem to have a plan, they execute it right, and yet St. Ambrose still overcome.
Well, I mean, that's a sign of a great team. They can take a change in their win con for a fight and then turn it on their head. And Sir is the perfect bullet or meat shield for the squishies in the back. Lots of surface area there for Fresno State to really shoot into. But there's going to be a recontest of maybe 2 fights here before St. Ambrose will be able to take this point.
Hines up in the high ground. Overclock pop. Bacon Strip heading up there. A hook went up there as well. Hines under a lot of pressure. And still manages to avoid and get some shots down.
Wow.
Including that beautiful one. Lands a second. As Hines is able to pick up 2 with their ultimate. All the value you need to push this home. Venari with a bit of a present, though. A little going away present there for Hines.
I mean, it's just a little longer on the reset as they enter the foundry here now. Only 67 meters, 44 to get them even with what the Bulldogs laid down. This is where I would run with the Reaper. I would pull the Reaper out here after you let this pulse bomb go through. Pull out the Reaper. Really make sure, think about what kind of approach they're going to take on this point.
Oh, no. Phoenix grabs Sir off the top. Sir lands the initial hook, and while falling, Phoenix manages to pull him down with him. Oh, what a wonderful interaction. That's if I'm going down, you're coming with me.
Oh, you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. And, I mean, it reminds me so much of Ilios Well. A lot less room for error there, and they both get the full value out of it. So, Phoenix versus Sir now. Whole hog on the ready.
This could be a sound barrier. And they could really push this far. If St. Ambrose can win this with only 1 or 2 ultimates, okay, well, the pulse bomb's already out. Ooh, that one could be dangerous. Sir's not going to get out of it. Too much damage applied. Suzu already used, and St. Ambrose don't even get a chance to invest any more ults.
That is a great fight win. That was a really aggressive pulse bomb that came out from Zemp. Did it land? No. Did it push the pressure back and pull the resources out? It absolutely did. And the big thing is that it allows Bacon Strip to get their sound barrier online.
Which they're going to need because there's a Kitsune Rush coming in. Phoenix is already down. That sound barrier was invested from Bacon Strip as was responded in kind. And it's a +1 right now to the Fighting Beasts. They move in. Nice bit of tracking to find the follow-up. It's the melee to get the job done here for MM7. Now moving in to pounce on Venari and see if they can seal the deal here on King's Row. Reinforcements show up. MM7 has to bail on that plan. Does manage to find Zimp on the way out with some help from Hines.
Well, 1:35 on the clock here to get about, what, 30 meters? This is going to be a dogfight to the end here. Kitsune Rush advantage in Venari's favor.
Shots in. Phoenix is stuck back behind the cart. Take a breather, use. But as soon as people tried to pounce, the whole hog comes out. St. Ambrose thought they smelled weakness, but they were barking at the wrong tree.
Well, I mean, Zemp has been taken out first in these past 2 fights. So, I mean, maybe holding on to the recall. Otherwise, I mean, you have to give it to Agent and Sir. Have really focused on the annoyance factor of the Tracer. So Zemp will be able to get their pulse bomb in this fight. Oh my goodness, that is a huge Suzu.
Yeah, Suzu's invested from both sides already. Is just kind of becoming the dance of the hogs around the cart at the moment. Hines is in the background with an overclock, not to be outdone. It's KCV who finds 3. Triple kill from KCV. As the junior out of Fresno State absolutely put a stop to St. Ambrose. 30 seconds remaining.
Pulse bombs for both teams. Whole hog closer for Phoenix right now. The big kicker here is Venari has Kitsune Rush available to hold this corner. St. Ambrose are going to have to run into it. Here's the swap. Sir showing us the battle cattle. My favorite tank in the entire game. Going to be able to withstand these hooks coming in.
Gonna get to the hook. Let's see how Fresno gets a Kitsune rush. As Fresno State have all the tools they need. This is their fight to lose. Pulse Bomb lands on a Phoenix and they can't get topped up. Sayers able to take that one down. Zip with a triple kill! Oh my, Fresno State just put St. Ambrose into the coffin. King's Row belongs to the Bulldogs.
You know what? I gave Zip some grief for not landing very many efficient pulse bombs. Well, shut my mouth and slap my grandma. That was exactly what they needed there in the last hour, especially seeing that Phoenix had gone down. Came through in spades, and here's the 3K, well, the 4K, almost that came through for Fresno State. I mean, that was fantastic work out of KCV, but I mean, Zemp for me takes the cake there, my friend, with that triple kill on the pulse bomb. You don't see that very often. They waited for Suzu to come out, and then they just went in ham, got all the value they need out of it. Clean win, and it's now tied up here in our grand finals.
Yeah, both KCV and Zep with some severe pop-off plays there. That point C defense. You wanted to bring it back like this is going to be no 4-0 sweep here. The DPS for Fresno State showing up in a huge way. They just refuse to be outdone. That's what championship spirit, my friend. This is what I saw out of the Bulldogs at Kings Row. That was championship spirit.
I mean, I love it. I love it. And we're going to continue the action going on here. So I think we're going to get our escort map next. Once again, it is loser ban. All right. Winner ban, loser pick. So we're going to get a chance for Fresno State to decide what map's going to get banned, and for our escort map, where we're going to head. St. Ambrose is really going to be, up against it here. They're not used to this. They haven't lost a map against the Bulldogs yet this year, so this is new territory for both squads.
Yeah, I suppose so. There's. I'm trying to think what escort map would favor the Hog Comp. And does St. Ambrose, do you even want to continue playing that? Where our meta's in such a place where you can rotate. I mean, the prominent meta is the Winston Rush meta. But the variation where we see the Hog and the Tracer very prevalent as well. But you also have the Orisa variant. So it kind of depends on which of the three St. Ambrose wants to go with, and that'll kind of determine where they take us. But like you could throw it a complete wild card. We've seen everything. I mean, like it's we got contenders going on right now. Every single hero in the game except Moira has been played in contenders between North America and EMEA. Like that's just kind of the place where the meta is in. So like the world is your oyster, St. Ambrose. What you gonna do with it?
Well, Fresno has banned Gibraltar, so. Okay. Do St. Ambrose decide to kind of flip the script here and go to Circuit Royale and see if Fresno State actually has a Sigma player on the team? Because we all know the Dutch tank reigns supreme there in Monaco. Do they try a double sniper comp and could take us to Junkertown? I mean, there are serious considerations here for St. Ambrose. This is going to put a little bit of a thought in their craw.
I think you want to keep MM7 on a tracer-friendly map. That is definitely a strong suit for the Fighting B squad. It is just MM7's tracer, like just period. Yeah, Zemp did pop off on King's Row. Now, I think the question, if I'm St. Ambrose, I think the question is, can you do that against us 3 more times? Because that's just, you're strong in that variety. But hey, we got an answer. It is in fact going to be Circuit Royale. We're going to head to Monaco. Now we have more questions. I have more questions than answers after hearing that pick, Billy.
Well,
St. Ambrose come out with a double sniper. That's the first question on my plate.
I mean, I honestly thought they were going to take us to Route 66 just because Tracer works so well on Route 66. You have all the nice little nooks and crannies, but Circuit Royale presents a different set of of win cons here. You've got to have somebody that can look down the long sight lines that the payload traverses. You're going to have to run a shield tank here. If you're running double hog into this is going to be a bloodbath, and it's going to be all about picks. So I want to see if St. Ambrose have brought us here, because they do have snipers in their back pocket and they just haven't shown it to us, or are they trying to bring out the tank difference right now? Because, sir, will show us right now what it's going to look like here for St. Ambrose. They've decided they're going to, or I think Fresno have decided they're going to go out on the attack first. So St. Ambrose are going to kind of dictate what we're going to see here, Jeff. As I said, yep, Sigma's all right. And Agent popping out the Widow. Interesting.
Yeah, we've seen M7's Widow before. It doesn't stand out to me like the Tracer play does, but I still think it can be serviceable. We'll see if it is exemplary. This is grand finals. It's what you need. This is the wild world of collegiate esports. Here we go. Circuit Royale, map 3. Winner of this will take the advantage here in the grand finals. Let's get it going. I'm ready, Billy.
It's also going to be the Lucio versus the Zenyatta, as we have dueling Baptiste here. So if Sir or another target gets chunked down or gets that Discord orb, there can be a quick and painful death coming into their future.
Yeah, Discord orb versus speed. As the defenders, I can like, this is kind of weird to me. I think it would be the other way around. Yep, Sir just falls immediately, just collapses between the Discord orb, some shots from a rail, and Phoenix with the hyperspeed. Quick death here for the front line of St. Ambrose.
Well, I mean, and look at the healing differences right now. That is just such a scary shot coming out of the Widowmaker. But I mean, lots of space being able to be took right now. I think they got it underneath drawbridge. Yeah, they got it underneath the little footbridge there. So now it's all about Phoenix being able to take the space and fit on the space that's being taken in.
Dimp getting aggressive, was pushing in, looking for Hines. Had to recall out and is just going to double dash and get out of there. KCV now putting pressure in from the outside. Phoenix is taking a lot of damage up front. Sir felt confident to push forward, try to pursue that kill. Hines finishes off Zep. Didn't see if they were trying to get aggressive or just hide in the back, but either way, Fresno State now down their Tracer. St. Ambrose just continue to pep around this corner, slowly getting wider and wider and taking more space. ACV is going to kind of put a clamp on that, though, as they have this high ground, putting a lot of pressure down. Implication Matrix out from both sides. The defensive one now on the battlefield, and it's to keep Fresno State at bay for just a moment.
Well, Agent does have walls ready to go. They're in control right now. Big flux coming out. Doesn't catch anybody.
Oh, that stick lands, though. This is Zero's Falls 96 assault barrier. Hines with some revenge, and M7 able to finally get one down. The Tracer, or excuse me, the Widowmaker threat finally coming to fruition from the high ground. Hines cleaning up on the back end.
Well, the big thing is that there was nothing really to protect against either of those gravitic fluxes. Now Bacon Strip was going to have basically a free transcendence that you can use either to go in on tempo or to counteract maybe a bit of a offensive push coming from Azure Rose with the sound barrier in pocket. The big thing right now that I'm looking at is who's going to get the best value out of these overclocks. KCV needs to find a favorable sight line.
It was trying to work that high ground before. It's sitting on the high ground directly above Phoenix at the moment. Phoenix will really want to reclaim some of this lost space and get up to this next corner. KCV with 63 health decides to pop it overclock, but Hines has one as well. Finds KCV out of the back. Now looking for Bacon Strip. Venari is the next one to fall. Fresno State kind of caught in an unfavorable situation here as Phoenix just ends up out on an island surrounded by the 5Bs.
This reminds me of Contenders China so much, Jeff. Just the hit scans, being able to lay shots in, being able to get a first pick and really turn the fight on its head, allowing their tank to claim the space. that their opposite has been able to claim. So, I mean, Bacon Strip, I mean, you're just basically waiting for anything coming in right now. Now you've got to hold this for the Gravitic Flux, that 20% ahead for Sir.
Nice little combo from the Sojourn and the Widowmaker. Zemp has 0 health. Back in spawn you go. Right as Fresno State just trying to kick this thing off. Their Ant Matrix will fade away. St. Ambrose return to the fight. Really no harm done. Topping off what health bars needed it. St. Ambrose are going to get aggressive. Drop a Gravitic Flux. Transcendence is going to respond to that. But now here comes the Sound Barrier, and St. Ambrose are pushing in. Sarah pushes back too far. Phoenix is able to find that kill. Phoenix is now looking to get more done, but is steering on the barrel of double damage, courtesy of Swaggy Amplification Matrix. Zimp in the back lands the stick onto the Widowmaker. Turning the attention onto the Baptiste. Will find that one as well. Zimp finally gets through into the back line and makes St. Ambrose pay.
Oh, man. I mean, it took everything for them to get over the line there. Beautifully measured Transcendence coming out from Bacon Strip, keeping everybody nice and alive. Didn't pop it right away, so even after they landed, there was still that continuous healing going on. So beautiful little bit of microplay there coming out of Bacon Strip. Big thing for right now is MM7 has the sights, so they're going to be able to see the approach coming in from Zemp. Zemp was the linchpin there. They got everything started. They were able to get in on top of MM7 and take them out.
M7 with sights up, so St. Ambrose
can
calculate exactly how they want to come back in and retake some of the space. M7's going to land that headshot into KCV. Bacon Strip is super low. Yeah, eats double hyperspheres. Same to Venari. Sir with a nice flurry of blows there to take out the remaining 3.
Well, 135 left to get around the chicane corner here. They got it about, the third of the way up there. Big spot right here for Fresno. They're going to have Gravitic Flux advantage. They're also going to have the window coming through it. So do you kind of combo some stuff going together, try to pull everybody out of line, and see if you can land some headshots?
Ooh, Sir is way far ahead of the rest of the team. Gotta be very careful. Had to use that kinetic grasp, got some life back. Immortality field used as well, but now the flux is up. Baptiste is down. KCB over the top. We're going to finish off what remains of St. Ambrose on this defense, and they're going to get the job done. Fresno State dropped players early in this fight, but the turnaround from Phoenix and KCV is monstrous.
That was a massive Gravitic Flux that came out of Phoenix, and they focused down Swaggy Fish's Immortality Barrier. So they got the full value of that. They should be able to, pull it relatively close in here, but with the Gravitic Flux here from Sir, you've got to be looking for him to let loose that early and see if they can go ahead and close this map out.
Sir's already in another bad position. This cost St. Ambrose all of their resources last time. Does manage to get that Gravitic Flux off, but once again, the Immortality Field is used early. But because of that damage from the Flux, Fresno State stood no chance in this one.
It's going to be up to Bacon Strip and Zemp to be able to get onto the point. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Bacon Strip is going to have to really, taxi people in and dodge the onslaught. Nope, that's it. That should be it right there.
Beautiful shot from MM7 there. It's kind of the exclamation point on this defense. Fresno State did a good job to get it as far as they did. This is definitely winnable. Getting the car up that hairpin turn. What's the word you use?
Chicane.
There you go, a chicane. Yes, I'd never heard that before, friends. Billy used that last time we cast this map, and I was like, what on earth is a chicane? But going up that hairpin turn is very difficult. So this is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Fresno State aren't done just yet. Yeah, they would have liked to have made it into the hotel, but this is still very much winnable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we need to see if they've got the snipers, though. We need to see if Zemp has something other than the Tracer in the back pocket. It's been good. I'm not doubting that the Tracer's been good, but a little bit of adaptability here might work. Even a Hanzo providing instant sight, instant one-shot potential here for the Bulldogs. Sir and company looking like they're going to come out on the same composition, and I mean, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. By the way, chicane is a Formula One term for these fast motor cars. Chicane is a hairpin corner that requires you to brake heavily. Everybody that's an F1 fan out there, yay, go you. But yeah, that's where I got it from. So I'm just pulling off of my love of sports.
There you go. I love it. You know, it's fitting for our Monaco map here. Nice little tie-in. St. Ambrose, no need for speed. Here is, well, I say that. Both teams have the Lucio. My initial thought was there's no rush, but there's Lucio here, so I should have just gone with having a need for speed and tie that all in together. Nah, swing and a miss. We'll get him next time. GG to go next. St. Ambrose are starting to push forward. They're going to grab some high ground here and push Fresno State around the corner.
Absolutely zero ground contest, though, and I mean this is just allowing free cart push, and this is one thing that we saw St. Ambrose do so well, is that they were able to kind of prevent the push coming in, but nice little kill there from Zemp.
Oh, but Sir's in a lot of trouble, and Mortality Field keeping them alive for now, and it's actually gotten really close here between Phoenix and Sir. Phoenix is sticking around, though, fearlessly holding this corner. Oh, I love it. What faith in your supports, not backing down from St. Ambrose on this attack. Fresno State could have easily chosen to just withdraw and give it up all this space. Look at Phoenix just boldly standing out here and denying St. Ambrose any kind of purchase. Does eat a rocket. It takes an immortality field to keep him in this, and the Gravitic Flux will eventually force them back. Phoenix not going to make it all the way out of that. As low as 50 health. Somehow Phoenix is alive. Look at all those criticals on your screen, and Ari doing what they can. Bacon Strip does fall. Ant Matrix, nope, keeping it in the pocket. As Phoenix is just going to push forward to buy as much time as possible, but St. Ambrose are going to grab this point.
They are, and they're going to have a heck of a lot of time to just get around the corner here and then push forward up this hill. They've only got to get, I think, around the little kiosk here. I think that's where the Golden Box of Victory actually ended up landing there. So, yeah. I mean, just outside the hotel. So, they have at least 2 fights here that they're going to be able to hold. But 4 minutes, 37 seconds on the clock. Gravitic Flux in hand.
Our teams are about even with ults, other than the Flux that we just saw unleashed. ACV does fall to Sir, though. And the rest of St. Ambrose get topped off. Hines just goes down, but Hines is able to find 2 here with the overclock. Circles around. Gonna finish off Phoenix as well with a little help from some friends, and this card's gonna keep going. One of those 2 fights lost for Fresno State here. They got one last try to hold this.
Double support ultimates also coming in here for St. Ambrose. So you're gonna have the Ant Matrix. Double damage going through that window. Sound barrier at the ready. Overclock. Almost there. This is all about getting Sir out the gate. Here's the monkey, though.
Yeah,
and there's the monkey.
Yeah, there went the Winston. Winston jump, Winston die. That's it. That's Sin tweet. Banging Ship Zimp gonna fall as well. It was a broken recontest here from Fresno State. It looked way more desperate than I think it needed it to.
Yep.
And St. Ambrose clean it up. That is gonna be a 2-1 lead here to the Fighting Bees, taking a lead in our grand finals.
Adaptability, and knowing your win con and knowing your map type. That is the reason why we see this go in the favor of St. Ambrose. They had the double snipers, and we saw Agent really come into their own with this Widowmaker. Got a lot of value out of it, even though you didn't see them light up with these crazy jump headshots. The value was there, the sights was there, the vision really helping the team get a lot of work done. But just the constant pressure, the constant of, oh my gosh, if I come around the corner, am I going to get my dome taken off? Because Agent was hitting headshots. So I tell you what, MM7 really had a good map there in support. And I mean, that's why we're sitting at a 2-1 lead right now. Playing with the Tracer there, yes, there is value that was gained, but you don't have that certain imminent threat that the Widowmaker brings, especially with all the great sight lines there on point A and point B. You can't match that.
Gotta respect it. Gotta respect those sight lines. Gotta respect MM7 with that sniper in their hands. And St. Ambrose, now, well, they're up in the series. It will be Fresno State's map pick. When we return, we're headed to push. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you in a few minutes. San Amber was able to get the job done on their circuit royale. Yes, that was a sentence I just said. They go up 2-1 in the series after that performance. And, well, now we're headed to push Fresno State. It's up to them to try to pull this thing back. They're the ones fighting from a deficit. Now it's their turn to show us what they got.
Well, St. Ambrose have banned out Coliseo, so we're going to Canada. We're going to New Queen Street. That is where Fresno has decided that we're going to go. We saw a little bit of Arisa come out here. So I think Arisa is actually the better pick here for New Queen Street, being able to take space. Now, I'm not going to say that Sir nor Phoenix should go with the Arisa because they've really proven their worth on the Hogs. But I think that as far as the kit, as far as the space-taking ability and ability to disengage and kind of mitigate damage coming into you when you have to disengage after losing a fight on push, I think the Arisa is actually a better pick here. But we'll see what these two teams come out here with. I'm going to assume that Zep is going to come out on the Tracer yet again. I think Agent will also come back out here on the Tracer. There's a lot of cubby holes here for a Tracer to hop out of. So this is going to be a fantastic Tracer map. I think that MM7 right now, they might be the linchpin here for the team if they can really keep the pestilence factor up for the St. Ambrose squad. Man, this is on a knife's edge, though. This hasn't been, completely knocked down, drag out in favor of one side, other than, they're on Circuit Royale, just a composition diff, not pulling out the double snipers. Other than that, it has been pretty darn close for both sides. So, Jeff, I'm expecting, New Queen Street could be where Fresno gets the tie here. We might be looking at 6 or 7 maps.
I mean, if the Bulldogs can pull it out here, absolutely. I do want to kind of go back and circle around to this Arisa Hog matchup.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is worth noting. Every cooldown from Orisa has something or counters a part of Hog's kit. So it makes the Orisa very dangerous. Now, the question is, can you be aggressive with it? Can you proactively use those tools to kind of preemptively get on top of the Hog and make them uncomfortable? Because, sure, I mean, like, we get down into, Hog counters, hook. The javelin spin is really good against whole Hog, assuming you time it right. You can't hit it too early, otherwise you just get hit by the back half of the whole Hog. But anyway, their energy javelin can stop the take a breather. So, I mean, literally every single cooldown Orisa has can stop what Hog wants to do, but you can sit back and play cooldown counter. You'll never gain any space. So the Orisa has to be able to command territory and really force the tempo, which can be difficult. I mean, it can be a challenge, and it definitely requires some coordination from the rest of the squad. Now, this is all just speculation on, theory crafting of our meta, of course. We have really no evidence other than a brief one team fight to give us any reason to believe that either team wants to play the Orisa.
Well, so far not showing us out there. They have a little bit of time left to decide that. But I mean, when you're running this Kiriko and Lucio backline, you have the speed to kind of help the Battle Cattle get the job done. My beloved donkey horse. Everybody yells at me for calling her the donkey horse, but she's the donkey horse, and that's what I call her. Yeah, I mean, I think right now, if you're Fresno State, you kind of need to change it up a little bit, shake it up. When they kind of changed it a little bit up, they got more value out of it. So I mean, they're going to take it right around Hockey Statue here and see if they can get an early pick out of it. Zemp is playing really far forward. Needs to watch out for Sir with the hooks.
Yeah, Sir not able to land the first one. Phoenix also swinging a miss there with the hook. High ground very important here on this early stage of the map. If your Sojourn just sits up here uncontested, then it can be a bad time for you and the rest of your squad. And you can see Fresno State kind of back down to the low ground first. I think this might come around to bite them, as two quick kills go in their favor. Sir and Hines combine to take Venari out of this fight. St. Ambrose get control of TS1 first.
Well, when they dropped to low ground and they didn't press the advantage on top of the Roadhog, they weren't able to claim any space. They weren't able to pressure the cooldowns out of Phoenix. The Phoenix is going to be the linchpin for them to be able to take any kind of a team fight win here. They've got to land the hooks, they've got to pull the Suzus, and they've got to be able to close in on the back of it. So that's where the comms have to come into play here, Jeff. And I'm just worried that it's just a little bit off here right now for the members of the Bulldogs.
Well, one of the reasons could be that their tank player from the first map is now playing Sojourn. As Agent MM7 is able to land that pulse bomb onto S-Death. As she comes in for KCV. KCV, I thought, had been doing a pretty darn good job. Had a standout performance on King's Row. Perhaps just a stylistic change, but can't help but wonder if it's affecting the synergy from the Bulldogs.
But look what's come out here now. This is an immediate upgrade here for the Bulldogs. Now, if Phoenix can play and manage the cooldowns, now you can't just go blow all your cooldowns right out the gate. You've got to really measure them. And I think they've already gone, they've gone golden and they've thrown the spear. So now all you've got is the spin.
Yep, and there goes that one. So there's no cooldowns left. Sound barrier kept. Phoenix alive through it. You see how much damage that health bar went from 900 to 50 in no time. Oh, that's what I was talking about. It can be so hard to take space with the Orisa. Phoenix is eventually going to find Hines, but St. Ambrose have already done a 2-for-1 trade. Zero Rose is going to make that a 3-for-1. Phoenix is just going to buy a little bit more time here on Timothy Smith. St. Ambrose keep this bot going.
Well, now, I say that the Urus is the better pick here. When we're getting into this area, when it's starting to get into really tight quarters, I think that the Winston, you've got Terra Surge, let loose with it, get the value out of it that you can, and then maybe go in with the Winston and see if you can cordon off this Hog from being able to receive all this sustain that they have been receiving all night long from both Azure Rose and Swaggy Fish.
Going to be a rush, and Phoenix is going to use that Terra Surge early. The Suzu allows St. Ambrose to escape unscathed. They continue to back around the corner. Phoenix sticks their nose out. The hold. Trying to protect him after the hook. Lands from Sir. Sir's at 1 health. The energy javelin is there, and Sir's still alive. Zemp finally takes them off the battlefield. The rest of St. Ambrose will fall alongside. our first fight win here for the Bulldogs on New Queen Street.
Well, here's where I think the Zemp, after you get rid of the pulse bomb, you need to swap to the Reaper. You need to help chunk down Sir, because Sir is just staying alive in these fights way too dang long. And they have not been able to deal with the sustain coming in. They haven't seen Zemp get in the background or into the back line and be able to take both Azure Rose and Swaggyfish out.
Okay, that was MM7. For a split second, I thought Zemp tried to pulse bomb MM7, and I was like, wait, no, that makes no sense. Does MM7 go for the back line? Doesn't land it. Zemp does still have their pulse bomb ready to go. That hook hits a fortified Orisa and just dings right off. I wish it made like a little ding noise when it hit, because that'd be awesome, but, hey. Sir goes down as Zemp is able to land their pulse bomb and finish off MM7 as well, devaluing the Kitsune Rush out of St. Ambrose Rush. A really important fight win here for the Bulldogs.
It's going to get them the butt scratch for sure, and this is exactly what they needed. Not only is forward spawn out the gate, but it also unlocks their own forward spawn. So Terra Surge, this is where Zemp really has to earn their money. They need to get into the back line. They need to take care of Swaggyfish, pull the Swift Step out, and get him out. But never mind, that's an early overclock.
Yeah, I don't know how Hines ended up there. Hines was a wolf amongst the sheep there in the back and just hiding in plain sight. Managed to get work done. Still some cleanup going on in the back of this, but this is St. Ambrose taking control of Tim Smith.
Please note on your screen that we have a Winton sighting. He zap, he jump, he throw bubble. This will protect us. And Agent, really getting the work done on the Tracer as well. So now here comes the tank chess battle as Phoenix now out onto the Roadhog once again.
7. The pulse goes in. Lands it on the back of Phoenix. Goes in for the follow-up, and MM7 takes the take out of the fight almost single-handedly. Now chasing Lucio out. Sir's the one to finish them off. Nice teamwork coming out of Sir and MM7. Clean fight win as they're going to keep moving forward.
Also to note that Esdeath has gone from the tank role into the DPS role, which I did not catch before, but she has been, creating a lot of havoc on this Sojourn, and now they have Timothy Smith back in their own loving arms, looking to see where they're going to deploy this Kitsune Rush. Yeah, I go early with it, yeah.
They're leaping into the back, sound barrier to keep them bolstered up, and a Primal Rage in the pocket for get out of jail 3 card. Manages to burn down ES Death, and now the Primal Rage is out, trying to just keep Phoenix dislodged while Hines and MM7 clean up on this fight. The Hog can't hook anything, and they're just getting bounced around like a beach ball.
Well, now it's maybe a time after this whole Hog that you go in with the Diva. Diva can mitigate damage, can eat a lot of damage coming in, pulse bombs as well, and might be able to give this monkey a little pause for consideration. So, we're closing in on capture here.
Hines, the back line. Everybody turns to look at M7 and Sir, and Hines just comes through and rails Zip out of the fight. A couple of ults later, and Fresno State find themselves with 2 kills in their pocket, make it 3 as Esdeath showing off some prowess here with the railgun.
Fantastic work out of the flex player here for Fresno State. They are not going down without a fight. 2:40 left on the clock. They've got 57 meters, so they only have to make up about 51 meters here, which is not impossible. However, these fights have to be clean and they've got to be decisive.
Yeah, ideally losing no one. Just losing one player can send you back on push. Hines with that body shot. M7 able to finish off what Hines started, and then Hines lands not 1 but 2 headshots. Go follow it up. Give me a third. There it is. Hines coming in with a nice 3-piece here in this fight. Not only does Fresno State not win a clean fight, they don't win one at all. They don't get a single pick.
Nope. And that's the power of just the swaps. The tank chest has been engaged, Jeff. Now we see Sir back onto the Roadhog, and hooks are aplenty. They've got all the tools here to really push this over the top. Kitsune Rush should win him this fight and the entire of this map.
And you can see St. Ambrose, they're not looking to get the full 140 completion. They just want to hold this ground where they know they have a positional advantage. They can throw down this rush, move in, and just roll over the Bulldogs. That was just a steamroller. That was nothing that could stand in the way of the fighting bees in that fight. Indeed, the Kasuni rush absolutely just stomped him into the ground. I'm not even sure Vinar is going to get a chance to use this. This is going to be a desperate attempt from the Bulldogs at best.
I mean, they're going to have the sound barrier as well, so they've got that on tempo here. Nothing to really answer back other than the Phoenix whole hog. It's got to be perfect. Never mind.
Nope, it's going to be a railgun shot to shut that down. Now it's Sir with the whole hog who's able to force Fresno State back. Hook through the trees. Oh my. Yes, Death tried their best camouflage, but Sir sniffs them out. Hines with another great pair of kills with the overclock. Hines has had a phenomenal performance today. One of the big reasons St. Ambrose are about to move up to championship point. They will take New Queen Street. There are a couple of stragglers coming out here. There's a Lucio on the point. Bacon Strip gets the sound barrier off. Does. Okay, buys a little bit of time. Yes, Death did not receive that bonus sound barrier. Shields will fade, as does the hopes and dreams of the Bulldogs here on New Queen Street. St. Ambrose will take this map, and a lot of it on the back of Hines, who is going to die at the end. But, you know, you did your job, Hines. You did your job.
I mean,
well done.
wow. I mean, the tank chest was very real here on push, and Sir just had the upper hand. Always willing to change. Phoenix started the duel, and then Hines finished the duels. I mean, the 3K that came through here, this was beautiful tracking. This was beautiful work out of the DPS player here. Both the Hines and MM7 just having a fantastic night so far. You do see St. Ambrose go up onto championship point here, and I tell you what, this has been a back and forth. The last two maps, St. Ambrose have really put their foot on the throat of the Bulldogs.
And then, I mean, Hines contributed to all 5 kills in that team fit that we just saw in the play of the game. The first kill went on to S-Death. It was a body shot, or it could have been a headshot that wasn't fully charged. Either way, gets them super low. MM7 finishes that off, lands the headshot onto the hog to contribute to that kill. Hines, a really standout performance there on New Queen Street. I mean, the Sojourners looked strong all day. They turned it up a notch in Toronto.
I mean, Esdev was really good on the opposite side as well. I mean, we saw a couple of multi-frag overclocks and headshot combos going through. So, I mean, the Sojourns have shown up here in our grand final, but now we're looking at championship point. And I tell you what, let's figure out where we're going to go here. Let's see, it's going to be our 5th map, so we're going back to Control.
Indeed. And once again, we are in a winner ban, loser pick system. So St. Ambrose will have the option to ban out Oasis, Busan, or Nepal, as we had Ilios banned first and Lijiang Tower played first. So those 3 maps remain in the pool. And it looks like Nepal will get banned. So that means the Bulldogs' choices are Oasis or Busan.
Oh boy, I think we're going to go to Busan, just because I think that's going to be their last stand. I think they're going to have to really rely on the Tracer here. Tracer works very well on downtown. Works well on Sanctuary as well. Mecha base is kind of a toss-up for a Tracer, but I mean, if you're looking for Zemp to be the carry here, or at least pull up the straps of what we've seen KCV do all night, and then Esdeath coming in here on New Queen Street for the DPS, this is going to be where the rubber meets the road. They've got to get the kills through. They've got to be able to get to the back line and take Swaggy Fish down, because Swaggy Fish has been personally, for me, my MVP all night. I know that the Sir and Hines have really lit up the kill feed, but I think that the support play has really enabled them to be as good as they have been. But we're going to Oasis instead, Jeff.
Yeah, you had a 50-50 chance. Always bet on heads. Like that's yeah. So there you go. There you have it. It's Oasis next. And I mean, Fresno State, I mean, they looked their best on Kings Row for sure. And again, KCV had a really good performance. They're not taking anything away from Esda. She did great on New Queen Street, but I'm surprised by that. I mean, maybe just trying to rotate this in. We don't know exactly what the coaches are thinking here as far as their swaps. If it's purely strategic, if it's just a moral thing, or rotating players to give them due time and whatever they're trying to be proficient with. But with that said, from our point of view, KCV had a really strong Sojourn, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them back in. Indeed, as I check it, boom, right on cue, KCV will be returning to the battlefield.
Okay, now we're just waiting on the teams to get readied up here. So, Oasis, I mean, 3 different metas. We're probably going to see the same thing come out from all of them all around. The only difference I think would be Gardens. We did see Sir come out on the Winston. Had a pretty darn good performance on the Winston when they did bring it out as well, Jeff. So there's a lot here on the line for both squads. Obviously, we want to see. I want to see this go to at least 6 or 7. I think for Oasis. I mean, if you've got a proficient Monkey player, you should be playing Monkey for both City Center and for Gardens. I think University you can run the hog. Because you're having to collapse on the point. You've got, some decent lines where you can cast your hook out there. But there's lots of room for you to come back, take a breather, go back out into the fray. This is going to be where I need to see, is Phoenix going to stay here? Is Esda going to go back into the tank role? Because that's where we saw her start out tonight, was in the tank role. But, well, nope, it's going to be Phoenix still here on the tank. No other swaps that I can see across my board here. So KCV back in ostensibly on that Sojourn. If what happened on Lijiang Tower happens again here, we'll see Agent get everybody out the gate with the Symmetra, and then we'll see them come back on the Tracer.
Yep, just to get people out early. First control of the objective, whoever gets even not just having the percentage building, because it takes 30 seconds for the control point to unlock before anybody can capture it. But prior to that, just having the positioning, having the presence on the point is so powerful that Symmetra can mean the difference between winning first fight. Well, typically whoever wins first fight gets first control in the driver's seat to take the whole sub-map. So that's where we often see the Symmetra rollout. And you can see they'll utilize the speed from Azure Rose, and everybody's going to head to high ground first. So they've got a bird's eye point of view, can drop down at their leisure. Hines, feel free to put some shots in from above. Agent M7 is going to go ahead and drop down. And will contest the objective itself. Now Sirs decides to follow in suit. So too low. All right, there go the supports as well. St. Ambrose have decided to engage. Fresno State try to get a hook in, but then just kind of back off, and they let St. Ambrose cap first without little recognition. They barely even touched the point. Now St. Ambrose are just building percentage through first fight.
Yeah, that's the power of the Symmetra. That's the power of positioning, and that's the power of friendship here that we see here from St. Ambrose. MM7 and Zemp have had a fun night all night, and Sir has had the better of Phoenix and of Esdeath on this Roadhog all night long.
Sir lights up the feed here in our first fight of Oasis. It took a while to get it going, but when it's all said and done, it's St. Ambrose coming out on top. Fresno State, they kind of get frozen in indecision, and they get punished because of it.
Yep, and I mean, Roadhog, the whole hog advantage already in favor of St. Ambrose. Pretty even to consider a rush, though. You might see Venari be able to actually outstrip and let loose with it first.
Very aggressive on the left side. Fresno circling around to the right, lands the hook. Zim gets a pulse bomb in the mix of it. It's 3 quick kills here for Fresno State. That's exactly how they needed to respond. Far more decisive here in their second team fight.
Yeah, I mean, the hook came out first. They got the beautiful work out of that. Zemp landing another pulse bomb. Fantastic work out of them. So now at 61-4, this is all about taking space right now. It's not allowing St. Ambrose to just make their pathing how they want. You need to get up in their face. You need to be able to contest them and make them force these resources out.
There are resources aplenty available. Both war chests are looking pretty darn full, aside from Zim's pulse bomb. Bullhog unleashed first. Gets in a rush in response. KZV out with a high ground overclock, able to find Swaggy Fish right out of the gate. There was a Kitsune Rush invested from Venari as well. Zip and Phoenix putting that into full effect as they find one apiece, and Fresno State managed to hang on.
4 ultimates into that fight, though, Jeff, just to hold on to the point. So now you're looking at Whole Hog and the overclock from St. Ambrose, and we know how deadly Heinz has been all night with the railgun. So this is all about pathing. This is about getting up into St. Ambrose's face and forcing them to play at your tempo.
So they're going to try to work around the outside and make that happen. Zer lands the hook, but also takes a lot of damage as well. Overclock pop from Heinz, trying to escort their hog through. Beginship had dropped the Sow Bear, but now it's faded and is looking to punish Sir, but Sir has a whole hog of their own. It'll take a breather in the middle of it, and they're going to continue just throwing scrap in the face of Fresno State. Both teams lose a player. It's a 4v4 on this point as Venari is going to swift step in, try to top off everybody, but ACV goes down anyways. St. Ambrose with the 1-player advantage quickly nullified as Phoenix is going to land that hook, and both Sojourns are traded out. Hook in, and Sir falls. Hooked in a whole-hogging Phoenix. And that was, well, you got baited there, bud. Phoenix said, thank you very much. I will take that 2-piece.
They're going to take the first sub-map as well. Nothing really available to them. Nobody's going to be able to touch, I don't think. Yep. Oh, my gosh. Last-second touch there from Agent.
7 falls immediately. Overtime will dissipate. Fresno State pick up around 1.
Well, they did exactly what I asked them to do. They took that. They took the last fights on their own tempo, Jeff. They didn't allow them to just set up and be able to, put their wombo combos into play. They put out the Kitsune Rush first. They put out the Sound Barrier first. They were aggressive. They were decisive, and they were aggressive in their positioning. They weren't just going to allow the rotations to come in. So that's the big difference there for the Bulldogs. So they take the 1-0 lead here in Oasis. We head to University. Based on that last map, I got to give it, I'm kind of, weighing, who's got the better of the approach. Yeah, I mean, if they can solidify themselves on point and maybe put Heinz up on the high ground and allow them to hold point, this might be a better map here for St. Ambrose.
I certainly hope so. Otherwise, Fresno State will be sitting us to that map 6 and keep their grand finals hopes alive. Fresno State looking a lot stronger there in our first map than we saw on our previous control map of Lijiang Tower. It was a good start there with an initial hook, but St. Ambrose are able to kite out and back up. Fresno State rotate back to point. St. Ambrose looks to go through small room once again. Nice little bait as searching a little windy wide maneuver. Oh. And manages to get a hook. Somehow Heinz finishes 2 players off with a disruptor shot. Did not see where that one landed. Saw that headshot though. Beautifully done. Phoenix goes down. Fresno State falls. St. Ambrose grab first control.
Maybe Heinz had a little bit of a issue there with all the high ground to low ground interactions with the Fresno State Bulldogs. There's a lot more here to bear. And a swap from Phoenix going over to the Winston.
Sir on this Teresa. Winston able to bounce around and really should just be able to avoid the Orisa and try to engage the squishies. Heinz will make life difficult, knowing that is in the backline harassing him, and will find that kill with a little help from Beginship. Beginship has been very aggressive all night, and in tandem with Zimp, it looks really good. And you add the Winston to the mix, and this could spell trouble. Pulse Bomb is going to land. Just going to help finish off, sir. Not sure you really needed it. Definitely not sure you want to invest that Kitsune Rush. Question marks.
Big question marks for me. And you're looking at Sound Barrier battle next fight. The MM7 Pulse Bomb went out as well and just did not get any value once again. So, we'll see. I mean, Heinz has been popping off here in University. So maybe they try to take high ground and really burst down the damage.
Jumping in the back, trying to get onto Heinz, who's now popping their overclock. Phoenix is going to continue their march and takes Heinz down out of that ultimate. And Heinz has been so dominant all night long. Phoenix with the big brain swap and knowing exactly how they wanted to execute on this Winston. Now with a primal rage and just battering on a fortified Orisa. That was unstoppable force and an immovable object if I'd ever seen it personified. MM7 able to take down KZV as this fight has moved into the back around the Mega. Sir is able to find one with that. Fresno State realizing that they have way overextended. They've lost 2 players. And now we're just fighting this out in what I believe is a 3v4. Now reinforcements are here. Hines gets picked off again, this time to Venari, but not before trading out. And St. Ambrose have somehow managed to muscle their way through this fight. Fresno State now continue to back off. St. Ambrose doing a good job of push and pull on this one. After losing Hines early, they back up, find some picks, and they're back in control of this objective.
Sir has really been measuring the usage of their cooldowns to perfection here. Needs to land a big javelin here. There it is. Oh, just barely misses one pixel off.
Hines gets Phoenix just before they fall into cover. Now Bacon Strip is low, getting chased by an Orisa. Just has to work their way along the outside. Fresno State just running out all the while. St. Ambrose building percentage.
Oh boy, and Swaggy Fish gets away with not maybe fat fingering the earlier Kinsini rush. Now they pass Venari and have their own ready to go here. Sound barrier also in their favor.
They're sitting right up front with the Terror Surge, just hoping people are going to run through main. That rush is out in the back. Phoenix had to drop low and grab the Mega. Nice Suzu, protecting some damage, but Megastrip still gets found out by Hines in the back, and a nice energy javelin pierces KCV right through the heart. And the Bulldogs are reeling from that one. This is a 5v3 on the point, goes to a 4v2, still in the Fighting Bees' favor. Phoenix in the back. It's going to go ahead and pop this Primal Rage because it's overtime. You gotta throw whatever you can in to try to hold on to this thing. The self-Suzu from Swaggy Fish, and they're still around in this fight. Phoenix finding themselves caught in the corner as the Hunter has become the hunted. And Winston now dropping down low. Phoenix doing a good job of staying alive for a heck of a long time, and now KCV is back. Oh, so close. So close. Yeah, Zip decided to go around through the little U to try to come back in and retouch, and just didn't quite make it in time. That overtime wait just evaporates so quickly after it's been active for that long.
I don't like the change, though. I don't like the change. Okay. So, the overtime, how fast it goes now. It was like that before, but I feel like it here in our new game, I think it goes even faster. I don't know.
I don't have the numbers on that. It wouldn't surprise me.
But
because it does, it feels like it just is just gone.
Yeah,
Like,
it feels like liquid nitrogen.
It's a millisecond. Yeah, that overtime wick out.
Well, I mean, the Orisa versus Winston battle is making my heart sing right now. Sir landing the energy javelin so beautifully, and the spin just denying a lot of the damage coming in. Let's see if he gets him off the edge here.
Nice energy javelin start. Phoenix once again is hunting for the backline, particularly Hines was the ideal target for Phoenix. We'll apparently turn and settle to kind of burn through, especially get some good cleave. That's good for Phoenix to try to build up towards that Primal Rage. But using the Tesla Cannon on Sir is really not going to do a whole lot of permanent damage. We did have a trade, Bacon Strip for MM7. Venari falls as well, so no more supports left here for the Bulldogs.
Oh.
Sir trying to get aggressive, but Zim's able to finish him off with a nice flurry of headshots. Orisa with the biggest head hitbox in the game. Well, that was an easy target here for Zip, who now has a pulse bomb ready to go. That kill really flipped this thing for the Bulldogs. Zip coming through in the clutch.
Well, now it's going to be Winston versus Roadhog as Sir swapping over to the Australian tank once again. Big win there for Zemp. Already has Pulse Bomb on line. Look at how far behind MM7 is.
Yeah, only at 40%. Bacon Strip's already down. MM7, yeah, we'll get a little bit more progress on it as they take KCV out of this fight. Zemp had used the Pulse Bomb in the interim and not able to get much with it. So we're in a bit of a battle with the shield dancing Phoenix, but Phoenix is very low and, oh my goodness, just kicked the beehive. The entirety of the hive turned and stung Phoenix until they just fell over dead.
44% though on the first take there, not bad. And look at this, here we go. Now it's going to be Phoenix coming out on the Orisa. So I mean, they were 80% to Primal Rage, and realize and is willing to give up that ultimate just to be able to defend up against Sir. Sir's got to be very careful on his approach with the whole hog in their hand.
This shows me a shift of focus. This means the focus has gone from being on Hines to being on Sir. Sir has now been identified as the biggest threat against the Bulldogs, and you can see why. They find that first pick. It opens things up for M7 and Hines to just pop off and show us the merit of their mettle.
Two ultimates into that fight, so now they're rushing into a Kitsune and overclock fight for the Bulldogs. Zep gets another pulse bomb online. This is going to be the third pulse bomb, by the way, Jeff.
Quality over quantity here out of Zem. Need to make it land. Phoenix is able to gobble up MM7's nice predictive javelin spin. Overclock phase for KCV on the outside. It's a +1 to St. Ambrose as the Kitsune rush is thrown in from Venari. Swaggy Fish going down is disastrous here for the Fighting Bees. Hines trying to bring it back, but Phoenix has a Terra Surge online and smashes Hines into the ground mid-overclock. Yeah, this is the Bulldogs bringing it back. MM7 does fight back and strip it. Sur's still alive on this point as well. So St. Ambrose still have a fighting chance in this thing. MM7's going to have to use that recall early. Has one blink when we get a chance to use it. Just too much to bring that one back.
Have to be perfect from here. Bacon Strip does have sound barrier advantage going into this fight. Sir now going over to the Winston, so now Phoenix is going to have to really be on their best behavior here, as Sir is going to try and pounce on top of them and just burn them down.
Love the cycling of tanks. It's just cool to see this kind of player swap coming through.
Oh no.
All right, Sir headed up to the high ground. Hines already with an opening pick. KCV is not going to be able to stay at that point. They got to slide out of there all the way to main. Sir decides to go chase the Kiriko alongside KCV, and Bacon Strip has to pop this sound barrier just to save themselves. Manages to get at least a few other members with it. Fresno State trying to surge forward. Evanson with a nice pulse, though, takes Venari, and with all it goes the healing. A lot of pressure in onto Sir, but good bubble placement, and they're still alive, able to jump out to the outside. KCV, Phoenix, and the rest are trying to set attention on MM7, and KCV is going to land that headshot. Surge, Swaggy Fish bringing it back, and Phoenix is sitting at about 150 health. A lot of people focusing him down. The swift step in, the Suzu. Phoenix is still standing. No, they're going to have cooldowns to use with it. Phoenix is still alive. Woo! Phoenix takes out Hodge. You've got to be kidding me. Venari might have just saved this thing. Venari eventually falls. 99% on the board here for the Bulldogs. And St. Ambrose are finally able to topple them. We're going to get one last final fight here. What a performance from Venari in that team fight. Holy cow.
Oh my God, that was absolutely incredible. Now the big problem here for Fresno State, Phoenix is getting swapped off and going to the Doomfist. Primal Rage can batter everybody away from the point. 5% to go.
We are on live patch. This is God Fist, as it has been termed. Don't have a time to go through all the bonuses, but there's a lot of buffs. Venari takes out MM7 early, a good sign. 4v4, no Bacon Strip on the battlefield. Zem can't quite land the pulse, and Hines takes him out from behind. There is a continuing rush on the battlefield here for the Bulldogs, but Venari is very low. 1 health, as a matter of fact, and Showrose is going to finish him off. KZV come up top, finds 2 already with the overclock.
3!
Another in their sight. That's 3! KZV might have actually just come through in the most monstrous of ways here. A humongous triple kill for Fresno State in map 5 while they're staring at the barrel. Championship point to put them in range of taking this and sending us this map 6. There will be an overtime. That change has come through, but it won't last long. Fresno State win this map. We are not done.
We are not done. And Venari, praise the support. I've been doing it all night. Venari coming through clutch. Oh my God. Just keeping Phoenix alive. Oh my goodness. That was absolutely fantastic work out of them. And
that won the map.
That won the map. That won the map.
That won the map.
It keeps them in the series. It keeps them in the championship race.
What a never say die attitude. We're talking about championship spirit. Like, holy never say die attitude coming out of Venari. That was incredible. That got him to 99. That won him that map. That was insane. What tenacity. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. It's time for map 6. We're going to take a break before it. We'll see you back here in a few. I have to say is KCV. That's it. Full stop.
That's it.
That's it.
Nope,
No,
what are we done?
KCV
Oh.
subs back in for map 5, and then overtime hits, and that clutch factor kicks in, and I'm convinced that's what the C stands for. I don't know what KCV stands for, but it's K clutch V. That's what it stands for. Kills, clutch, victory. There you go. That's what KCV stands for. And I mean, we saw it in Kings Row. And saw it again there in Oasis. But guess what? I mean, they're still down. The Bulldogs are still down in this fight. St. Ambrose are still on championship point. And now they have map pick.
Yeah, and we have already banned out Junker. Where are we banned? We banned out
Gibraltar and Circuit are not available. So we have Route 66 and Junkertown are in the map pool.
Guess where we're going?
Escorts.
You called it during the break. We are going to Junkertown, my friend. And I got to say, for Fresno State, I hope that they are willing to bring out a double sniper look, because they got absolutely bamboozled on Circuit Royale when they did not opt into the mirror. So they're good. Now, Junkertown, you have some other ways to get around. It's not quite so condensed. It's not quite so constricted as the payload, winds its way through. You've got lots more geography to be able to get around it. You've got, plenty of hiding spaces for Tracer to hide. I'm looking at you, Zimp, because I'm having a feeling that you're going to come out on that again. But can we also go back to the tank chest that we just saw? I mean, you and I are both tank players. That made both of our hearts happy.
Awesome.
It's awesome, and I mean, everybody on this in this series tonight has had a singular pop-off moment, and I mean, this is what we live for. This is the grand championships here for this division, and man, I don't want it to end. But Junkertown is going to be a definite hurdle here for Fresno State. I'm worried that they're not going to be able to win up against a double sniper look unless they can get on top of them and be able to neutralize the threat as it comes into them.
And I mean, we're still on the new patch, so I mean, this is on live patch, and yep, we still see this rotation of tanks coming through. It also means the Sojourn changes have gone through, so the shot on New Queen Street that I said wasn't a headshot, that very well could have been a headshot because your max damage for base is 195 now instead of 200. So a full charged rail headshot will not kill. But nevertheless, Sojourn's still powerful, still in the meta. KCV continues to pop off. But the tank chest on Junkertown is a little bit different, kind of eventually landing back on your point.
Yeah.
I expect this to look a lot like Circuit Royale. Sigma tends to be, is your long-range tank in Overwatch 2. This is clearly a long-range map, particularly on point A. And, I mean, it's Fresno State on their attack. They'll be starting us off on the defense. So maybe I'll save this point. Remind me of that point I was going to make about Fresno State on the attack. We'll talk about that next time. For now, let's see if they pull off that Widowmaker on the defense, because it can really shine here. We don't know if it's in the hero pool. Zimp may just not be very comfortable on the Widowmaker. The Tracer is typically a flex DPS pick. Does not usually fall in the purview. Widowmaker doesn't usually fall in the purview of flex DPS players.
Sure, but we've seen the tracking. So I mean, if we're thinking about mechanical skill,
tracking and flick headshotting are very different skill sets.
Yep. But still mechanically, I think that Zemp might have it in them. So we'll see what's going on. I saw a little bit of a weirdness there in our.
There's a random person joined, so they gotta square away, make sure they're on rosters and spectating the right team. If they're a coach or somebody who is allowed to be in there, otherwise somebody's friend just joined their game. Like, hey, what are they doing? We're in an official match. That's okay. There you go. Sorry. And rant.
Right. Well, yeah, we're going now. 5 seconds left to go out here.
That
St.
was
Ambrose.
John Overwatch.
Double sniper look coming out for St. Ambrose on their attack. Oh
Thanks,
my
John,
god.
the grand finals. Super nice guy. Yeah, we are gonna get Sigma from both sides. Zip is sticking with the Tracer here on the defense. And then, yeah, we are getting that double sniper look, as you mentioned. NM7 working around the outside, looking for some juicy targets. There's a Tracer down low, but look at that. MM7 doesn't even bother. It was like, yeah, you got that under control, Hines.
It's going to come down to KCV here, being able to take down the support. It's going to take, yeah, it's going to come down to KCV. Do you have it in your wheelhouse again to put the team on your back and get the kills that you need to get nice pressure on the Sir?
Sir is moving around through the high ground. Interesting approach. I like it from the Sigma. It means they're not as vulnerable to the Tracer in particular. Trades come through as KCV does indeed show up in the feed. Fresno State really need a strong defense here. They gotta eat more time off the clock than this. They need a fight win on this one.
Oh.
There it is. Zip is able to move in and take down MM7. Swaggy Fish is pushed in way deep. Phoenix is able to find that one. Sir avoids the rock. Vessel, Gravitic Flux. Actually might be able to get Phoenix down here. A little shield dance him and Zip comes through. Sir still alive on this point, but Hines is no longer here. MM7 returns, though, and Zimp goes down. St. Ambrose continue to just put pressure through this extremely scrappy fight.
Yeah. Oh, what a rock. Ouch. I felt that, too. That was right into our living room. Holy crap.
Phoenix, take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning. You're going to feel that one. That interrupted a Gravitic Flux, by the way. Rush out here from the defending Bulldogs, but they lose Venari in the process. MM7 falls. Bacon Strip really wants to hold on to the sound barrier. Doesn't want to invest into this just yet in what is a very broken fight, but has to anyway. 2 kills had come on through it. I'm not even sure you needed the sound barrier, but it is insurance, and this was a must-win scenario. Got to hold as much time as you can on this point.
KCV coming up with overclock here. I think that's the big ultimate coming up here for Fresno State. They did have to invest both of their support ults, though, so sound barrier advantage is going to be available here. I didn't see the window come out, but no value really gotten from it, so you know that's probably why they let loose with that sound barrier.
So Rose now has one of their own. And St. Ambrose once again working through the high ground. You can see Zimp kind of just hovering beneath them, waiting for somebody to drop. And there's a couple of shots are exchanged. KZV with the overclock taken down. Hines able to win that duel from across the way. Now moving in tandem with the rest of the team as they break out into the open area and start to confine the Bulldogs back into their hallway. Bacon Strip falls on the way back. Zip trying to throw a pulse on point, but the Immortality Field able to protect through the majority of that damage. Bulldogs now forced all the way back into point B as point A is tapped on the board. Time added to the clock.
Well, I mean, it was a decent hold there coming out of Fresno State. I mean, I thought it was going to be a rollover with the double sniper look. But once again, the map geometry works a lot better to having a tracer here. Like I said, there's lots of hidey cubby holes there for a tracer to be able to hide through. And now with Gravitic Flux, you should be able to kind of stymie the push here coming in from St. Ambrose. Just need to make sure that you keep your Sigma up and alive.
That was a really good defense from the Bulldogs, actually. Now MM7 swapped over to the Tracer. They don't have to worry about the Widowmaker through the long approach. And everybody's kind of on even footing. Rock lands. Sir not able to get that Flux off. Now under a lot of pressure, sitting at about 100 health. We got NM7 in the background, just gets nailed. Phoenix 7 able to land a pair of hyperspheres and an accretion, and follows up with a kill under Zeros. Phoenix there with a big triple piece in this one.
Big step up there from the tank. Not only denying the Gravitic Flux, but also the triple piece there. The big thing is that now support ultimates really favor the Bulldogs. We're at 2 minutes and counting. 1 pulse bomb to rule them all, especially if you go in on Bacon Strip or Venari, you're going to be able to Suzu out of it if they have the timing down nice and sturdy. I really want to see what they have there. I mean, they're letting loose the Gravitic or the Kitsune Rush right down the throat.
Yeah, I love it. Very aggressive placement. They don't get a lot of kills for it, though. They don't really pursue. They try to just sit back and use the increased fire rate to get some work done, but St. Ambrose are able to tie it back. And good kinetic grasp means Sir's got extra health and is surging forward now. Bacon Strip falls. MM7 loses the duel as Zimp is able to land with the butt of the pulse pistol. Take them out of the fight. Ant Matrix out here from St. Ambrose. Means the Bulldogs had to back up momentarily, but now leaping off the top. Pulse bomb, not invested yet. There it is. Zep finally threw it in, lands it onto Hines. Overclock still running, and Sir with minimal health even after the kinetic grasp will eventually get finished off. Venari is the one coming through with a swift jab on that one.
That takes a full minute off the clock, too. And now Bacon Strip, you know, we talked about maybe questionable not using the sound barrier. Well, they have it available for their last fight, and Hines has this overclock ready to go. Sir, now on to the Winston. So Winston versus Sigma, that's a whole new dynamic that I have not seen a lot of. Definitely high ground is going to be at a premium here for Fresno State. They need to hold up here, you know, get somebody down there to contest the cart, and then just let Phoenix reign.
Go ahead and throw that rid of clocks and start things off. It was the sound barrier from the defenders at the same time. Hines trying to respond, is going to land that shot on a Bacon Strip, looking for more. Shield in the way, shield broken, 73 in the rail. Going to go ahead and build that up the rest of the way. Can't quite land that shot on to KCV. Moved up to the high ground. Kills clutch victory. Building up towards the rail of their own. Not able to land, but it still is a threat from that high ground that has to be contested. I mean, you gotta worry about it. I mean, Hines, okay, I say that. Hines is just going to kill everybody else. You're going to get kills that quickly, and KCV's not an issue. Hines finally turns around and deals with the Sojourn up top. It was an overtime push, but San Ambrose get the job done.
They do, and I mean, it was, once again, you know, we're looking at Phoenix now swapping over to the Roadhog in response to Sir on the Winston. So now it's going to be, you know, do we see Sir have the mechanics to be able to cordon off and insulate Phoenix from their healers? That's the big question that has to be answered here. Primal Rage is going to be able to batter everybody around. Let's see if we get a skeet shoot set up here for my friend.
About halfway to Overclock, Sir moves up to the high ground. Ooh, he's jumping in way deep. Really wants to punish KCV and is going to pop the Overclock to do so. KCV heads up top, hook in onto Sir, and they're already very low. But it bought enough space. 2 kills come through for St. Ambrose, and they got a +1 here on this fight. But St. Ambrose are missing their main tank. KCV open things up there. Get that kill under the 0 Rose. There's a little duel up top that Hines will win out, but only has about 26 health now. Hines, you gonna get out of there? Zip trying to chase him down. Oh, what a shield. The shield from Sir almost saves Hines. Almost.
Swap again. Sir now on the Sigma. So, I mean, we go round and round here with our carousel of tanks, and I mean, Sir is under so much duress right now.
Topped up. Rush in here from the defenders, and that is a whole hog amidst a Katsuni rush with speed. That is Lucio speed, the speed from the rush, whole hog. Phoenix was nigh invincible on that approach. This overtime will go down, and Zep has put the nail in the coffin in the form of a pulse bomb. St. Ambrose gets stopped shy. They don't even get 50 meters on point. See, that cart's not even around the corner of the spinner.
I mean, the first point hold from the Bulldogs got them to about 90 seconds. And then the point B happened for St. Ambrose, and they're going to want to think, you know, could we have made swaps earlier to be able to combat Zemp and KCV? Phoenix really had a standout performance there in the tank department for Fresno State. We've highlighted the tank chess a lot tonight. But really, individual skill came out there for Phoenix. They were able to land a ton of hyperspheres. We saw ultimates canceled a couple of times from Phoenix with the accretion. So, man, this is exciting Overwatch. Just not knowing what the tanks are going to do from minute to minute is making my heart rate accelerate. Watching Agent and Hines and KCV and Zemp do their thing. Also, it makes my heart just skip a beat. And we're seeing a Widowmaker come out here from KCV. So looking for first pick potential here. Probably going to go on top of the little diner over here and see if they can get an early pick from somebody trying to hold high ground.
2, 1.
Phoenix just been outstanding on the Sigma. We'll see that once again. Like you say, just an incredible performance there on the defense.
Oh,
ACV. Almost landed another one. That was a body shot before the shield comes up. Sir's shield is now broken, and St. Ambrose have to fall way back. A lot of free space here for the Bulldogs.
I mean, lots of free damage. I mean, KCV knows what they're trying to do here, especially with Agent MM7 on this Tracer. They're looking for these little flank angles to be that pestilence factor once again.
Look at the Tracer, and then 7's going to drop down. Venari in the back finds Hines. There you go. An aggressive approach from Venari. Oh, and a pair of headshot kills coming out of the
KCV.
And then KCV there to protect Zemp from MM7. What a beautiful start here for the Bulldogs. This is looking clean.
And it started with Venari getting two-piece right out the gate. So sometimes you do want that a little bit of a bloodthirsty support coming out, and they got the full validation. I don't know if they're going to be able to touch and contest in time. They are or not.
No, let's say I didn't think they were going to be able to touch that. Aggressive approach here from St. Ambrose, though, is they're immediately going to the high ground above the Junkertown sign. They're not falling back to corner. You do have Hines, who's sitting across the way, but Sir and the rest of the Fighting V's defense, look at this, are directly above him. This can make life difficult here on the approach. Sir's going to drop. It might have just dropped into the thick of things here. Sir going down very low. A nice Suzu will keep him alive by the kinetic grasp. Is able to get some more. Phoenix throwing out the first Gravitic Flux. That one's going to pick up one. Now the return Gravitic Flux from Sir. This one does not get interrupted. But Venari is able to keep everybody alive, and Fresno State are continuing to push forward at full strength. Vegas Strip still has a sound barrier ready to go, and Venari's going to go ahead and invest the rush. In fact, both of those support ults come in. Zemp gets that kill onto Sir with a whole host of assists on that one. Fresno State, so far unscathed here on Junkertown.
Well, I mean, it's going to come up to Hines. I think Hines needs to really step up here. Maybe land some charge rail headshots. I mean, there's a shield that you could charge off of, but Phoenix has been really smart with the shield management. So, I mean, it's going to come down to a little bit of a last-second touch here. Almost 4 minutes on the clock here, my friend.
Yeah, it's a monstrous time they got of the Bulldogs. As Zero Rose is able to finish it off Zemp. Lucio's been highly aggressive today from both sides. Fresno State kind of caught in this roam, and Hines went up, kind of jumped up to the other side, see if they could put a pincer maneuver on it. Phoenix just steps out, tried to throw a rocket at Sir. Didn't quite land. Looking to try to whittle down this defense, but the Bulldogs aren't really finding much pressure just yet. Phoenix just has to just step out, just is bold, runs into the back line, creates some room for Zim to move in and land that pulse. KZV has now grabbed this high ground across the way, and Fresno State was looking like an unenviable position. They turn into an advantage.
This has all the hallmarks of going to map number 7, my friend. Sound barrier available for St. Ambrose, but I mean, they don't have very far. They've only got to go 48 meters into this, and I mean, the value has been gained.
I mean, they look unstoppable so far. Even in that fight where, like I said, they look trapped. It looked like St. Ambrose was going to move in on them and just squeeze from all angles. Somehow the Bulldogs are able to just thrash and fight and muscle their way out of there. Turn that into a fight win. Now Sir headed into the back line. And, we got to say KCB's in trouble in that hallway. Finally, St. Ambrose are going to get a fight win on their defense.
They are, but I mean, it's all about just gaining ultimates right now. And I mean, you've got 4 online for Fresno State. The same for St. Ambrose. The big difference is that you've got a tank ultimate, and Gravitic Flux is going to lift them in the air. KCV could go in with the skeet shoot, or, you know, they could just decide to just let the damage come through and see if they can get anything on the back of it.
I think you're happy if you can just catch Sir with his Gravitic Flux. Bubble is used, the Flux is out, and I think Sir got caught with that because they have a little bit lower health than everybody else from that sound barrier. It was very quick. Overclock from the high ground, rush down low. And still Fresno State have not found any kills on the back. That's a lot of ults invested and nothing to show for it. Now the 4th and final ult comes through while Hines has an overclock and the shields have faded. Hines is going to land that shot onto Zemp. but this is on the cusp of happening.
Oh!
Nobody can get to the point. The Bulldogs win map 6.
We are going to map number 7, ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow. This is not what I expected. When we were 3-1 down, this was almost done and dusted. I mean, it came down to Venari on Gardens turning it around, and KCV just absolutely popping off. This is a complete different look here for this squad. This is a hive mind. Everybody focusing together. Everybody using the same pool of brain cells, and they get the job done here in Australia. And now we go into map number 7, Jeff. We haven't had a map 7 all year.
Well, I mean, we haven't had a first to 4. We had map 7 on the other stream. I mean,
But we haven't.
we haven't had a map 7 all year, friends. Yes. Yeah. No, it's exciting. It's awesome. I wouldn't have a grand finals go any other way. I mean, it's down to the wire. Your number 3 seed pulling it back with 2 map wins in a row. Absolutely. Count me in. One last map to decide your champions here in our fall 2022 season.
Well, it's going to come down to one map, man. It's going to come down to one map of hybrid.
Hybrid. Yeah.
So hybrid.
So I
is
can
gonna
hold
be-
it, and Kings have already been played or banned, or not in the map pool anymore.
Yep.
So let's see.
Hollywood,
let's go.
Midtown, and Paraiso.
There you go. All right. Hollywood, Midtown, Perry. So those are your choices, friends. I want to go back to Venari because Venari had not only that huge save on Oasis that really kind of gave the edge to the Bulldogs, got them to that 99% in that incredible fight where they were able to keep Phoenix alive in that 2v4, but then popped off in a big way on Junkertown on the other side, getting offensive, finding themselves on the right side of the kill feed. Wait, on the correct side of the kill feed. And they were doing a bunch of damage, and it was wonderful to see Venari with an incredible performance. This freshman looking so good, a bright star here for the Bulldogs that'll hopefully be there for years to come.
Well, I know where we're going. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know where we're going. I know that Fresno have banned Hollywood. And SAU have picked Midtown.
Okay.
I don't know if I agree with that, especially based on with Sigma working so well in Midtown. You could run the Hog here. You can run the Winston here. But Phoenix has really stepped up. And I tell you what, this is all, it's all to play for right now, Jeff. And I'm hearing from production that we can throw to a quick little break. The teams need a slight little technical break to get their calm, cool collection back together. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back with you guys in about 90 seconds.
It is map 7 here between the Fresno State Bulldogs and the St. Ambrose Fighting Bees. Our grand finals here in the Challengers Division for your fall 22 season come down to one last map. That map is Midtown.
Well, I mean, we're looking out the gate here. Fresno State decided that I think they know what Sir is going to come out on here. And this is going to be a bit of a challenge. Now, look at this. Agent has decided to bring out the meta. They are going full meta here. And we see the Reaper for the first time tonight. And I'm getting some choppy frames here. But you know what? We're going to power through this. So, I mean, it's going to be Zep versus Agent MMM7s. Who is going to get the best value out of the Flex DPS?
This is an interesting pick without the Winston. The Winston is really the defining hero for this composition to escort the Reaper to get into place. Much harder to do without the bubble and the ability to kind of jump from corner to corner. So what we're looking for here, what I'm really looking for, is how is MM7 going to close the gap, particularly against KCV, who's been so just red hot on this Sojourn. Some interesting pathing from the get-go has at least overcome the first gap. So step 1 down, everybody from St. Ambrose still alive and standing as Hines is going to rotate around the mega room, see if they can put a little pressure from the back.
What?
And succeeds. Mega ship goes down as Hines is able to land that final hit. I believe it was a hook from Sir that actually did the majority of the damage. But now Phoenix is in a lot of trouble. Some pressure in from Zep means that Hines had to back out, and MM7 falls. The Reaper struggling to find the value here in first fight.
Yep, this might be a quick change back over to the Tracer, just to be able to, be able to run in behind when the hooks come through, be able to help close the kill down. But I mean, they're going to stick with it for right now. So I mean, Death Blossom, I mean, Phoenix can actually eat all of that with the Javelin spin.
Yeah, not only can you eat it, but you can push the Reaper back away from your team. An early terror surge from Phoenix is going to get punished as M7 finally makes their presence known and taking the tank out of the fight. Primary target, the reason you bring a Reaper, and it works. Took them 2 fights to make it happen, but not bad. Still plenty of time for the Fighting Bees to work with as they've all moved on to the point, and they have an excessive amount of damage to deal with any of these stragglers coming to contest.
Well, I mean, early Kitsune rushes from both squads. Sir landing hooks once again. This feels like a repeat of what we saw earlier in the series. Phoenix, I think you go to the Winston here and get on top of Sir. Deny the resources coming into the Hog. Oh, man. There's a lot to deal with here, though. I mean, because you also have to think there's a Reaper out there, so you can't really go with the Winston because you can get chunked down so early.
Yeah, the Winston would certainly struggle, I think, into this. Just one Hawk, and I mean, because the Hog is kind of the reason the Hog became meta was to try to counter it. So it does put Fresno State in an interesting position. But when you have somebody like KCV back here with an overclock, that is a great way to gain an advantage in a fight. Is they're going to find that kill on the Sir as well, and this is going to be a hold here from the Bulldogs.
Both DPS ultimates did come out, though. I think Zep was probably going to want that pulse bomb back, but I mean, he's been generating it so fast all night, so I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I just think that maybe a little bit of trigger discipline on the ultimate might have saved him instead, bought him another fight.
An aggressive stance here from the Bulldogs. They want to play close. A little bit of a duck and dive here from Sir versus Phoenix. Hook doesn't land, but the whole Hog is out. No Javelin spin available. Phoenix is able to find that kill, but speaking of spinning, MM7 is able to pick up 2 with the Death Blossom. Terror Surge in response, but Swaggy Fish has the Suzu, and St. Ambrose looking no worse for wear. Now they're going to come through and counterpunch back as Phoenix has help from Venari, and Hines just eliminated that support. The Kitsune Rush only has 2 players there to try to take advantage of it. Sir does swap over, is actually the one making the swap over to the Winston. And now a Kitsune Rush is out, and that's MM7 chunking Phoenix down. That Orisa never stood a chance.
Nope, I mean, Kitsune Rush wins them the fight there, and now, it's all about full retreat here, getting out. Big Suzu coming in.
Yeah, KCV able to escape with their lives. Runs right into a disruptor shot, but finds some health, and Bulldogs are going to make a scan there at the entrance into Grand Central Station.
Pulse bomb ready to go, though, my friend, and also the overclock. We know KCV has been on fire all night with this ultimate.
Coming in over the top. Phoenix is the one to find that kill. St. Ambrose only had, it looks like 2 on point. MM7 dives way in the back. Zimp went back towards the entrance to point B to find that kill. Sir still floating around here somewhere.
Found him.
Oh, they found him. A little bit of hide and seek, and well, Bulldog said, "Tag, you're it."
Once again, questionable use of the pulse bomb there out of Zemp. I mean, that's a fight-winning ultimate. If you can catch, especially the Lucio, you won't have the speed to be able to get your Reaper and your Hog on top of Phoenix, who, by the way, no longer has the Battle Cattle, is now rocking the mirrored Hog.
Yeah, as soon as Phoenix goes Hog, Sir makes a swap back over, went off of the Winston to try to mirror the Hog. And, oh, it's Sir who is able to land the first hook. 5v4 for St. Ambrose, and they've got tools to work with. Bangership going down is pretty disastrous. I mean, with 98% to sound barrier, Phoenix is able to strike back temporarily and has forced St. Ambrose back off this high ground. A huge win here from Fresno State. This is going to allow Bangership to get back in this fight. What a big turnaround from Phoenix.
The big problem is that both support ultimates are online. You're going to have the Death Blossom online. Venari does not have their answering Kitsune Rush yet, so I mean there's a very minute window here for St. Ambrose to be absolutely lethal here. Any kind of a pick here coming out from Fresno State wins in the fight. Oh my word, that's huge.
Oh, but the rush gets stopped by that center pillar. Fresno State throw theirs in anyway and just decide to go toe-to-toe with this one. The Death Blossom gets moved back, and a little extra shielding from Bangership's sound barrier keeps them alive, but the defense is missing their tank. As Phoenix is waiting to respawn and get back in this fight, the rest of Fresno State have to back up.
Kemp has Pulse Bomb almost ready to go. You're still looking at a whole Hog and an overclock. Hines has the high ground.
Hines is going to forgo said high ground. Drops in. Oh, some pressure from behind from Zimp that forced him down. Overclock is now out and trying to turn their attention to the front line, but gets hooked in. Venari and KCV both coming up with picks, and it's a +2 to the defense in overtime at the entrance into point C. Agent M7 trying to bring this back, but Azur Rose falls. Azur is still alive, is the only one. No, never mind. Everybody's gone. Everybody's dead. That's it.
I mean, ultimate economy. I told you there was a small window there for St. Ambrose, and the kind of chunked Kitsune Rush that came out from St. Ambrose absolutely lost them that fight. They had everything going in their favor, and they just, by a pixel, misses where they go on top of the Midtown Tunnel Bridge there, and they get absolutely nothing out of it. Once again, Zemp, I've been on their back all night, but they come through after I give them a tongue lashing. So, you know what? I'm going to keep going with this because they seem to respond. I don't know if they're watching the stream or not. I really don't know. But, I mean, it was just back and forth for both squads. And finally, you know, we see Phoenix get the final victory with the whole Hog. Man, this is all to play for here, Jeff. 111.89 meters. That is the mark that Fresno State have to exceed to take the championship here in the Challengers Pacific North, or the Pacific region, and see what they got going on. I mean, it's all to play for here. There's nothing left. You have to lay it all out on the table right here, right now. And Sir is showing us the Orisa here.
Fresno State on the precipice of pulling back from a 3-1 deficit. A mini reverse sweep, if you would. I think it would certainly count. And it would be a heck of an achievement here for your number 3 seed of the Bulldogs. Sir rightfully picks the Orisa out of spawn. Phoenix comes out on the Roadhog. Fresno State speeding around through alley, looking to get into this back room, but St. Ambrose moved to meet him. They're going to catch him in this alley. A beautiful read and rotation here from the defense of the Fighting Bees as the Javelin Spin's going to close the gap and get Agent MM7 in close, allows room for Hines to do what they do. Trades come through, but Phoenix falls, and Fresno State aren't able to push forward without that Roadhog.
Well, I think they might decide to try it, as they're going to try and keep the pressure on.
Zimp will, yeah.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Zimp is able to get out. Oh, that was so close. Hines was so low. Look at Vidori in the back. Woo! Again, so accurate with the kunai. Oh, those things can be so hard to hit, Venari. Oh, man, just repeatedly. Man, early Suzu is used to keep Hines in this fight, hoping they can help the defense stabilize, but Phoenix and the rest of the Bulldogs have moved on. Now, they are super low as the Terror Surge is invested from Sir. A hook into Phoenix, interrupted that take a breather, and Phoenix goes down, but Sir very low. Hines, but overclocked, sitting about half health, is able to get one, but KCV ends that. Moving on to the point with the rush, the Bulldogs are not giving up on this fight, but Swaggy Fish responds. And KCV is the last one here. Can you clutch it out again? You've got to get this kill onto Sir. Sir has backup. Sir has healing. KCV goes down.
We're not done yet, and Phoenix back in on Doomfist, so now looking for just instantaneous one-punch protection. Charge Punch is ready.
Yeah, I mean, once KCV falls, it's kind of like you lost your punching power. So Amber's able to stabilize. 2
And
minutes
no
off
points.
clock.
No points, no ticks given whatsoever. And now you're going into Kitsune Rush plus the Reaper. Oh, man. This has gone from bad to worse here. They've got to come up with a clutch pick right out the gate. Sound barrier for both squads is available as well. It's going to come down to Kemp. Kemp's got to land something with this Pulse Bomb.
Phoenix sticking with the Roadhog. Kitsune Rush used early here from the defense. Sound barrier invested early as well. That was actually both sound barriers coming in. All right, their team, any casualties thus far as Fresno State moving to this outside. Zip with the pulse, grabs the Mega, moving back in, looks for it on the Swaggy Fish, can't land it. Slightly off the mark, doesn't even force out the Suzu. Swaggy Fish moves forward to protect the rest of the team. Death blossom out as soon as the Suzu finishes from the other side, but AJM7 doesn't find any purchase with that. Sir is able to follow up, though. It's a couple of good kills. 1 minute remains.
They've got the whole hog. They're going to have maybe a Kitsune Rush into this next fight. The only thing answering from St. Ambrose is going to be Overclock. It's going to be whole hog versus Overclock. This is all to play for here. They've got maybe 2 fights here, Jeff. The first one will be their best chance.
Yeah, it's maybe 2 fights. Phoenix with a slow approach from the front. Looks like they're trying to send KCV and Zip along the back left-hand side. Phoenix peppering down in a bit of a duel with Sir around Fire Truck at the moment. Phoenix is going to loop back around the other direction, wait for that Fortify to fade, throws in the hook, throws in the whole hog. Javelin creates a little bit of distance, and the Javelin spin allows Sir to stay alive through, but can't protect MM7. Long distance hook is going to pull Sir in close, but once again, an energy Javelin will save their life. But I don't know if it's going to be enough for a recontest. St. Ambrose are missing reinforcements.
If they do get a contest, oh, look at this. Phoenix getting very aggressive here. They know. So they've got 2.5 minutes to get 111.89 meters. They're going to have the Pulse Bomb ready to go. Sound barrier should be up for both squads here. KCV versus Hines once again.
Fresno State looking to get around the first corner as quickly as possible. It's a long way as they still need the finish point B essentially, and getting through the tunnel is the most difficult part of this. If they get stalled out before they even get there, this would be disastrous. The Sound Barrier from the Zeros is trying to make that happen. Sound Barrier in response from the attacking team as the Terror Surges unleash there from Sir. Can't quite land the Energy Javelin, but Phoenix is still in a bad position.
Oh, no.
Take a breather used early, and what was a bad position is followed up. One player inting as a throw. Everybody inting as a strategy.
I'm going to remind you that next time we're in rank together, my friend.
As long as you follow me in, you can remind me of that.
I will follow you anywhere, my friend. Swaggy Fish with Kitsune Rush ready to go here in I mean, what could be, one of the last good fights here. Oh, big hook, no kill though.
St. Ambrose are in the tunnel with their own Kitsune Rush. Fresno State would be wise just to avoid this and stay on the high ground, which is exactly what they're going to do. Now they have a Pulse Bomb and a whole hog to work with, and an early kill to boot! Fresno State are inching closer and closer to this championship as the Pulse Bomb lands. The Javelin spin is used early, and Sir doesn't have anything left for the back half of the whole hog and falls. The Bulldogs are going to win this fight. This is going to be a desperate attempt at best from the Bees.
They're going to have Kitsune Rush into this fight as well. It's going to be answered by only...
Is this done?
Yeah, it's done.
Is this done?
It's done. It's done!
Oh my, they can't get there. They can't get there. The Bulldogs win it. The Bulldogs take the grand finals. They were down 1-3, and they pull it all the way back. What a series. What a performance. What a game. Oh my goodness.
I don't believe what I just saw. This actually happened, ladies and gentlemen, and my other binary friends. Oh my God. This was a slug fest of the century. This was one of the best grand finals I have seen in a long time. Kudos to both teams. It's got to be heartbreak for St. Ambrose right now, and absolute elation for Fresno State. The Bulldogs come through 4-3. Holy cow! The fact that why they win is that they just completely kite away from the Kitsune Rush, ready to go, and then go in with the Phoenix Whole Hog, picks up everybody, and that is exactly what you want to see. Oh my God, that is how you win a championship.
Oh, what an incredible performance. The Bulldogs have the bite to match their bark, and they are happy dogs here today. Holy cow. Oh my goodness.
Bark, bark.
Phoenix coming through in a big way. I mean, really, like, there was a lot of people who stepped up. A lot of freshmen who stepped up. Well, KCV is a junior, but Phoenix is a freshman on this squad. Venari is a freshman on this squad. Whoa, I'm getting choked up about it. Oh my goodness, that was insane. I wouldn't even know who to give MVP to. It just varies so much. But Phoenix seemed to be a stalwart point. KCV was the clutch factor. Venari consistent throughout the entire match. I mean, really everybody did well. I mean, Zib had a good showing. Like that was a good series all around. I'm flabbergasted. My mind is blown. That was incredible.
I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. I'm going to give co-MVPs to Phoenix and Venari. I think they both were the shining stars for the team.
You can't with good conscience CV out of that.
Okay, then I'm three-way.
If we're gonna start getting joint MVPs, KCV has to be part of this conversation.
Okay, I yield.
That's the worst freeze frame of me ever.
Oh man.
Oh man. Like this is everything we could want from a grand finals.
Oh man. Okay. Well, it's not done yet. We got an interview. Very short interview, but we're gonna have an interview with one of the players from Fresno State Bulldogs here in just a few moments. Don't go away. We'll be back with the interview in just a few seconds.
Well, we tried to catch the Bulldogs, but they were quick out of the pin. They ran to go celebrate their championship victory faster than we get a hold of them. So unfortunately, we do not have an interview. But that's, you know what? I understand. Huge congrats to that entire squad. That they performed out of their freaking minds here tonight, and it was a joy to behold.
Match of the year for me personally. I mean, we've had some nail biters, but this one came down to overtime. on the first point. I mean, they could have lost it right then and there, Jeff. They could have lost the championship on first point in Midtown, and they clutch it out, and then they get it done. So I mean, this is a perfect way to end at least the grand final for us tonight. Oh my God.
I mean, Oasis, they were down 1-3 in the series, and Oasis were in a 99-99 fight on the final map. And, you know, KCV comes through with a massive 3K to clutch it out. Like, there was plenty of opportunities for Fresno State to let this one slip away, and every time they managed to just knuckle down, you know, tie up their boots and get it done. Like, it was incredible tenacity and championship spirit coming out from the Bulldogs. Fresno State, well-deserved champions here in the Challengers division. But I believe that is going to do it for us tonight. We do appreciate y'all staying up late with us and enjoying these championship games here at ACC. Big shout-out to Grissom, who's doing this from the EU, by the way. Sorry you got to be up so early, my friend. Caroline doing the obs. Appreciate you. Well, most of all, we appreciate everybody at home hanging out, enjoying these fantastic games with us. It's been an honor and a privilege. We'll see you in spring. Have a wonderful evening and a Merry Christmas.
Bye, guys. Love y'all.